being too good is also something to think about. Having power becomes isolating and arrogant. So what is a ninja? Is it the nameless person who supports peace in the dark, or is it the force of force and the maintenance of order by violence? Konoha 60 years, a corner of the ninja school. A boy was thinking while pinching the leaves falling from the window. It's normal to think that way, because he's in Konoha village, the land of fire, and a compulsory lesson for children in the village is the will of fire, by 3rd Hokage himself. Right now 3rd generation is brainwashing the kids on the podium. He had a benevolent look on his face, and he said something the kids might not understand, but almost everyone does. I want to be Hokage's ideal. Children, although you don't understand it yet, I hope to wait until you become a mature ninja, and then I'll recall what my old man said today. Irika, then the time is up to you. When 3rd generation was about to leave the classroom, he subconsciously turned his head and glanced at the window in the classroom. Then, as if seeing something extraordinary, he left quickly. Then when he was in the corridor, he took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. So, someone called Irika started to take over the class, saying it was taking over, but it was actually a notification. When the children of the 3rd generation want to graduate from the ninja school, they will come to pass the will of fire for the last time. The 3rd generation project just now came to do this. Irika pressed both hands on the table, so, you all know it. Exams are important, don't cheat, don't cheat. Also, if you fail, you can only repeat the class. It's not that I don't give love, in the past, so cherish the peaceful time of the ninja world a little more. Naruto, it's you, don't sleep. The teacher looked responsible, and the face was familiar because it was Chinin Irika from Hokage Ninja, an important character who became a good teacher and friend of the protagonist and then saved the peace of the ninja world. Yes. Looking at Irika's face, the boy sitting by the window reconfirmed that he had crossed into the Hokage ninja world. The boy's name is Bai Chen, an ordinary high school student. I usually have a busy school day, so I don't have much free time. Finally found time to take a break and watch an old show, but it was too late to brush JoJo and died suddenly. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had become an ordinary Uchiha child. But since it is a traverser, the natural talent cannot be low. He completed Mangekyo SI opening at the age of 6. Uchiha's Mangekyo is equivalent to a plug-in. Different people's Mangekyo has different abilities. Obito can be Kamui, Shisui's is distinguished heavenly gods, and Itaka's is Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. So Bai Chen also has expectations for his Mangekyo. He took the test. Then I found out that I was really a JoJo and a JoJo. Because his Mangekyo's ability is to directly extract the strength of a character in the world to perform puppet simulation. To put it another way, it is easy to understand that he has obtained a substitute messenger. The stand-in messenger can not only be upgraded, but also replaced. And the object of his choice is Uchiha Madara, one of the strongest in the world of Hokage. So, when he was walking at night, someone might accidentally witness Madara, a filthy old man, on his back. So since it is Mangekyo who awakened 6 years ago, has he used it? Some. I got home late and met Obito who appeared in the village. Obito seemed to see Uchiha Madara behind him and ran away in a panic. And because Obito ran away halfway, Uchiha Itaka's genocide plan was also terminated, and Itake was thrown into the clan's secret room as punishment. Because the Uchiha clan was not exterminated, and at the same time Uchiha Itake, the first master of the clan, was actually a member of the 3rd generation, which made the Uchiha clan greatly terrified. So for the time being there is no thought of rebellion. And 3rd generation didn't have the courage to continue fighting, so the two sides are barely at peace with each other. Even the Uchiha conspiracy is regarded as non-existent. As for Bai Chen, he was just followed by a dirty Madara, or an old Madara, and as a result, the plot changed. But the Uchiha clan simply survived. The mood is indeed a little delicate. I understand a little bit why the family was destroyed in the original book, and then Sasuke only opened a hook. The Uchiha clan without masters is insignificant and cannot make waves. However, people in the ninja world seem to be unable to grasp Madara's appearance, and always feel that Madara's appearance will scare little girls. So Bai Chen didn't release Madara very much. Although he didn't want to be a heartthrob, he also didn't want to be hated because of it. So, 6 years have passed. This year's ninja school will also welcome a new batch of graduates. Graduation is Genin, a member of Konoha. The young people of Uchiha have 2 directions. One is to join the Uchiha clan's garrison after graduation. From a member of the small guard team to a member of the big guard team. This is a department specially set up for the Uchiha family by 2nd generation, which can be passed down from generation to generation. But Bai Chen doesn't think so. The garrison of the Uchiha clan is said to be a garrison, but it is actually an urban management. Tired but totally unpleasant work. Bad reputation. So, Bai Chen of course chose to become a ninja. To be precise, Uchiha's people are basically urban management, so who would like you? Except for marrying people of the same race, it is difficult to attract girls to like them in terms of identity. It's just that Uchiha's people are withdrawn and feel that their family is full of honor, so they basically choose to become urban management, and few choose to be ninjas. The last person who chose to be a ninja was Uchiha Itachi, who was then brainwashed by third generation. For the next 6 years, Fugaku dared not let any of Uchiha's children become ninjas. Therefore, if he chooses to become a ninja, he will probably be stopped by Fugaku. Bai Chen thought so, and then he noticed that the sound of serious note-taking on the right-hand side had stopped. To his right sat a little girl in neat and clean clothes. The little girl's skin is snow-white and translucent. Of course, the most attractive thing is her shallow, slightly flushed cheeks, and a pair of pure white eyes. This is the characteristic of the Hyaga clan, but she is cuter than the average Hyaga clan girl. This is Hyaga Hinata. She is a serious and good student and will record every word the teacher says, but today she seems to be uncharacteristically absent-minded. Yes, because the other party is in a similar situation to him, he has to choose in the direction of the urban management and the ninja. And Hinata has to choose in the direction of becoming a ninja and becoming the heir of the clan. Like the original, Hinata is the heroine, born in the Hyaga family of the Konoha family. Probably because the Uchiha family is still alive, Hayashi didn't dare to claim that they were the first family of Konoha, nor was he qualified to say that they were the first family of Konoha physique. After all, Uchiha is a lunatic, and Uchiha's taijutsu is famous in the whole ninja world, so maybe it will really quarrel with him. And Hinata is the daughter of the patriarch of the clan, and it stands to reason that he will inherit the family business. Then, it is impossible to become a genin with a noble status, running around and doing whatever tasks. It is possible that they will be taken into the house and then practiced as an heir. But this is only possible. The Hyaga family adopts the system of the clan branch house. Each term will let the patriarch have 2 children, the older ones will be left in the clan family to become the heirs of the clan family, and the younger children will be sent to the branch house and become the heirs of the branch house. So both sides are their own people. It's just that her sister Hanabi was not stamped with caged bird and sent to the branch house. So 80% is that Hayashi had already agreed with the clan to let Hanabi inherit the family business, so Hinata may have been abandoned. She was worrying about how to choose, but in fact, she didn't have a choice. She can only be a ninja. So, get out of class. Hope you all get good grades tomorrow. Teacher Irika finished the class. Then out of the classroom, the students finally breathed a sigh of relief. I can finally be a student, I want to be a ninja. Hey, it's just weird, we go to ninja school for 6 years. I heard from my dad, they graduated after only 1 year. As a result, we have to read for so long. Idiot, because this is a hard-earned piece. And your father and the others went to the battlefield after graduation. So who wants to go to war, is it? But the people of Uchiha are taken to the battlefield at a few years old. It is undeniable that the third generation project is indeed very bad for Uchiha in some respects. Seeing that some of the classmates had started to pack their school bags, Bai Chen also packed up and was about to leave. But just put the pen into the school bag, only to find a figure flashing in front of him. This is a handsome boy with black hair and black eyes, wearing a blue shirt with a ping-pong bat pattern on the back. Bai Chen. This is Uchiha Suzuki. Bai Chen is in the same class as him. He looked at Bai Chen with burning eyes, but Suzuki looked at Hinata again. To get into Bai Chen's position, Hinata has to get out of the way. So Suzuki said, just let it go, you're getting in the way here. Bai Chen. Forgot to mention, Uchiha people are hard to get married, because they are too straight. Little Hinata seemed a little overwhelmed by this request. Don't mind him, Bai Chen said. You don't have to move, I'll just go out. Suzuki. Suzuki seemed to be a little p**********d off, and then went straight out. I'll go to the back mountain to wait for you. This time, I won't lose to you again, Suzuki said, and soon the figure disappeared from the classroom. Then Bai Chen unhurriedly packed his things and walked towards the school gate. However, he only walked more than 10 meters, and little Hinata quickly caught up. Student Bai Chen, didn't Suzuki-kun let you go to the back mountain? But are you going straight home? Really? Well, yes, I'm going to go straight home now. Bai Chen didn't hide it. After all, anyone can see his route. Go out of the ninja school, then go back to the Uchiha family's residence, and it's over. Well, no, then Suzuki-san is still waiting, little Hinata said quickly. Don't worry about him, Bai Chen said. He's getting impatient, and he'll go back by himself. This operation made little Hinata bewildered. In fact, this is Bai Chen's cold treatment of Suzuki. Bai Chen's Mangekyo opened, and then chose Madara to become his stand-in messenger. Then the Uchiha family also survived by accident. And the development of this thing is better than the original, but for Suzuki, he is not blessed in the blessing, and his dear big brother Uchiha Itachi has become a traitor to the family and is imprisoned. It made him feel like his faith had collapsed. Then he became stronger. So he competes with other young people of the Uchiha clan everywhere, to take back the dignity. And Bai Chen didn't want to be entangled, so he pretended to lose to him. But it was accidentally discovered by Suzuki that he was fooling him, using a fire style 3 times larger than his brother's oversized Great Fireball. So Suzuki persevered and kept running down the gauntlet. This scene reminded Bai Chen of the bad relationship between Kakashi and Might Guy. In other words, is he going to have this kind of relationship with Suzuki? Bai Chen refused. So he often put Suzuki pigeons. And, actually, there's another reason why I don't want to fight Suzuki. He can obviously rely on his looks to eat, so why not just use the Uchiha Yan value technique? But he wants to become stronger. Will he give ordinary people a way to live? Bai Chen said. Whom little Hinata finally understood, but she immediately shook her head slightly. Well, I think classmate Bai Chen can also rely on his face to eat, little Hinata said. These words made Bai Chen stop and he set his eyes on Hyuga Hinata's face. The eyes of both sides met at a certain moment, and little Hinata seemed to bow his head a little embarrassedly. Then he looked nervously at his toes. Probably because of the blood vessels, Hinata's skin is whiter than that of ordinary girls, and the blood vessels are also very thin, so a blush will be very conspicuous. And this time she was red from cheeks to neck. It seems that he accidentally said something embarrassing. Bai Chen nodded. Did you encounter any difficulties and wanted me to help? There's still a little time to go back now, you can say it. Don't be embarrassed. Little Hinata. Little Hinata. After Xiao Hinata was robbed by Bai Chen, he seemed to calm down for a while. Then she told the other party that she hoped that Bai Chen could help. She wants to be a ninja. She heard from some other young ladies of the Zone family that after graduating from the ninja school, the Zone family members would not become ninjas, but would train at their own home, and then take the exam during the Chunin exam. But in this case, it is impossible to become a real ninja, and little Hinata's ideal is to become an excellent female ninja, so she hopes to help convince her father. Obviously, she lied. That shouldn't be all. It is true that she wants to be helped, and the blushing just now should also be true. And although Bai Chen belongs to the Uchiha family, it's not that he really doesn't like girls, so he has emotional intelligence. Just finding out that little Hinata likes him is really subtle. If there is an opportunity, he probably knows. It should be that he deliberately lost to Suzuki after the Great Fireball duel with Suzuki, and then on the way home, he encountered Konoha's incompetent children and surrounded Hinata, calling her a white-eyed monster. So he used the Great Fireball technique to frighten the bad boys. Not a big deal for Bai Chen, but for Hinata, there might be something. It's just that Bai Chen will deny it because he met little Hinata when he brought madara with dirt. Then little Hinata fainted. So he felt that the dirty madara was quite sloppy, so he put it away. As a result, the current little Hinata didn't change his mind about him because he carried a scary old madara with him. I wasn't particularly happy to learn this fact, but it was really nice that I wasn't hated by girls. Bai Chen has no experience in love, and in his original world, there was nothing but involution. Every day is a sea of questions, so being liked by girls is actually quite new to him. I can help with this, Bai Chen said. But to be specific, I'll go to your house later. The reason for this is that he and Hinata had left the school, and it turned out that Hayashi was heading towards the Hokage office building. Then it will be a little later to talk to Hayashi. Little Hinata nodded. After sending little Hinata to the place where the Hyuga clan lives, he plans to go back the same way, and then go back to the place where his Uchiha clan lives. As in the original, although the Uchiha clan and the third generation seem to be living in harmony, the clan is still arranged to live outside the village. Bai Chen has no opinion on this, because the air outside the village is much fresher than in the village. Only, if you follow this fixed path, you will most likely encounter the Uchiha clan's guards. Really? When passing the street, I saw a team of guards. The leader is Uchiha Fugaku. He was the head of the Uchiha clan, but because of Uchiha Itake's betrayal, his reputation was discredited. So after Uchiha Itake was revealed to be a member of the third generation, Fugaku voluntarily resigned as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. It's just that the Uchiha family couldn't pick out a powerful leader. In other words, no one dared to fight for the position of the patriarch because they were worried that the third generation would be targeted. So he is still the patriarch. Bai Chen, forget it. Fugaku seemed to be hesitating. Then, along with the other Uchiha team members, they continued to collect the illegal stalls set up by the villagers. When the villagers were enforcing the law with the garrison, the villagers kept their promises, but after the garrison left with the collected items, the villagers would spit on their backs. Bai Chen. So, he just didn't want to be like that. Bai Chen passed him directly, and then walked in the direction of where he lived. The Uchiha garrison all looked over. One of the scarred faces turned his head and said, "Captain, this boy Bai Chen is about to graduate from the ninja school. he is going to join the garrison. Put him under my command. This guy always looks like he's not motivated. How does this look like Uchiha? Look at me not igniting his Uchiha enthusiasm. Fugaku. Fugaku is still unclear. What he knew was that his family was hopeless. Itaki, who had high hopes at first, turned out to be the target of the third generation. The son of the patriarch was brainwashed by the third generation, and the way to deal with the rebellion of the Uchiha clan was to kill the Uchiha clan. For a moment, however, Fugaku felt that his son's choice was the right one. Because Itaki is standing on the side of the village, and as a Uchiha family with great love, he also knows that if Uchiha fails or really gets involved with the top of Konoha, then the village may be targeted by other villages, and then promote the Fourth Ninja World War. So Itaki made a sad but useful decision. But all these years have passed, Uchiha and Konoha high level still exist in each other. So, it's okay for the Uchiha clan to continue to exist. It's embarrassing for him. And the Uchiha clan also became passive. But there is one thing that Fugaku cares about. That is what Suzuki reported. Bai-Chen is very powerful, and the Great Fireball technique released is even bigger than the original Genius Itaki. This shows that Bai-Chen may be the next top master of the Uchiha clan. But Fugaku investigated for a long time and felt that Bai-Chen seemed to be out of tune with Uchiha. So Bai-Chen probably didn't want to join the garrison. And he wanted to stop the other party just now, but also wanted to have a good talk with the other party. The only right thing to do is to join the garrison. If you become a ninja, you will be brainwashed by the third generation. And right now, tick. With a sigh, Fugaku found a special screen in front of him. A Uchiha tribe is randomly selected to join the Uchiha Revival Road initiated by Uchiha Bai-Chen. Congratulations, Uchiha Fugaku, you have been selected. Would you like to join Bai-Chen's Uchiha's Road to Revival? Fugaku was stunned on the spot. Because, the least motivated, you invited him to carry out the road to the revival of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku was stunned for a moment, but quickly agreed. Because as the patriarch he was not a vain name, he was also a Mangekyo Sharinan. Although he doesn't usually have the opportunity to show it, it doesn't mean that he doesn't know anything. After he knows the Mangekyo of the Uchiha clan, he will awaken his special ability. Like Itake, left eye Tsukuyomi, right eye Amaterasu. And he himself has eyes Amaterasu. But it can be known from Itake that the ability to awaken after Mangekyo can be different. And the data he has checked as the patriarch also proves that everyone's ability to awaken is different. There are only a handful of people who have reached Mangekyo since the ancestor Uchiha Madara. So the data that Fugaku can get is not much, but what can be confirmed is, this small group now may be Mangekyo's special ability. Could it be that Bai-Chen is actually a Mangekyo Sharinan? Fugaku has always thought that the other party is also the second Guyu, and even speculated that it has reached the third Guyu. You know he's only 12 now. In this case, isn't it younger than Itake's age when he reached Mangekyo? This may be the miracle of the Uchiha family. Thinking of this, Fugaku immediately chose to join the small group. Tick. Uchiha's Road to Revival small group started looking hard at the words that appeared in front of him. Fugaku instantly felt that his soul and body were out of balance. Team leader. The scarred man wanted to talk and suddenly found Fugaku down. He quickly reached out to catch it. The other members of the guard team also quickly surrounded him. It's not illusion, it's fainting. Someone lays Fugaku flat on the ground and checks his status. Can one of his patriarchs still be hit by illusions? But Fugaku is well aware of his current state. He knew how his body reacted, but he couldn't return to it. His soul body seemed to be directly cut, and then came to a special virtual space. This space can't see the border, but he found that the system's prompts are clearer than those from the outside. And there are related introductions above. Name of this group Uchiha Revival Road. The threshold for entering the group, a member of the Uchiha clan, while Sharinan needs to drive to Mangekyo. Fugaku reaches Mangekyo so can come in. Experience of this group evolved for the special ability of Bai-Chen's left eye Mangekyo, but Bai-Chen gave up the heart of Uchiha, so this group is also known as Uchiha Recycle Bin? What the hell? Fugaku's eyes widened directly. Because, buddy, he guessed the feelings right. This small group is the ability of the Sharinan of Bai-Chen's Mangekyo, but Bai-Chen gave up the heart of the Uchiha clan? Hasn't he become the pride of a family? But Fugaku didn't have time to think about it, as the typing of the system was fast and new instructions appeared. Because it is the special ability of Bai-Chen's Mangekyo, the abandoned small group has been better developed. It can communicate and connect the three lines of present, past and future. Oh, wait a moment. What does it mean to connect the past and the future? The past refers to people who can be dead, the present is people who are alive now, and the future is that group members may also come from the future. Good guy. Connect to the future? So, the Uchiha clan can still be revived? Fugaku asked quickly. Is the Uchiha clan still able to revive? These two sentences actually mean the same thing, but they pile up future expectations in Fugaku's depleted heart. As a traditional Uchiha, of course he also has ambitions. He wants the Uchiha clan to be treated fairly, and he wants the Uchiha clan to revive. Want the Uchiha family to be full of talent. But the system no longer replied to him. Instead, new hints are given. In view of the small number of members in the group, a new member will be specially invited. As the first member, get the ability to choose once. Please choose within 30 seconds. Choose. The threshold for entering the group is Mangekyo, and now the people who have Mangekyo are Itaki and Bai-Chen. So, when Fugaku was thinking about it, he found 3 candidates appeared on the screen. A Senju Hashirama older Madara Uchiha Madara C Senju Tobirama. In the upper right corner is a 30-second countdown, but Fugaku can't think about it because it's exaggerated. This is the revival of Uchiha. What's the point of adding first Hokage or second Hokage? Although it is not a slander, Fugaku, as the patriarch, still feels that first Hokage and second Hokage cannot be chosen at this time. The reputation of first generation and second generation is very loud, but first generation did not have a ninja war when they were alive. However, Fugaku did not communicate with each other, and Fugaku died when Fugaku was born, so I can only hear the legend of the other side. As for the second generation project on the other side, he specially arranged for the Uchiha family to set up a guard unit of Konoha, and this guard unit is Uchiha hereditary. In other words, this is the status and glory that second generation has given Uchiha. But the current third generation is a disciple of the second generation, and the Uchiha clan also declined in the third generation. So Fugaku went straight to Uchiha Madara. However, he was about to press down on Uchiha Madara's name, but found no response when he pressed it. The system pops up a prompt. Selected at random given that there was no choice over time. Alright. The system filters itself. The system automatically screened Uchiha Madara. Fugaku. And since it is the ancestor of Uchiha Madara, it should be no problem. After all, this is the ancestor of the Uchiha family. In Uchiha's history, he left the clan alone, but he is called the strongest being. Just thinking about it, Fugaku found out that Uchiha Madara had joined. Congratulations on joining Uchiha's road to revival at Uchiha Madara, Old Madara, and saying hello to everyone. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, where is this? Uchiha Madara, is it Obito? Have you finally exerted your strength? Made me wait a long time, but that doesn't seem to be Rhine Tensei. Uchiha Madara, but Obito, I have to tell you, it's really shameful to conquer a Nine Tails and make the Nine Tails chaos. Fugaku. Fugaku's eyes widened. The chaos of Nine Tails? Isn't this a big event when Nine Tails was released 12 years ago, and then controlled by Sharingan, which directly caused the Uchiha family to fall into suspicion, and then, they were rejected, and they were asked by the third generation to move their residence out of the village? Then, Obito, do you mean Uchiha Obito? And Uchiha Madara also discovered Fugaku, and then saw the system prompt in front of him. Fuxing Road in Uchiha/Uchiha Recycling Station. This group is the special ability of the left eye of Mangekyo of Uchiha Bai-Chen. Can connect past, future, and present. Different Uchiha people who meet the status requirements can be invited to join the group. I see. That's why he, the deceased person, can appear here. It's Mangekyo's special ability. Ancestor, did you plan the Nine Tails attack on the village? Fugaku asked immediately. It hurt Uchiha so badly. Uchiha Madara. Elder Madara. The people in the small group are all souls appearing here. And at the moment Uchiha Madara is in his old and dead state, his hair is completely white, very long, and his body looks a little weak. But there is no doubt that the pressure brought by his Mangekyo Sharingan proves that he is the strongest Uchiha of the past. Only. Ancestor, did you really do the Nine Tails rebellion? The prisoner at the time was wearing a mask and called himself Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha family was distrusted by the third generation at that time, and since then they were arranged to move out of the village. We are directly separated from the village. At the same time, wanted to rebel but was stopped. It is now in a delicate state of separation from the village. And these, are all your ancestors' thoughts? Sure enough, the strange clansmen stopped following you, so are you taking revenge on us? Fugaku asked one after another. Uchiha Madara. Fugaku's questions come one after the other, but Uchiha Madara can really find clues in each one. The Nine Tails chaos mentioned here was caused by Obito. He told Obito to carry out Project Tsuki-no-Mi, which is to collect all the tailed beasts. And there are 9 tails in Konoha. So if Obito wants to collect tailed beasts, he must also collect 9 tails. It's just that he didn't expect Obito to start catching from the most difficult tailed beast. Of course, it's not hard for Madara that 9 tails are just beasts. It's just that Obito actually caused turmoil when he arrested 9 tails, and then called himself Uchiha Madara, that is, under his banner. Madara didn't know this. It appears that Obito is hiding from him. And what Fugaka said about his hatred of the clan was actually after he and Hashirama established Konoha and regretted it, so he wanted to leave with the Uchiha clan, but the clansmen were unwilling to follow him. Then Fugaka thought he would hate the Uchiha people? Humph. Who is he? He is Uchiha Madara, a ninja who used to be as famous as Hashirama. Impossible to be so careful. He felt that he couldn't continue to coexist with Konoha, so he wanted to leave with the family, but was rejected by the family, and he just left alone, without any grudges. After all, Uchiha has been fighting with the Senju clan all the time, for dozens or hundreds of years, and it is normal to indulge in ordinary peace. He can understand. So his heart is not so small. Because he has always been convinced that he is the person who wants to do big things, and he is informal. The layout is big. Uchiha Madara, so, what is your current status? Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the 17th Uchiha clan since the first year of Konoha. Uchiha Madara, how old is Konoha now? Uchiha Fugaku, Konoha 61 years. Uchiha Madara. It seemed he had been dead for 12 years. He died near the Nine Tails Rebellion, and Obito didn't catch Nine Tails, but his deadline had come. So the plan was arranged to Obito. One of them is to bring him back to life by having Nagato use his Mangekyo upgraded Rinnegan to fully resurrect him through Rain Tensei. And Obito says Nagato isn't mature enough, so wait a few more years. But it's been 12 years now, but Obito hasn't it started yet. This made Madara feel a little uncomfortable. At this time, he found that a new prompt appeared in the system in front of him. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for receiving the corresponding title Elder Madara, Old Madara. All right. He is indeed old now. At the same time, a blood relative of Uchiha Madara can be specially invited to invite Uchiha Izuna to join the group. Izuna? The elderly Madara seemed a little confused. Then I realized that this was my brother. It's been a long time since I heard this name, so I have some reactions. As the eldest brother, Uchiha Madara was in a good mood when he saw that it was his younger brother. Because, like the hot mother Hassie, he loves his younger brother very much. The brotherhood of the Uchiha family has always been deep. Welcome Uchiha Izuna to the group. At Uchiha Izuna, your strength is not enough, but given the identity of Uchiha Madara, you are specially invited to join the group. Yes, your elder brother is in the group, say hello to him. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna, brother, am I right? Uchiha Izuna, I see you again. Old Madara, yes. After Uchiha Madara's death, the soul body goes to the after-death world, and in the after-death world, that is, the Pure Land, it is actually a place where you can extend to your dead deceased. But he had ambitions, so he didn't go forward. Therefore, he did not see his dead brother either. Wait a moment. Uchiha Madara thought about why he didn't go to see his brother. And the next second, Uchiha Izuna, so, big brother, you seem to be at this age. You lived for a long time before you died. Uchiha Izuna, so, help me kill those two Senju Tobirama brothers? Uchiha Izuna, damn Senju Tobirama, actually killed me right after I finished Mangekyo. Uchiha Izuna, brother, how many knives did you cut him? Old Madara? Uchiha Madara reacted, and there is another reason why he didn't go to Izuna. He didn't avenge his brother, he didn't protect his brother well. And then, also reconciled with the Senju brothers and founded the village together. And Tobirama is naturally fine. So Izuna's death makes no sense. Road to revival of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Izuna, are you the younger brother of the ancestors? Fugaku thought Izuna's face looked familiar. To be precise, he looks a bit like his second son Suzuki. I can't say that, it should be that Suzuki looks a bit like Izuna. Make him think that Suzuki might look like this when he grows up. Uchiha Izuna, ancestor? Oh, so I say, my Uchiha clan is full of talents, and then my elder brother has become an ancestor? Uchiha Izuna, indeed, he looks old now. Uchiha Izuna, but the clothes are a little torn. Uchiha Izuna, isn't the quality of life in old age not very good? Old Madara. The elderly Madara would not know how to reply to her younger brother for a while, because he felt guilty in his heart for not protecting this younger brother. Because, when Senju fought with the Uchiha clan, he and Hashirama were old rivals, and on the younger brother's side, Izuna and I am afraid that the paper will not be able to cover the fire. Uchiha Fugaku, can I speak? Fugaku really interjected. Uchiha Izuna, say it. Uchiha Fugaku, well, actually, the ancestors left the village after leading Uchiha and the Senju clan to build the village together. Uchiha Izuna, huh? Izuna's eyes widened. Uchiha Izuna, are you kidding me? The Uchiha clan actually established a village with the Senju clan. Uchiha Fugaku, yes. Uchiha Fugaku, and 61 years have passed since then. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna. Brother, what's going on? Why did you set up a village with the Senju clan? Ah, I see, it's the Senju clan who have become the losers. Old Madara. Old Madara, Izuna, calm down first. First of all, you have to know that you are the younger brother I want to protect. Uchiha Izuna, old Madara, then, after your death, I led the clan to reconcile with the Senju clan, and continue to fight. The damage to the clan is incalculable. Old Madara, so I chose to make peace with them. Uchiha Izuna, so the Uchiha clan were the ones who lost the battle? Uchiha Izuna, my eldest brother lost? Older Madara, yes. Old Madara, then, considering the overall situation, I chose to join forces with the Senju family to build a village, so the first ninja gathering, Konoha, appeared. The name of the village was given by me. Uchiha Izuna, so the village chief is the eldest brother? Old Madara. Madara also felt a bit of a headache because Izuna seemed to be mything him all the time. However, the original first Hokage, Hashirama, also said that he had come. But first Hokage is not him, but Hashirama. He acknowledged Hashirama's strength. So there is no problem with Hashirama being Hokage, but he feels that Tobirama still rejects him, and it makes no sense for him to stay in Konoha, so he chose to leave, and he will seek real peace in his own way. Uchiha Fugaku, first Hokage is Senju Hashirama, then second Hokage is Tobirama, third Hokage is Tobirama's disciple. Uchiha Izuna, F***K. Uchiha Izuna, F***K. Uchiha Izuna, F***K. Izuna scolded 3 times in a row. Like Tobirama hated Uchiha, he hated Senju brothers too. What's more, it killed his own people. And the news from Fugaku shows that the eldest brother must have been tricked by the Senju brothers. How can Uchiha cooperate with their Senju clan, and Uchiha can't get out of a Hokage? So angry. If that's the case, isn't it a big failure for the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Izuna, then the current Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, I am the 17th patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku, and now the clan, has no glory. After the Nine Tails rebellion, they were arranged out of the village by third Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku, then we tried to rebel twice, but both failed. Uchiha Izuna, oh. Izuna responded casually, because he didn't understand what the Nine Tails chaos was. But did he hear that Uchiha wanted to rebel twice and failed? So weak? Uchiha Izuna, could it be that no one has opened Mangekyo in Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku, I have it, my son Uchiha Itachi also has it, and before this, Uchiha Shisui, the first master of the clan, also has it. Uchiha Izuna, oh, so it's 3 people. Uchiha Izuna, did you make a mistake? In 1961 there were only 3 of you Mangekyo? Older Madara, 4 to be exact, and Obito too. Uchiha Fugaku, really, is Obito not dead? That's why Kakashi's eye is like that. Then the people who know Mangekyo now are Kakashi and Bai-Chen, the owner of this small group. Uchiha Izuna, this small group? Uchiha Fugaku, yes, Lord Izuna, this is the ability of Mangekyo of Bai-Chen's left eye. Uchiha Izuna, Old Madara, Izuna don't know? After the Mangekyo of our Uchiha, special abilities will be acquired. Uchiha Izuna, oh. Uchiha Izuna, damn Senju Tobirama. Older Madara, Izuna, why did you suddenly explode with emotion? Uchiha Izuna, because Mangekyo can have such abilities? I had just managed to climb Mangekyo from Sanguyu and was killed by Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku was actually quite shocked to hear these secrets. Feeling second generation also killed Uchiha Madara's younger brother. Therefore, as the ancestor Uchiha Madara can cooperate with the Senju family regardless of the previous suspicion, it is really a very powerful person with a big pattern. So, why did the Nine Tails rebellion take place? Fugaku couldn't understand. It just doesn't seem like a good time to ask now. Uchiha Izuna, so this Bai-Chen is the descendant of the current Uchiha? Then opened Mangekyo. Izuna also read the explanation of the system. Uchiha Fugaku, yes, he is currently the youngest holder of Mangekyo, and at the same time, he may also become the first master of the Uchiha clan. Old Madara, the first master of the Uchiha clan? Older Madara smiled. Because although he is dead, the title of number 1 will not be given to others. Uchiha Fugaku, just saying there is hope. Uchiha Fugaku, after all, your ancestor has passed away. After all, Fugaku was the patriarch, and he sensed Madara's emotions, so he took care of the elderly. Old Madara. Madara thinks that Fugaku is a descendant of Uchiha, but he still has ambitions, and Obito may have made a mistake, or he should try his best not to reveal his plans. Just thinking about it, he found that a new prompt appeared in the system. The number of group members reaches 3, and the requirements for a basic small group are completed. Open the exclusive live broadcast. There will be 3 hours of live broadcast every day when the small group is opened. Old Madara, oh. Old Madara, wait a minute? Older Madara, in other words, you can see the outside scene through the live broadcast? Accurately speaking, this is only the live broadcast of Bai Chen and the trail around Bai Chen. Because the source of this small group is the Mangekyo of Bai Chen's left eye? Is it? Then it doesn't matter. For Madara, he was long dead. Then wait for Obito to bring him back to life with Rain Tensei. But the wait is 10 years. So, if Obito didn't betray him or the grinder, then he's dead? Then, under the attention of the three, a live broadcast appeared in the center of the small group. The live screen opens. Everyone found that a video appeared in the center of the small group, and in the video appeared a teenager with straight black hair unique to Uchiha. The boy had returned to the place where the Uchiha clan lived, and then walked towards the hut that belonged to the direct. The family crest of Uchiha's paddle fan can be seen everywhere. Old Madara, this is? Uchiha Fugaku, this is Uchiha Bai Chen. It's the young man I'm talking about who might become the top master of the Uchiha clan in the future. Uchiha Fugaku. Then this small group appeared also because of the ability of Bai Chen's left eye Mangekyo. Older Madara, so it is. The old Madara seemed to smile slightly, because he suddenly thought of it, although he couldn't be sure whether Obito's side was in trouble or was sluggish. But, now through this small group of Bai Chen, isn't it possible to obtain information from the outside world? You must know that he has been in the Pure Land and has been waiting for Obito to resurrect him. It was a futile effort, and it took 12 years to wait. This made him a little depressed. But it's different now. Now is the time to get outside intelligence and see if the plan needs to be changed again. Of course, it might be said that he is not dead, but the current Fugaku is a living person, and he can still affect the outside world, so his plan has not been lost. Everything is still under control. Old Madara, but the elderly Madara suddenly thought of something important. Old Madara, since this is the special ability of Mangekyo in Bai Chen's left eye, can't he also see us? Uchiha Fugaku, oh, this one, then it's probably no problem. Uchiha Izuna, why? Uchiha Fugaku, this is also my biggest headache. Bai Chen probably gave up Uchiha's heart. Uchiha Izuna, huh? Uchiha Fugaku, well, according to the situation, he really chose to become a ninja and refused to join the Uchiha garrison. So Fugaku spoke about the current situation of the Uchiha clan and the direction the young ninjas would choose after becoming genin. And his advice is to not let the children continue to be the genin of Konoha. He didn't want to experience the cannibalism of his children again. After all, Itaki is still locked up here. But Izuna scolded it directly. Uchiha Izuna, damn Tobirama, my Uchiha clan joined them, and they made us a garrison? Uchiha Fugaku, isn't the garrison pretty good? This is exclusive to the Uchiha family, it is an honor. Uchiha Izuna, stupid or not? It looks like it is unique to Uchiha, but the guards are supposed to be in contact with ordinary villagers. Uchiha Izuna, so isn't that just creating friction between the Uchiha clan and the village? Damn Tobirama, just want to do this and drive my Uchiha clan away. Uchiha Fugaku, eh? Fugaku's eyes widened. And just after they said that, they found that Bai Chen had just returned to the Uchiha family's camp, and then a little Izuna quickly caught up from behind. I saw this little Izuna who came over to show his face. Almost identical to Izuna, but much smaller. Old Madara, this is also the first time Madara saw her brother when she was a child. No, this is not Izuna, Izuna is dead. And Izuna's eyes widened. Uchiha Izuna, what happened to this kid? Almost exactly the same as when I was a kid. Uchiha Fugaku, is that true? No wonder when I first met Izuna-sama, it looked familiar. Uchiha Fugaku, it seems that my son's bloodline is atavistic, so he looks very similar to you. Uchiha Fugaku and Izuna-sama is Mangekyo, right? Uchiha Izuna, yes, but he was killed by Senju Tobirama before he could play. Uchiha Fugaku, Fugaku nodded in response, but he was in a good mood, because Suzuki looked the same as Uchiha Madara's younger brother. So does it count as a throwback? Then the upper limit of Izuna is Mangekyo, which also shows that Suzuki also has this potential. As a father he knew that Suzuki worked hard for Itaki and wanted to get his dignity back. However, his talent is limited, and it is still very different from Itaki, and Suzuki was a Guyu when he was 6 years old, but now he is only a Guyu. So now that Izuna has Mangekyo, there is still hope for Suzuki. This made Fugaku feel a little reassured. And outside the small group, Bai Chen, I knew you were a liar, and let me dove again. Do you dislike me for being too weak? I've been training specially. I only sleep 3 hours a day these days, and then I made 1,000 detonators. The chakra I can contain now is already, Suzuki shouted. And his facial features are beautiful, but his eyes are also very smart, which shows that what he said is true. He really worked so hard. But, what are you talking about? Bai Chen turned around and said, I'll let you go, Dove? Can't I just come back and put down my school bag first? And you ran back yourself. You should give up first, Bai Chen said. Suzuki seemed to be taken aback. But, that's when I thought you would let me dove, and you actually ran away. So, since you think I'll let you go dove, why are you still waiting? There is still 1,000 detonating charms to consume and practice chakra may not be enough. Bai Chen said, then reached into his backpack with his left hand and took out a seal scroll. There are 3,000 detonating talismans in there. You make another 3,000 detonating talismans, and then increase the amount of chakra by half to challenge me. Sasuke, you really didn't lie to me? What am I lying to you? Why do you think I can release such a large great fireball technique? It's because of the amount of chakra I have. And why is there a lot of chakra? It's just by constantly making detonating charms, consuming one's chakra and then practicing chakra, so that one's chakra value keeps increasing. And if there is no massive chakra, the great fireball will definitely not be able to get it. Is it that big? Sasuke. Sasuke seemed to be silent for a moment, thinking about the truth of Bai Chen's words. Then I'll do it. Sasuke immediately took the 3,000 detonator blanks and walked towards the back mountain. Detonators are made by charms plus fire style, and this is a place of residence, and he will definitely be scolded for making too much fire. So, everyone just watched Sasuke be fooled away by Bai Chen. Old Madara, Uchiha Izuna, is this guy really my throwback? Uchiha Fugaku, ahem. Sasuke has been chasing Bai Chen's footsteps, but Sasuke doesn't seem to care at all. Yes, everyone thinks that this is Bai Chen lying to children. Uchiha Izuna, but I think it's a little strange. Old Madara, what? Uchiha Izuna, like this little Sasuke has the honor of the Uchiha clan, but Bai Chen, why not? And Izuna just said this, and found that Bai Chen had returned to his room and put down his school bag. He seemed to be muttering, I have to go to Hayaga's house as a lobbyist later, although it's almost certain that Hayashi will make Hinata a ninja, but just a little harder. Say so. Everyone found that his right eye, which was as black as a black pearl, turned scarlet. And this is Mangekyo Sharinan. Boom! Behind Bai Chen, an elderly Madara in impure world reincarnation appeared. Behind Bai Chen, a tall and slightly ricketed old man appeared. And the three people in the small group are very clear that this is the appearance of Uchiha Madara, because he is also like this in the small group. Obviously, no matter how powerful the ninja is, it cannot withstand the erosion of time. Therefore, Madara, who is completely old, looks very different from when he was young. The wrinkles on his face are engraved with the merits of his various battles. However, even if he incarnates into an old Madara, Haki, who belongs to Madara, is still surging. The lion follows the old, and Yue is still there. But Uchiha Fugaku, this is Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Madara. Ancestor, where are you? Old Madara? In fact, Madara herself was stunned. Because, he is obviously dead, but why is Bai Chen behind? Older Madara, wait a minute, the person behind this guy Bai Chen is not me. Uchiha Fugaku, what is the solution? Oh, is it because of the performance of these skins? Uchiha Fugaku, I remember Kanaha's second Hokage Senju Tobirama's forbidden technique and Impure World Reincarnation's forbidden technique is like this. Uchiha Fugaku can bring back the dead. Old Madara. Older Madara, of course I know the skills of that guy Senju Tobirama. Older Madara, however, this is not Impure World Reincarnation. Old Madara, because Impure World Reincarnation needs the body and the dead soul to become one, summoned out at the sacrifice of the sacrifice. Old Madara, but Old Madara, my soul body is here, I don't feel any pull. Old Madara, but the full control of Impure World Reincarnation will also put a spell on the back of the person who is being filthy, and completely control it, erasing the consciousness of the filthy person. Old Madara, but the dirty me behind Bai Chen has no trace of the spell. Uchiha Fugaku, It seems that the ancestors really know the Senju brothers very well. Fugaku knew it. So, Uchiha Fugaku, so what is Madara, the dirt behind Bai Chen now? Older Madara, I don't know either. Older Madara, but, didn't you notice? He is only showing his right eye now, in other words, this is the ability of his right eye. Old Madara, according to my understanding, I am afraid it is a special ability. Uchiha Fugaku, Fugaku nodded. So, it's a little difficult now. Bai Chen's left eye is the abandoned heart of Uchiha, while his right eye is the spirit behind the ancestors of the departed Uchiha clan. Good guy. Isn't this the ultimate injustice? If it is Fugaku, I am afraid that Uchiha Madara will come out to burn incense first, and if that's the case, then it's impossible for him to stop Bai Chen at all. Because the old ancestors used it as the spirit behind him, then he would care about his A** star. Now that I think about it, it's just polite to talk back to him normally. Thinking of this, Fugaku was a little depressed. Because the Uchiha family has always been like this, people who are either not strong or strong and excellent are stubborn. Then, I can't control it, I do it all by myself. According to the ancestors, the Nine Tails chaos was not caused by him, so it was Obito who did it. Obito, isn't he dead? then why do such a thing? It's just that this isn't the time to ask about that. After all, things have happened. What to think about is how to get to a more acceptable ending. On the night of Uchiha's genocide 6 years ago, he originally thought Itachi had made the right choice, but after all these years, the original choice has been proven wrong. So now he can only take one step at a time. Uchiha Izuna, this guy is kind of funny. Can Mangekyo still be so sassy after that? Old Madara, well, what do you say, Izuna? I haven't seen my younger brother for too long. Madara is not very good at communicating with this younger brother. After all, he felt too guilty for him in the past. Even if Senju Tobirama is forgiven, the final Konoha isn't what he and Hashirama wanted. Hashirama died a few years after the first battle with him, but Madara got Hashirama's flesh and combined Hashirama's cells to open the Rinnegan above Mangekyo. However, in the process, the ninja world started 3 wars. It means that the true peace of the ninja world that he initially hoped for with Hashirama, regardless of his past, failed. Hashirama's scheme is wrong. So this important task is here with him. Uchiha Izuna, I think he's quite arrogant, because Mangekyo's ability can still do this, and he directly made my strongest brother behind him. Uchiha Izuna, if I go out like this, even if I don't do it, no one will dare to be disrespectful to me. Uchiha Izuna, that's great. Uchiha Fugaku, that's right. Wait a moment. Old Madara, Fugaku, what do you remember? Uchiha Fugaku, well, 6 years ago, our Uchiha clan rebelled again, and then, at that time, the plan of Konoha's senior management for this matter was for my son to deal with the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, well, my son was said to have the Hokage mind by the 3rd generation since he was a child, and then he was also arranged to join Umbu of the 3rd generation and become the vice captain. Uchiha Fugaku, so Itachi may have been brainwashed by the 3rd generation and stood on the 3rd generation side. Uchiha Fugaku, but now that I think about it, Itachi is exaggerating to carry out this task alone, because this is a slaughter of a family, although my side, nothing, but after all, there are so many people, so. Uchiha Fugaku, I'm afraid there was a helper behind Itachi at that time, and that helper was very strong, and then he had to deal with the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku then, maybe it was because he saw the ancestor of Uchiha behind by Chen, so the other party gave up. Uchiha Fugaku, I'm afraid that's how our family was preserved. Old Madara. Watching Fugaku analyze, Uchiha Madara felt a little clueless. According to the information provided by Fugaku, the idiot Obito carried out the Nine Tails rebellion 12 years ago, and then failed, so there is a high probability of a comeback. And why would Obito help Itachi destroy the Uchiha clan? Very simple. His target is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Only, depending on the situation, Obito failed and was scared away. It's just that he would never say such a thing. And this time, Uchiha Izuna, how is that possible? Old Madara, what's up Izuna, I'm going. Uchiha Madara fell into his own thoughts, and then looked at the center of the small group and was stunned for a moment. Because everyone found out that in the live broadcast of Zyokan Center, Bai Chen turned to look at the elderly Madara behind him. After saving for a while, I finally collected chakra, so you should evolve too. Having said that, everyone found that Bai Chen's filthy old Madara broke open with a touch, and a young face emerged from the inside. The silver-gray hair was restored to the pitch black of the Uchiha clan, and the hairstyle was still killing Matt, but the wrinkles on his face were completely invisible, and only sharp scarlet eyes could be seen. And this is Mangekyo Sharingan. And youthful look. The skin is slightly stretched, but very healthy. This is Uchiha Madara in his youth. His black hair covered half of his face, and he folded his arms. If the old Madara was a hero at the beginning, then the current Uchiha Madara is. Haki is revealed. Gives a strong sense of pressure. But Bai Chen shook his head, seemingly not satisfied. Not enough, he said. And everyone found that the eyes of Uchiha Madara, who was in a young state, had changed, and the scarlet eyes were covered with purple. Do not. It's not covered in purple, it's Rinnegan. Old Madara, this is Old Madara when I was young. No, peak time. And Rinnegan is out. Rinnegan. This is the pupil technique above Mangekyo, and everyone knows the boundary of the blood, because the Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of the ninja world, has these eyes. But in the millennia after the death of Sage of Six Paths, there has not been a pair of Rinnegans in the ninja world. Therefore, Uchiha Madara always thought that it was a very remarkable thing that he had awakened Rinnegan. Result, now the puppet behind Bai Chen actually has Rinnegan? Old Madara, why, impossible. Uchiha Madara felt offended. Because, Himiao, after the battle of Hashirama, he managed to survive, and then he had to sit still before he realized Rinnegan a few years before his death, and it took about 20 years to complete Mangekyo to Rinnegan in the end. A qualitative leap. Result, the manufacturing process of Bai Chen's Rinnegan just now, in less than 10 seconds. Old Madara, could it be that Bai Chen has wood-style cells? Older Madara, but, impossible, even with style cells can't fly so fast. Old Madara, am I not a genius? This makes Uchiha Madara, who has always been the strongest, fiercest, most reliable, and most talented, begin to doubt his life. Uchiha Fugaku would style cells? Old Madara, you forgot. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, but this is Rinnegan. Old Madara, Fugaku, since you are also Mangekyo, you have seen the Uchiha tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, yes, after opening Mangekyo, you can see that there are completely different words from what you usually see. Uchiha Fugaku, it says that if you want peace in the ninja world, you need to reunite the tailed beasts, and then infinite Tsukuyomi. Old Madara, so has Bai Chen also seen the slate? The reason Uchiha Madara asked this was because he saw the slate and then thought about awakening Rinnegan. So maybe Bai Chen is not 10 seconds, but Rinnegan, who has also experienced a lot of hard work, which will give Madara a little comfort. Because he always thought that Hashirama was the one who couldn't see the world in the ninja world, and he was the one who was chosen. So he was brilliant, genius, and he drove Rinnegan and made a series of plans. As a result, Bai Chen opened Rinnegan in 10 seconds. Then he also made the strongest state as a puppet drive. Half. Who is the son of heaven's chosen? He felt that his strong self-confidence had been challenged. But Uchiha Fugaku, I don't know, it stands to reason old Madara. That is to say, Bai Chen doesn't even look at the slate, and then he can directly Rinnegan? Uchiha Izuna, big brother, does it matter? Old Madara, Izuna doesn't know that there is still the possibility of further evolution above Rinnegan. The ancestor of the ninja world is Sage of Six Paths. However, as time goes by, the blood of ninjas is getting thinner and thinner. Old Madara, so you can go back to Rinnegan and Sage of Six Paths, do you know how hard it is? Uchiha Izuna, so, brother, have you reached it? Old Madara, it is achieved. Uchiha Izuna, then it's alright, my eldest brother is super strong. Older Madara. However, Bai Chen has also reached here. Uchiha Izuna. This one is. Now Izuna feels that the young puppet Madara behind Bai Chen is super strong. Uchiha Izuna, but I don't think there is any problem. Uchiha Fugaku, what do you mean? Uchiha Izuna, I think it doesn't matter if Bai Chen is strong, because this guy doesn't fit in with Uchiha, so maybe he might be the illegitimate son of Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Fugaku, oh? Older Madara, if this explanation, it seems to make sense. Madara's shattered confidence seems to have been relieved. Yes, Bai Chen is so exaggerated that he is almost autistic, but what if he has a unique bloodline himself? So isn't it different? The reason the other party can hang up like this is because his bloodline directly overwhelms the efforts of others, unlike him. So, he is the hard-working and reliable one. Old Madara, Izuna, thank you, I recovered. Uchiha Izuna, huh? Izuna was stunned, but didn't respond. However, they found that in the small group, after Bai Chen evolved the old Madara from the dirty soil into a young Madara, he went out with the young Madara directly. Uchiha Fugaku, speaking of which, Bai Chen seems to be preparing to do something after evolving the puppet old Madara. Uchiha Fugaku, judging from hearing his muttering just now, it seems that he is trying to persuade people. Uchiha Fugaku, huh? Fugaku seemed to have thought of something. Uchiha people go to persuade people, is that called persuasion? It is obviously to use illusion directly on the opponent. And using illusions, Dirty Earth Madara's illusion is not good? Old Madara. And Madara responded. Just now, Bai Chen seemed to have said enough when he let the old Madara evolve into a young man. He didn't understand it then, but he does now. Old Madara, very good. Bai Chen. Old Madara, I remember you. His Mangekyo Sharingan can clearly control 9 tails, but you still feel that his illusion skills are not enough, and then you have to upgrade to Rinnegan. How can it be repaired? After upgrading the dirty Madara to the peak Madara, Bai Chen went out directly. Because the night of genocide was stopped 6 years ago, there are still many Uchiha people in Uchiha's residence. If you do the math, there are people who have not opened their eyes, those who have opened their eyes, and those who have joined the Uchiha garrison, plus some old, weak, sick, and disabled people. The number of people is probably more than 1,000. In fact, the Uchiha clan, who formed the village together with the Senju clan, numbered more than 2,000 in the first year of Konoha. It stands to reason that the village has experienced 60 years, so they should also recuperate. But unfortunately, there are fewer and fewer people in Uchiha. Yo, isn't this Bai Chen? I'm still in the village at this time. Are you going to the library? Actually, we Uchiha also have some books to read. SHH. The library in the village has more books than here. But Bai Chen, why do you like reading books so much? As Uchiha, you need to practice more body art on the way, someone greeted Bai Chen. The person who said the book was an ordinary Uchiha who didn't open his eyes, and the person who said the taijutsu was a member of the guard who changed his shift. The members of these guards are basically Uchiha's good players, and the most basic ones are Urgyu, and there are even several Sangha Jades. And the Uchiha clan, except pupils, it seems that they are basically taijutsu experts. If the taijutsu talent of ordinary civilians is 1, and the ninja family is 3, then Uchiha is born with 6. It's just that people rarely see Bai-Chen go to training, so they often make them hate iron. The library mentioned here was an important initiative during the reign of second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Second Hokage is called a great strategy because it has set up a guard team for the Uchiha family, and then set up the Umbu department directly under Hokage to centralize power. At the same time, it has formulated a complete ninja promotion channel and ninja level division. Among them, in order to nurture the younger generation, he established a ninja school, requiring all children of the right age to enroll, and spent a lot of money to build the Konoha library. Here is a collection of various literature and classics at that time, historical records of unofficial jokes and so on. These are expensive, but very useful. If you can read all the books in the Konoha library, then this person can at least become an excellent ninja doctor. But it's a pity that Uchiha's people are all advocating force, proud of their physical skills and their own fire style, so they don't like reading books very much. Or Bai-Chen, who likes to read books, is out of tune with them. It can be said that second generation is indeed an excellent person. The creation of Konoha by first generation was just an idea, but he was the one who consolidated the village, and it was also his creation that made other shinobi villages follow suit. However, his specific thoughts on making Uchiha a garrison on purpose are unknown, because as a result, the garrison brought more trouble to the Uchiha clan than good. And now, road to revival of Uchiha Fugaku. It's a little strange, it seems that everyone can't see the peak Madara behind Bai-Chen. Uchiha Izuna, your statement is a bit strange. Old Madara. Older Madara, well, I'm Uchiha Madara, and I don't have the same knowledge as Bai-Chen. Uchiha Fugaku, is it? But your reaction just now was great. Older Madara, it should be because of Rinnegan, so others can't see the peak Madara behind him. Old Madara, I speculate that Bai-Chen's Mangekyou's ability is to collect my data and then present it, and I did wake up Rinnegan before I was alive. Old Madara, and the effect of my Rinnegan is the Tomb of Wheels. Uchiha Izuna, will Tomb Border Prison? Old Madara, well, it is Rinnegan's special ability, which can make 4 special clones that can only be seen by using Rinnegan. Older Madara, then no one else can see it. Old Madara, so Bai-Chen's Rinnegan's ability may be very close to my wheel grave, but what he can create is not his own clone, but can collect my information. So, Madara felt that such an analysis would make sense. But, Uchiha Izuna, really? So can't it be certain? Uchiha Fugaku, what? Uchiha Izuna, Bai-Chen must be the illegitimate son of Sage of 6 Paths, so when he was able to Mangekyo, he opened the tomb that his eldest brother Rinnegan could use. Uchiha Izuna, damn, I am so envious of bloodlines. Old Madara, Uchiha Madara got stuck for a moment, because he found out that they all said that the younger brother was the eldest brother's little treasure, but Izuna keeps tearing down his stage, because doesn't this mean that Bai-Chen is the one who was chosen? So, the mood of the elderly Madara dropped by another happy unit, and they found that Bai-Chen went to the village, and then came to the residential area of the Hyaga family. Uchiha Fugaku, Bai-Chen seems to be here this time for Hyaga Hinata to convince Hyaga Hayashi to let his daughter start as genin. Older Madara, I see it. Uchiha Fugaku, however, Hayashi's words. This person is not easy to handle. Uchiha Fugaku, he and I are both the patriarchs of a clan, we had some exchanges, and we were also students in the same class when we were young. Uchiha Fugaku, he wants to do well with his Hyaga clan, I want to do well with my Uchiha clan, but neither of us has achieved anything. Uchiha Fugaku, we tried to rebel continuously and get our glory, but failed, and the Hyaga clan, who appeared in Cloud Shinobi Village 8 years ago, came to Konoha to steal the blood and follow the boundary, and then was killed by Hayashi. As a result, Hayashi faced with suicide compensation Cloud Shinobi Village situation. Uchiha Fugaku, as a result, his twin brother replaced him, so the case was closed. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna, well, it seems that this broken tree leaf is really not very good. Uchiha Fugaku, although it's not very good from my standpoint, since 3rd generation took over, the village has indeed never risen, and they are all taking second Hokage routes. Uchiha Izuna, humph. Izuna was killed by Tobirama, so he was dissatisfied with Uchiha's juniors blowing Senju Tobirama. Older Madara, but it's not difficult to convince Hyaga Hayashi. Uchiha Fugaku, oh, old Madara. Uchiha Madara guessed it just now. Bai-Chen, like him, convinces people that they like to use illusion. After all, if you can control it, how tiring is it to talk? But, in the case of the Hyaga clan, there is a white eye, and the white eye is also a kind of blood following the boundary, which is resistant to illusions, and at the same time it can be found that the people of Uchiha use illusions on them. And Hayashi is the patriarch of the Hyaga clan, so Bai-Chen used an illusion in the past, maybe something went wrong. But, can the white eyes of the Hyaga clan be compared to 9 tails? His Mangekyo Sharinan can control 9 tails, so Amir Hayashi can't be brainwashed? So, by Chen, you underestimate him. Although he is the first in physique, but illusion is also very strong. So, proudly watching his puppet body being manipulated by Chen into Hayaga's house without any obstruction, and then brainwashing Hayaga Hayashi. 10 minutes later. Bai Chen went out from Hayaga's house, and little Hinata sent him out. Thank you, Mr. Bai Chen. Little Hinata put one hand on his chest, a little excited. She didn't expect that her father could have such a talkative side, and Bai Chen said, however, there are many difficulties that you have to go through to become a ninja, so you need to consider whether you should start with Genin. If you want to go back, I can help you convince your father. Well, so, what about you, classmate Bai Chen? Little Hinata asked quickly. Since being a ninja is so hard, so do you want to become a ninja? Me? Bai Chen asked. Little Hinata nodded quickly, and Bai Chen looked at her serious and curious eyes and felt that it was like being asked by a girl about her graduation direction, and he already had an answer. I'll be a ninja. I think being a ninja is the only way to revive Uchiha, because being a ninja can be a Hokage, and I want to revive the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izuna, what a lie. Isn't this small group the heart of Uchiha that he abandoned? Older Madara, yes, I was shocked too. I'm old enough to live, but I didn't expect people to have such a thick skin. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, it would be great if this is true. Uchiha Fugaku, but unfortunately, this seems to be just to attract the admiration of the little girl. Fugaku groaned. As one of the few people in Uchiha who liked girls when he was young, he still understands the emotions of teenagers. From this point of view, Mr. Bai Chen is really out of tune with Uchiha. After leaving Hayaga's house, Bai Chen went to the Uchiha library. Life in the ninja world is relatively simple, and their technology tree is crooked. It will probably take decades or even hundreds of years to reach the technological level of his previous life. And for now, only that kind of projection movie can be watched, but there is no TV set. There is also a walkie-talkie, but no cell phone. So naturally there is no network to access. Then the only way to pass the time is through books. It's not that he doesn't train like everyone else, it's that he has reached a point where he doesn't need to continue training to improve himself. To be precise, his physical training has reached the limit and cannot be improved through mechanical training. Otherwise, Mangekyo cannot be opened. As a Uchiha clan, the most basic way to open Mangekyo is to feel sadness, sacrifice someone you care about, and then turn grief and anger into strength, so you open your eyes. Before that, physical quality and training also need to be accumulated. Otherwise, do you really think that if you want to open Mangekyo, it is Mangekyo? People with talent can be 8-year-old. I asked Madara, is it difficult to drive a Rinnegan? But the 8-year-old's body was definitely remodeled. The entire Suzuki family in the original book was wiped out, and then Mangekyo was opened. Although it is because of his talent, it is more because his physical fitness can't keep up. Not that many chakras support pupillary. Therefore, due to his physical limitations, he could only make a hook. In this way, according to this direction, Bai Chen achieved the accumulation of chakra and physical fitness before opening his eyes. Naturally, no training is required. After all, he now has the peak Madara behind him. This is a stand-in, so do you still need to play in person? Can't someone help you with your work? Did you borrow so many books today? Yes. There is an exam tomorrow, so I want to read a book to calm my mind. When I came to the librarian was a young lady of 15 or 16 years old, and as pretty Uchiha, and then put away the scary old Madara, so Bai Chen is still quite popular among young girls. Thanks to the face, ordinary people can only borrow 3 books, and his loan card has been expanded to 10 books. So Bai Chen couldn't understand Suzuki, why did he need to train when he could eat with his face? Road to revival of Uchiha Fugaku. To a certain extent, Uchiha can actually be revived. Old Madara, huh? Uchiha Fugaku. What Fugaku is talking about is the aspect of increasing the population of Uchiha. Because the people of Uchiha, most powerful people are good-looking. Like Shisui, like Itake, like the future Suzuki, see Izuna. And now, Fugaku finds that Bai Chen is also very popular among young girls. And what exactly is the revival of a family? Take back the glory. Take back your dignity. And then, if you've done that, then it's not good. So, adding the next generation is also important. It's just that the marriage rate of the Uchiha family is not very high, so seeing Bai Chen interested in girls is indeed a breaking point for Fugaku. Tick. However, at this time, everyone found that the system showed a prompt. The small group time for today's share is coming to an end, and everyone is welcome to come at the same time tomorrow. The live broadcast is coming to an end. Welcome everyone, come tomorrow at the same time. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Izuna, so you can come here tomorrow? Older Madara, it seems so. Although I was only concerned about getting angry all day, but now Uchiha Madara thinks, I really earned it. As inferred and known for a few hours, you can really see the outside world through Bai Chen's live broadcast. And although he and his younger brother Izuna both died, unless they were in pure world reincarnation or Rain Tensei, they would not be able to affect the world. But don't forget, there is still Fugaku in this group now. Fugaku is a living person, and he still respects him, the ancestor of Uchiha. So, Madara still has a chance to influence the world. Yes. If the Obito is not powerful enough to be used, then, you can still get another one. In this way, today's Uchiha Madara is also a confident careerist. Then, following the system prompt, everyone closed their eyes. And Fugaku suddenly opened his eyes. What? Team leader. And Fugaku finds himself in Konoha Hospital with members of the guard watching him. Yes, he joined the group before, and then the spiritual body entered the small group, so he lost control of his body. So it was sent here. Thinking like this, he saw a figure walk out of the next room and pass through the corridor on his side. And the man was tall and thin at the same time. The most conspicuous is his silver hair like a hedgehog. Then wear a face covering that only exposes one eye. And this person, of course, Fugaku knows, this is Itaka's Captain Umbu, the former son of Konoha's White Fang Fang, and the disciple of 4th Hokage, Heide Kakashi. And 2 years ago, Kakashi seems to have quit Umbu, but he was placed in the class and seems to have failed all the time. Seeing Kakashi Fugaku is a little mixed. Because, when the 4th generation was still alive, he discussed with the 4th generation, and the 4th generation said that it would definitely do something for Uchiha. Hopefully he'll cooperate so that Uchiha can blend in with Konoha. But this good hope failed. The 4th generation died during the Nine Tails Rebellion, and their only child left had a hard time. Correct. Kakashi went to the Hokage office building and was told, Kakashi, I'll let you lead the class this time. This time it's not screening, but you have to deal with it. Because the students of this class of ninja school who are graduating soon are very unique. There is Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, said 3rd generation. Then, in the past, in order to protect his information, the village only announced that he was Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but I think you should have guessed that Naruto is Minato's child? Kakashi was stunned. Because he guessed? He guessed shit. Died in Obito, killed Lin with his own hands, and then protected his wife, but she also died, and even the teacher was gone. Then his heart was already dead. As a result, he still has the mind to guess this? Or, the teacher's child is still alive? And 3rd generation went on to say, then, not just that, I hope you can guide Uchiha's children well. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has always been delicate, and your teacher Minato has also thought about coordination, but he sacrificed before he was done. And now, I hope you can help too. 3rd generation said, you also have Sharingan, so, you are the closest to Uchiha. Kakashi, this year's ninja school will graduate 2 Uchiha boys, and one of them is also Fugaku's son. The other, Uchiha Bai Chen. 3rd generation seems to be silent, but Kakashi's mood was mixed. Kakashi had a bond with Uchiha in the past, and to be precise his current left eye is Obito's Sharingan. Then he was also asked by Fugaku, are you from Uchiha's side or not? He was also in a complicated mood. Oh, just right. 3rd generation pulled Kakashi to the window on the 2nd floor of the Hokage office building. Standing here, you can see that Bai Chen just came out of the library and passed by. That's Bai Chen. 3rd generation said, and then, Kakashi, you have one more important task, and that is, rescue the Uchiha evil spirit behind Bai Chen. Oh, Kakashi nodded. Kakashi was stunned. 3rd generation, what does the evil spirit Uchiha mean? That's only seen by chance, 3rd generation said. Bai Chen is always followed by an evil spirit of Uchiha. The other has silver gray hair, and then there's the bloody Mangekyo Sharingan that represents strength. It's an old man with a hunched figure. It is important that his eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan, look exactly the same as the pattern of Uchiha Madara recorded in the manuscript about Uchiha left by the 2nd generation. So worried that this is Uchiha Madara's evil spirit, 3rd generation said. His expression was solemn and there was some fine sweat on his forehead, so it didn't look like he was lying. But, Kakashi wants to say we are ninjas, but you believe in evil spirits? If it was Shinigami or something like that, then Kakashi would still believe it. Because, one of the tricks in the forbidden technique is to seal off the ghouls. This is what Minato said when he was a disciple of Minato in the past. Need to sacrifice one's own soul, then summon Shinigami. Shinigami will drain the opponent's soul. So if it is said that Shinigami Kakashi is more reliable. And 3rd generation went on to say, it's not clear what the evil spirit of Uchiha Madara behind Bai Chen is going to do, but the important thing is, it can be removed and then removed, said 3rd generation. This task is very important, Kakashi, and can only be entrusted to you. Kakashi felt puzzled. When he was still in Umbu a few years ago, his junior Uchiha attack has suddenly resigned, and when he went to visit, he found that Fugaku was behind closed doors and forbidden to visit, so he did his old job of sneaking in, only to find that Itaki was imprisoned. Then he came back to report to third generation, but third generation made him forget about it. It seems to be completely concealing any information. He's Umbu, directly under Hokage, so of course he's following orders. But, come to think of it now, third generation doesn't get involved in Uchiha's affairs, is it? Because it found out that there is Uchiha's ghost behind by Chen? Only. Really? If there are really dead souls when people die, then their father committed suicide, then will there be a father's back behind him? With that in mind, Kakashi looked in by Chen's direction, and Bai Chen walked forward holding the book, and suddenly glanced back. It was more than 80 meters away, but Kakashi felt that he was looking at each other. Oh, Kakashi quickly looked away. I always felt that the other party's line of sight was very sharp, and maybe even noticed that he was looking at the other party. And this is impossible. According to the purpose of third generation, Bai Chen is also a graduate of this year's ninja school. In other words, it's just a new genin. But Kakashi still saluted on one knee. I see. I accept the mission this time. Get rid of the evil spirit behind Bai Chen, and then protect the teacher's child. Failed to accomplish this task in the past, so now it's a reboot. And he had no idea that Naruto was Mr. Minato's child. But now I know. He will do everything in his power to protect Naruto. Kakashi made up his mind secretly. Then Kakashi missed the next day when Naruto failed the exam and was tricked by Mr. Mizuki to steal the sealed book. As a result, Naruto was evaded by Irika, and finally woke up crying, burning his will of fire. Immediately awakened the other day mouth. And none of this came in handy for him. The next day, after the exam, all the students in the class, including Naruto, passed, but Naruto passed the makeup exam for him by Irika. Then, congratulations on your graduation from school, especially Naruto. Congratulations, Genin graduated. Irika held the roster with a mild and relieved expression. In fact, his left arm is still injured, but he really wanted to do his best today, so he didn't ask for leave. After all, this is the last time he will be the teacher of this class. Naruto was called, and looked embarrassed to touch his head and stood up. Only, why did Naruto pass the exam? Didn't he fail? Some students began to question. Naruto has passed my makeup exam, and I can guarantee that he is good enough, definitely qualified to be Konoha's genin, Irika said. Hey, and Naruto probably wanted to support Mr. Irika, so he made a seal with both hands. Boom! In an instant, Ten Uzumaki Naruto appeared in the classroom. To be precise, he used multiple shadow clone technique. Liar! The classmates were shocked by Naruto's actions, because a crane suddenly separated 10 shadow clone, which is exaggerated. Have you started rolling up before graduation? Bai Chen said with his left hand resting on his chin. Roll up, roll up? Little Hinata next to him spoke immediately. Yeah, my classmates probably don't know what the ninjutsu and experience to become a genin master is, so I think my current knowledge is enough, but now the tail of the crane is so strong, so isn't it just catching up? Like Naruto, he caught up with Sasuke in about 2 months, said Bai Chen. What did you say? Sasuke still remembers the fight against Bai Chen, and he doesn't like to communicate with the students in the class, but hearing Bai Chen say this, he is dissatisfied. He went straight to Uzumaki Naruto's side. Just the tail of this crane, want to catch up with me? Sasuke graduated as the leader of his class. Good guy. And when Naruto saw Sasuke questioning, he was already upset, and he didn't want to lose to Sasuke. He was assigned to team up with Sasuke in the duel between students at school, so he kept losing and Naruto was in a bad mood. And now, he felt like he was reborn. So, tick. At this time, a system prompt sounded in the void. Today's share of Uchiha's road to revival opens. Uchiha Izuna, today's small group is very slow to open. Uchiha Fugaku, will you? It seems to be the same time as yesterday. Older Madara, after only 2 or 3 days of experience, it is impossible to determine whether the small group is on time every day, so I have to observe it again. Old Madara, also, Izuna, do you feel lonely in the Pure Land? Aren't they with their father? Uchiha Izuna, I did not go forward. I want to wait for you, brother. Uchiha Izuna, so now it's only halfway there. Old Madara. Old Madara. Madara felt that he was taken aback. He originally thought he was ambitious, so he was reluctant to move forward. He knew that he would definitely be resurrected, but he didn't expect his younger brother Izuna to be waiting for him. Yes, the younger brother was not completely dead when he was killed, and then Izuna said that the eyes were transplanted to him, and then his Mangekyo Sharingan evolved into Eternal Mangekyo. The younger brother really loves his big brother, but he didn't avenge him at all, and even if he shook hands with Hashirama to make peace, the village they built was like this. The two wanted to end the war in the ninja world, so they created the village. However, the appearance of the village brings stability, but this stability is the stable cultivation of various ninja cannon fodder. Since the Ninja World War, the losses and casualties caused are even greater. So, Hot Mother Hassie, if you are still alive, will you regret it? Your choice and your direction are wrong. At this moment, Uchiha Madara felt calm as water. But he found that Fugaku had gone silent. Old Madara, Fugaku? Uchiha Fugaku, my spirit became shocked, so I couldn't think for a while. Uchiha Fugaku, let me calm down. Old Madara, huh? Uchiha Madara looked towards the center of the group and saw Fugaku's son and Nine Tails Jinchuriki were kissing. Are the kids playing so much now? Not just wanting to be Hokage, but also a Hokage man? Kanaha's number 112 student went straight to the ninja school for 6 years. It's fair to say that Irika has brought them along the way. And although Irika is just an ordinary Chunin, he is also an experienced person. So, what scene did he not see between the students? And the kind of kid like Naruto who looks like a trick-or-treater, but he can understand it because he was the same person in the past. He was also the tail of the crane, lost a loved one, and wanted to do something funny just to get the attention of others. Stupid, but naive, and asked for very little. So he felt that he was more experienced. But Ba-dash looking ahead because a student accidentally pushes Naruto, and Naruto kisses Sasuke directly. Irika still thinks, he really didn't know anything about this big world. Wow. Time seemed to stop for 10 seconds before everyone returned to normal. What? I'm going to gargle. Naruto instantly froze. And the classmate who just accidentally pushed it also immediately sneaked into the crowd. After all, he didn't stand out at all in this school, and then ended up doing such a high-profile thing when he graduated. Then it is likely to be settled after the fall. So immediately mixed into the crowd. And for the girls, Sasuke's first kiss. Naruto, you are too much. Exploded. Bai Chen stared at the farce ahead, and he felt he was really lucky. Sasuke was lucky to be precise, because Naruto just created 10 clones. It was just a push by a passerby classmate who pushed Naruto's body and Sasuke to kiss. So it's a wonderful coincidence. But when Shadow Clone disbands, it will pass back all the experience and memory. So, even if he kisses the avatar, Naruto's body will feel it. It's just that now Sasuke is kissing Naruto's body. This bond is indeed unbreakable. This made Bai Chen couldn't help but look back at Hinata. Well, classmate Bai Chen? Little Hinata seemed at a loss. It's okay, Bai Chen said. 1,000 worlds, anything can happen. Yes, anything can happen. So, isn't it normal that Sasuke is the heroine and the princess? And this moment, a black dot appeared on the calligraphy and painting on the blackboard in the classroom, and a figure has a complicated expression. What's wrong, Kakashi? This is the partition level of the classroom. Here you can peek to see if students are studying hard or cheating in exams. But now here is Jonin of Konoha, Sarutobi Asuma, Hong Yui, Genma Shiranui, and then their contemporaneous genius ninja, Heite Kakashi. And just now, Kakashi was looking in the direction of the classroom from the side of the small hole. On their side, they could only hear the sound vaguely. To be precise, they had to look closer to the small hole. So I only know that the students seem to be lively. These Jonins are all the Jonins who took the class this time. They got the list of their own students, but they are basically taking students for the first time, so I want to come and see the situation of the students. So there was a scene where the teachers gathered together. But just now they noticed that Kakashi's expression froze. Kakashi, the mood is a little complicated, but it shouldn't be a big deal, Kakashi said. Kakashi is a very receptive person, strong at heart. So, he has confirmed the identity of Naruto, and also confirmed that he will focus on Bai Chen, who will remove evil spirits, and attack his younger brother, Sasuke. But, really, he still doesn't know anything about the world. Today's child is completely out of touch with his knowledge. Are children playing so much nowadays? But Obito was there before, so whatever happened to Kakashi felt normal. After all, Obito used to think about kissing Rin and the like. Then Kakashi also witnessed Obito kissing Rin's photo. So Kakashi thinks Uchiha's people are subtler. But now Itake's younger brother is kissing Naruto, as if you didn't see it. The farce is over. Then start the class. Our Konoha tradition is that Jonin act with young genin, who are baptized by war in countless missions. I can only send you out of school, but where you can go after that depends on your own destiny. Some people stop at Chunin, but others may be genin all their lives. There are people who have been abandoned by Jonin just after graduation, and then have to come back. I don't want you to go through this, and this is my last hope for you as your class teacher for 6 years. Be the ninja you want to be. Irika is not very old, only under 30 years old, but he is full of emotions. In other words, if it wasn't for his character, then yesterday would not have saved Naruto, or even brought positive energy to Naruto. Irika-sensei, the girl's emotional tears are relatively low, and they already want to cry. It's like saying goodbye to the teacher after graduation. But then start the division. 3 people in small groups. The first class. Irika began to pronounce names. Here, there are actually less than 10 people with names and surnames, because these are all 9 of Konoha's 12 strong men. As for the others, they are not in by Chen's original memory. Then there is the role of the passerby. But 6th class. There are so many passersby. Finally, 7th class. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha by Chen, Uzumaki Naruto. Your guide Jonin is Heite Kakashi. Uchiha Izuna, Fugaku, did you let your son become a ninja? In the small group, everyone silently looked at the current ninja school model. Izuna already knew that Uchiha could join the garrison after graduation, and although he didn't like it, Fugaku seemed to let his son choose another direction. Uchiha Fugaku, yeah. Uchiha Fugaku, I want Sasuke to stay in the garrison. Uchiha Fugaku, however, I couldn't persuade by Chen, so I had to let Sasuke go too. Uchiha Fugaku, by Chen's strength is too strong. Although Sasuke is often fooled, it is undeniable that Sasuke has become stronger. Uchiha Fugaku, the most important thing for ninjas is strength. Uchiha Fugaku, and Fugaku paused. Uchiha Fugaku, now the target of Zyoken's live broadcast is by Chen, so, if Sasuke and Bai Chen are both ninjas, or even a class, Uchiha Fugaku, then I can see what Sasuke is doing more often. Uchiha Fugaku, so I can guarantee that if he is fooled by the 3rd generation, he will be brainwashed to come back immediately. Older Madara, that is to say. Uchiha Fugaku, well, I wrote to 3rd generation and asked him to put Bai Chen and Sasuke in the same class. Old Madara, is it? It doesn't really matter to Madara that Sasuke joins. But Old Madara Uzumaki Naruto is 9 tails Jinchuriki Uchiha Fugaku, yes. Old Madara, really? So Madara was very pleased with Naruto, because he thought of the scene where he manipulated 9 tails and Haxi Hot Mom in the past. But Hashirama is also really pedantic. After the fight he lost, and Hashirama grabbed 9 tails and sealed it up. So Konoha has 9 tails Jinchuriki. Only, what is Hashirama thinking? A 9 tails that can act in control is far more powerful than the deterrent of the so-called Jinchuriki. Even if he is dead, but pulling 9 tails to the entrance of the village, who can still attack Konoha? 9 tails F***K him first. So, this is where he is very different from Hashimama. And the partition of the classroom. Congratulations, Kakashi, Asuma said. Your students are all amazing, Kakashi, isn't it? He is a fake Sharingan, and he wants to bring 2 Sharinans, and then Bai Chen is said to have Uchiha Madara's wraith behind him. He's a ninja, not a savior. After half an hour. After Irika finished reading all the lists, the students who were formed into different classes were assigned to different designated places to wait for their guide, Jonin. By the way, although there are some problems with the list of members of the 7th class, the others are still the same arrangement as the original. Little Hinata is in the same class as Abarame Shino and Inyazukeya, and Ino, Koji, Shikamaru group. As a result, the students were diverted to different places, and 3 members of the 7th class were still in the classroom. Why am I with Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto looked troubled. I experienced the sealed book incident yesterday, which made Naruto feel that the will of fire is burning, and then he can become a ninja too. He felt great. But now it's assigned to Sasuke, the least favorite. And had a kiss with Sasuke half an hour ago, damn it, his first kiss. Embarrassing for Naruto followed by terrible. I don't want to accept it either. Sasuke also responded to Naruto. At this moment, although the 2 of them have had lips and teeth, they both hate each other. Isn't it good? Bai Chen said. The novels I read are all about the bossy president and the petite wife, the chief and the CP at the end of the crane. If the roles are completely opposite, then a frenzy can be sparked. Sasuke, what terrible things are you talking about, and you're reading normal novels? Uzumaki Naruto and I are both men. Why do you have that horrible brain supplement? Sasuke said. Don't learn the love brain from boring girls. Love brain. Bai Chen didn't expect Sasuke to say the same thing, but Sasuke can only beat him if he doesn't like girls. Actually, you are too shallow, Bai Chen said. See through reality to see the truth. Naruto, don't you have your own ninjutsu? Use it. Oh, he actually mentioned my ninjutsu. Good. Although Uzumaki Naruto is not happy with Sasuke, he has no ill feelings towards Bai Chen. And now that he is going to become a 3-person team, if both of them offend, then wouldn't he be isolated again? So Naruto did so immediately. Alright, Sasuke, don't blink, Naruto said. You start. Sasuke looked at Naruto indifferently. He didn't think Naruto had any good skills. To be precise, this guy Naruto was the tail of a crane before today. How many years Sasuke has been with him, he won't admit it. Then, seduction technique. Boom! Naruto's hands quickly formed two seals, and he felt his chakra flow like never before. The body, hair and body shape have all changed, turned into a pretty cute girl with golden double ponytails. Naruto walked towards Sasuke, who seemed to be stunned for a moment. Because it must not have reacted to it, could it be that Uzumaki Naruto is a girl? It's always been a woman? Or is this Naruto's sister? You are? Daxi, Naruto, Sasuke-kun, do you hate me? Naruto approached Sasuke, and Sasuke probably hasn't experienced this scene. Although he seems to be trying to calm down, people are not sure about the unknown. And, are girls so sweet? Kakashi. At the moment Kakashi is at the door of the classroom. In fact, he has been here for a while, and then, only then did he realize that the task that third generation handed him was really an incredible task. Make him feel incompatible with these three people. But Naruto's seduction technique is really strong. If he hadn't witnessed the whole thing, then he must have thought Naruto was so cute and a real girl. And this moment, road to revival of Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Izuna, can Uchiha be revived? In Izuna's view, isn't this a transformation technique? Uzumaki Naruto is just a girl, but Sasuke can't stand it? This is not right. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, we at Uchiha all take training to become stronger as our mission and goal. Uchiha Fugaku, so in terms of emotional education, it is still not enough. Older Madara, is that so? But Madara thinks it's all the children's nonsense. They're all serious ninjas after all, so that's fine. It should be said that Senju Tobirama is the guy. The ninja school he created has become so bad. Old Madara, huh? But Madara found an unusual person. He found Kakashi at the door of the classroom. Old Madara, who is that white hair with silver hair? Older Madara, it looks pretty good, a little imposing. Older Madara, I seem to have seen it somewhere, but I don't remember it anymore. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha, has Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna, oh, do you have Sharingan? What is Guyu? The momentum he gave me was really good. Uchiha Izuna, I can barely see it among Uchiha people I met during this time. Uchiha Fugaku, Fugaku wanted to say so they didn't think he was okay when they met him? Although he is already an uncle, but he finally opened Mangekyo. Although it is relatively conservative and has not been used much, Fugaku feels that his combat power is still acceptable. But he was still very honest. Uchiha Fugaku Mangekyo Sharingan, but he is not very good at using it. Uchiha Izuna, another Mangekyo won't work? So isn't it the same as me? The original Izuna had just opened Mangekyo, and then had not started to use special abilities, and ended up being Tobirama Flying Thunder God. This made him quite resentful. Uchiha Fugaku, yes, because he is not from Uchiha, he cannot use the power of Mangekyo, and also begged me to close his Sharingan, but it cannot be done, only people from Uchiha can close their own Mangekyo. Uchiha Fugaku, so he can only keep Sharingan on, and chakra is never enough. Uchiha Fugaku, I didn't expect third generation to arrange him to lead by Chen and Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku, but his words are normal, because Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto is the son of fourth generation. And he is a disciple of the fourth generation, so it can be regarded as a relationship inheritance. Old Madara, people who are not Uchiha use Mangekyo? Uchiha Fugaku, yes, because this is Kakashi, Heite Kakashi. His Sharingan was given by Obito. Older Madara, oh, then it's fine. Madara knew about this, because Obito thought he was going to die, so he entrusted Sharingan to Kakashi. And then Madara brought Obito to life. Later, it was arranged that Obito witnessed Lin's death and destroyed Obito's world, so Obito Blackened became his pawn. These things, Uchiha Madara knows it all. So he shut up immediately. Heite Kakashi, past disciple of 4th Hokage Minato. Just like you were born in the 7th class. With 10 years of Umbu experience, he is also an elite Jonin of Konoha. Kakashi finally entered the classroom and introduced himself. Okay, then it's my turn. Naruto's mood was very high. Uzumaki Naruto. Love Ichiraku Ramen. The goal is to become a Hokage. I want to be recognized by everyone, and then become a Hokage that surpasses the Hokage of all generations. Naruto has high fighting spirit, but he was also envious. Teacher Kakashi, you are a disciple of 4th Hokage. Is 4th generation strong? Naruto looked at him with enthusiasm and concern. Kakashi's expression seemed to freeze. Bai Chen's attention was on Kakashi. He and Kakashi basically have no intersection, and Kakashi and Naruto are estimated to have very little intersection. So his reaction was probably that he already knew that Naruto was Minato's child. The reason why it is said that it is known now and not from the beginning is because Naruto has not been very good, just as rejected as the original. and Kakashi, if he knew, might make a change. After all, Kakashi lost his father when he was a child, and then found that Obito and Rin watched him fishing, and he went to cook and distributed the fish to them. Explained that Kakashi actually has a warm side. So, the upper floors of Konoha are indeed not very good. I'm sorry Uchiha, and I'm sorry son of a hero. But, Bai-Chen noticed that Kakashi seemed to be looking at him with subtle eyes. Oh, is it my turn? Bai-Chen said. Uchiha Bai-Chen, a member of the ordinary Uchiha clan. General strength. Liar. But before he could finish, Sasuke dropped the stage. With Naruto on the side, he has changed back to his original form, because he also felt something was wrong. When I became Naruto, I wanted to see Sasuke panicked, but Sasuke didn't. Unlike others, he was a little depressed. For him, he was quite sure of his seduction techniques. The result, the effect is average. And now Sasuke's emotions are suddenly excited. Advertisement. Naruto looked over. What's wrong with Mr. Bai-Chen's strength? Naruto felt that he needed to know more about his companions. Because Sasuke is the chief. Although Naruto didn't like him, he knew that Sasuke was still capable. If Bai-Chen is called average, then I don't deserve to give him shoes, Sasuke said. Naruto was taken aback. Because Sasuke devalued himself so much. It's not like he's arrogant. Bai-Chen. Indeed, Bai-Chen said. Since everyone is a team, then it's not good to have too many secrets. I admit that my strength is slightly stronger than Sasuke, but I believe he can catch up with hard work, Bai-Chen said. Sasuke. Oh, but Kakashi complied. Kakashi had basically mastered the basic information of the three children, and then he was also thinking about the task of exterminating the evil spirit behind Bai-Chen from the third generation. So now Bai-Chen himself brought up the fact that there are no secrets. So start here. Originally, there was an exam to grab the bell as an assessment today, but I have a fate with you, so this part will be omitted. I recognize that you are all my disciples, but, in exchange, how about exchanging a secret with each other? Kakashi said. Bai-Chen looked at Kakashi. This is beyond the original plot. But since he has all come here, and the Uchiha family has survived, isn't it normal for the plot to change? And, with the pinnacle Madara, he doesn't worry about where the plot will change. Yes, Bai-Chen said. Okay, Kakashi nodded. Then let Naruto come first, Kakashi said. Kakashi's target is Bai-Chen, but he thinks Naruto is the first to cover his sight. After all, the figure behind Bai-Chen. Third generation is scared. Naruto nodded immediately, wanting to express himself in front of his new teammates and teachers. If it's a secret, I do have a secret. I've always felt like there was something wrong with my chakra system. Because I'm not the tail of a crane, I'm obviously talented in ninjutsu, but I can't use it. It's just that my original ninjutsu, the seduction technique just now, can be performed, and it's perfect. So is this a ghost story? Naruto asked. Kakashi. What can Kakashi say? Because this description shows that the 9 tails in Naruto is a colored fox. I usually make trouble for Naruto, but I like to watch Naruto turn into a girl. What is 9 tails thinking? Do you think Naruto turns into Naruto is cute? But, this also made Kakashi understand that third generation really didn't treat Naruto well. In the morning, he went to Naruto's house, and third generation was there, and Naruto's refrigerator was full of expired milk. Third generation's claim is that Naruto Madara has expired the milk. But now it seems that these things Naruto is saying is that he has been influenced by chakra of 9 tails. Therefore, he has no talent in ninjutsu. Therefore, the seal of 9 tails set by the teacher may have the appearance of leakage of 9 tails chakra. But the third generation project has been ignored, which makes Kakashi feel a little weird. I'll take care of it for you later, Kakashi said. He knows a bit of sealing, so maybe it can be strengthened. Okay. Naruto nodded, though he didn't understand why. Then it's Mr. Bai-Chen next. Kakashi said, what secret are you going to share? How about a horror story? Kakashi said. Mr. Bai-Chen, do you feel the chill behind your back? Or feel like the body is getting heavier or something? Kakashi said. Bai-Chen. Bai-Chen immediately reacted. Kakashi gave up the task of grabbing the bell. It turned out to be for this. It seems that the people who saw the filthy old Madara behind him were not only Obito, but also third generation. It's no wonder that the top executives of Konoha have not done anything in these years. After all, the first generation is still alive and none of the 5 ninja villages dares to disobey, and Uchiha Madara has the same status as the first generation, and at the same time has more personality. The first generation convinces people with virtue and can kowtow to seek peace. And the words of Uchiha Madara, but for the sake of peace, you give me a kowtow. No wonder these bird disciples of second generation dared to move. It's okay to bully honest people, but I don't dare to pick on the thorns. Then let's tell a horror story, Bai-Chen said. I don't think Uchiha Obito is dead. Old Madara, Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, it was not Kakashi who was frightened first, but Fugaku and Uchiha Madara in the small group. Obito, not dead? Kakashi's eyes widened. You want to know? If it answers you, then you should give up the arrangement given to you by the third generation. I don't like being stared at, said Bai Chen. Kakashi. Only then did Kakashi realize that his cliché just now was discovered. That's true. It seems like it's always been like this. In the days before Itachi was imprisoned 6 years ago, he asked himself if he had to do it if he promised a friend. Kakashi didn't think much, just nodded. So after a few days, Itachi was imprisoned by Uchiha. The third generation project also requested a silence on the matter. So Kakashi thinks that he gave Itachi some determination, and Itachi did something incredible and finally failed. As a result, several years have passed, and he is still so easy to be rhetorical. And now, Kakashi knew his mission was facing failure. Bai Chen not only knew that he was a third generation project, but also wanted him to refuse the third generation's mission. Kakashi, don't underestimate him. He is Konoha's ninja, he is Minato sensei's disciple, and he is Konoha's copy ninja Heite Kakashi. Well, yes. I'll stop asking that question, but is Obito really alive? Kakashi sold Konoha instantly. Bai Chen, Sasuke and Naruto stood aside, watching curiously. In fact, they didn't understand it from the middle. Like Obito or something, Sasuke is also Uchiha, but I don't have much impression. And Naruto, sorry, he really doesn't know anything. He was held by Obito when he was born, but now he doesn't know that the original Uncle Obito put a warm baby on him not because he was afraid of his cold but wanted to cheat him to death. Bai Chen. In fact, Bai Chen just said it casually, but he didn't expect Kakashi to give up the task of third generation so easily. But it's nice not to bother him. So, Bai Chen said, Obito isn't dead. I met him when I was walking at night 6 years ago. Bai Chen said. Kakashi, I see. Obito isn't dead. Impossible, Obito was buried under the ground, and then his eyes. It seems that you have reacted. Bai Chen said. I'm sure it's Obito because he has eyes like yours. Kakashi. Same eyes, Uchiha. Sasuke finally found a place where he could chime in. Yes, Kakashi seems to have made up his mind. Uchiha Obito was my teammate in the 7th class. Then during the 3rd Ninja War, he died trying to save me, then gave me an eye, and I survived with his eye. I think Obito is gone, so at least he has to see the world with his eyes, Kakashi said. And that's why I kept going. Yes, Kakashi is actually a hard worker. All the people who were nice to him, except Might Guy, were gone. From Father Konoha's White Fang, to Minato class, and even Minato teacher and wife are all gone. He has nothing to protect and nothing to protect. But you said Obito was alive. I can't tell you too much specifically, Bai Chen said. Your eyes can be used normally, and then maintain the state of Mangekyo, then he is still alive. Kakashi. This statement is not very acceptable to Kakashi, but Kakashi still had a little sunshine inside, so he nodded. Knowing that Obito wasn't dead was also a redemption for him. Bai Chen didn't speak, because now there is no need to tell Kakashi that Obito has become an enemy of Konoha and the world. After all, the stand-in behind him is Uchiha Madara, and Madara is Obito's boss. So, he instantly became the villain boss? Just this also illustrates a problem. If he uses Madara as a substitute messenger alone and Madara appears, it is easy to cause trouble. So maybe get a spare tire. So is there anyone stronger than Uchiha Madara? It's hard. At least it's Satsuki Kagaya? Is it Kagaya? Bai Chen remembered the name first. And the other side. Sasuke's eyes widened. Because Kakashi's mood changed slightly, he took off the forehead protector he was wearing diagonally, then revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. Is this Mangekyo? Sasuke was surprised, because there are only a handful of people in Uchiha who can drive Mangekyo. Mangekyo? Kakashi doesn't know that the Sharingan he has is Mangekyo, and Fugaku knew, but he didn't have to teach Kakashi. So this is the first time Kakashi knows his Sharingan level, but it was also at this time that Kakashi confirmed that Obito might actually be alive. Because Mr. Minato said that the opening of Sharingan is related to negative emotions, and if he can drive to Mangekyo, that means Obito should be still alive, and then he knows that he didn't protect Lin well. Kakashi almost fell into autism. The sadness of the past came back to me again. Uchiha Fugaku, this 7th class is not very good. Uchiha Izuna, how to say? By the way, this Kakashi's eyes were given by Obito. Uchiha Izuna, why did Obito give him? Uchiha Fugaku, about this, my ancestors. Old Madara, older Madara, I don't know anything. Madara totally refused. Uchiha Fugaku, alright. Fugaku now understands that Madara does not admit to having a relationship with Obito. This is also necessary, because, according to what Madara said earlier, Obito is the one who created the Nine Tails Rebellion. This kind of thing is hostile to the village, but to Uchiha, it is a genuine rebellion. As the current patriarch, he can't have a relationship with Obito either. So for now it is most correct to assume that nothing happened. It's just that it's annoying, because what kind of people are Uchiha out of? The ancestor Uchiha Madara directly became Konoha's first rebellious ninja, and then he came to Obito. The Nine Tails Rebellion, then the Night of Extermination, and then by Chen's side. It even took the ancestors directly as a follower. As an honest patriarch, Fugaku has a delicate mood, and Kakashi also fulfilled his promise. He went directly to the Third Generation project and gave up his mission. And, nor did he reveal to Third Generation that Obito was alive. What to say about Third Generation is, the trial failed, Kakashi said. This task is too big for me to do, can't you do it? Third Generation said. Kakashi nodded. The spirit behind Bai Chen is too strong. I'm worried about the possible reaction after being angered. Not only me, but even Lord Third Generation can't handle it. Kakashi was acting, trying to make an alarmist look. In his opinion, this is also protecting Bai Chen. Bai Chen said that he is a little stronger than Suzuki, and if Suzuki is a unit of measurement, then even Uchiha's graduates are only at the level of Chunin. There is no strength in front of Hokage. So now he is deliberately blowing Bai Chen, and then I see. However, Third Generation was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Then, let's see if we can slowly approach Bai Chen. First brush his favor and sow the seeds of the will of fire. The people of Uchiha are also people of Konoha, and I want to treat them equally. But since Itaka's incident, Fugaku has kept Uchiha's children away from me. So now the only person who can transmit the will of fire is you, Kakashi. Third Generation said. Kakashi. Although Kakashi didn't speak, there was movement in his heart. Because Third Generation said it was difficult, but wouldn't he still find time to teach children about the will to fire? So I'm afraid it wasn't Fugaku who prevented Uchiha's children from contacting the Third Generation, but the Third Generation saw Uchiha Madara behind Bai Chen and then persuaded. Kakashi really thinks that Third Generation may be afraid of Uchiha's strongest ancestor, Uchiha Madara. And this also shows, Third Generation really did a lot of bad things. So Kakashi felt like he was hiding the news that Obito was still alive, that it was each other. As a result, with Kakashi-sensei taking the lead, the atmosphere of the 7th class began to become harmonious. 5 days have passed. Naruto and the others have basically understood the survival experience of some genins and the skills that require a master. But, harem technique. The only problem is that Naruto's seduction technique has been improved even more. All the multiple shadow clone techniques are added, and it becomes even more lovely. Kakashi. And Kakashi has tried to seal the Naruto overflowing chakra. But unfortunately, his strength is limited. The chakra of Nine Tails is not only more overflowing, but also more impactful to Naruto. I'm afraid I have to invite Jiraiya-sama to come back and seal it. But, obviously this is the case, but Naruto has been upgraded from seduction technique to harem technique. Kakashi once again felt that the 9 tails inside Naruto's body was very rude. My harem technique is complete. So, is there a battle mission? I want to test it. Naruto also vomited on this side. He was still able to use multiple shadow clone techniques before, but he found that, after Kakashi teacher sealed him, the situation became worse again. It's just what he wanted to complain about, but found that if he changed the multiple shadow clone technique into a seduction technique and turned it into Naruto, chakras seemed to be flooded, and there were so many. So much that he felt his scalp tingling. Although he is strong, but in order to be a Hokage, it is nothing to become a girl. So now he can separate 1000 Naruto and form 1000 Naruto combo, which makes Naruto quite confident. And Bai Chen watched Shadow Clone play Naruto with several Naruto. Generally speaking, there are 3 students in a class, and then 2 boys and 1 girl, with different genders to adjust the atmosphere. And all 3 of them in the 7th class are boys. Isn't it boring then? But it's different now. Because of Nine Tails' interest, Naruto's appearance seems to be good too, at least eye-catching. If that's the case, then start the Land of Waves mission, Bai Chen suggested. The mission of the Land of Waves is an important transitional plot in the original work. It was this quest that made the 7th class understand the relationship between the quest and the life of the ninja, and then it was also this quest that they knew that Bai and Zay, and that Bai was not a cute little sister. So please don't be fooled by appearances. And the strength of No-Jan and Shiro is still good, Naruto should be able to face it, Bai Chen thought. So he pushed the task along the way. But Kakashi blinked, because he didn't know what the Wave Land quest was. But that means you want to leave the village, right? Kakashi said. Sure, it's boring to keep catching cats and dogs, Naruto said immediately. because he was clamoring to use 1000 Naruto in a row. But you can't always try it out with your teammates. So I definitely want to come out of the village, and then find a hapless villain to do it. After all, this is the pinnacle of chakra that Naruto has never seen before. So, you wait a minute, I'll go to the Hokage office building and ask about the status of the mission. If there is such a task, it will follow, Kakashi said. So, he used the body flicker technique and left. And the three of the 7th class waited in place. Bai Chen looked at it, then opened the scroll he was carrying with him, poured the drip chakra into it, and with a bang, 2 books popped out. This is the seal scroll, which is similar to the seal spell used to make the detonating talisman, both of which were invented by the Uzumaki clan. But time has passed, and only Naruto is left of Konoha's Uzumaki people. And Bai Chen looked at his 2 books. Seems to be hesitating which one to read. Sasuke, you guy, don't you really train? The 3 of them in the 7th class were all together these days, so Sasuke also found out that he was training hard, and Uzumaki Naruto, the tail of the crane, was also trying his best to catch up. Sasuke felt that the other party was a little tricky. It's just, Bai Chen reads books while they train. They are still reading books during their breaks. Hey, you're a ninja, not a librarian. Training? I think it would be nice to have some relaxation. But you're right, I'll train as well. Bai Chen did 10 squats. Sasuke. Fake, Sasuke said. However, he also realized that he might be better off not chasing Bai Chen so tightly, because his strength may be much more than his. He doesn't train, maybe it's not slack, but isn't it needed? Sasuke. Hearing this news, Sasuke felt a little self-conscious for a moment, and he sat down with his knees folded. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto asked. But the current Naruto is Naruto. He is testing if the supply of chakra will be higher if transformation technique becomes Naruto. The results are subtle. When he was Naruto, it was difficult to use any ninjutsu except seduction techniques. It may not be enough to use chakra, but as long as it becomes Naruto, I feel like the chakra is going to overflow. Lots. Does this count as a hang-up? Don't be a woman to comfort me. I don't like it, Sasuke said. Then turn around. Naruto looked bewildered. He was scolded like this? The other side. Kakashi arrives at the Hokage office building and learns that there really is a mission for the Land of Waves. It was a mission initiated by a bridge builder from the Land of Waves, but it was only a D-level escort mission. If Kakashi wanted to pick it up, of course he could. But the problem is, to take this task, the children have to leave the village. When leaving the village, Naruto, Sasuke, and Bai Chen all went out. Kakashi, 3rd generation, said, if there is a chance this time, to remove the evil spirit behind Bai Chen, then use whatever method it is. Maybe not even bring Naruto back when it is most necessary. Kakashi, Naruto didn't bring it back either? In other words, if you want to get rid of Uchiha Madara, do you even think that even Naruto can be sacrificed? How scared are you of Uchiha Madara? Kakashi feels that 3rd generation is really hopeless sometimes, and he didn't think there was any resentment behind Bai Chen. 3rd generation really made a fuss. However, Kakashi thought that at the age of 3rd generation, he might have dementia, so he still nodded and took over the task of Nami. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After Kakashi took over the mission of the Land of Waves, he instructed these new genins hand in hand to prepare the living items for the mission. But he also found out, the genins had no money. So, he put in the money first. So prepare for it, and everyone starts to officially set off. The client is the same as the original, and his name is Dazna, is a master bridge builder. I like to drink and have no money. And then, chased by Cardo. Generally speaking, there may be other ninja attacks on the escort road, so the difficulty level of the task will be raised to sea level, which requires 150,000 escort fees. But the bridge master has no money, so he lied about the task. But he was afraid of death, so he kept asking about Kakashi Jonin's resume, and felt that the 7th class was still children, which was unreliable. I always thought this old man was weird, Naruto said. Although the first time out of the village made him feel very novel. But Naruto sensed Dazna's abnormality. Or, he has been rejected by people in his growth trajectory, so he is very sensitive to the hearts of others. Is that so? Then, Sasuke, come on, Bai Chen said. Sasuke was taken aback. He struggled out of his morning autism with difficulty. And now Bai Chen makes him work? Yes, Bai Chen said, you are Uchiha, so you have to know that if someone lies in front of Uchiha, what will Uchiha do? Sasuke didn't react for a moment, but 10 seconds passed. He got it. So that's it. Sasuke understood. He wanted to use Uchiha's Sharingan to use illusion to make people obey. Exactly, let him test his Sharingan. So he walked towards Dazna. Sharing. Sasuke's jade is revealed. What are you doing? It's going to be used on your escort. Dazner instantly became quiet. Your eyes have turned bloody, Dazner said cautiously. Aren't you in pain? Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Izuna, old Madara, Uchiha Izuna, what a shame. Uchiha Fugaku, after all, Suzuki is just a hook, and it is just an entry. For him, creating illusions or something is still too difficult. Uchiha Fugaku. Having said that, Fugaku felt that Suzuki was indeed a bit humiliated compared to his big brother Itaki. Looking at Suzuki's operation, Naruto also looked over curiously. Suzuki, probably I don't know much about illusion, so I can't get it right, Suzuki said slightly stubbornly. Then there is no way, Bai Chen said. Mr. Dazner, we don't like going with crooks, so you can distinguish the severity of the matter and ease it. What a liar. However, Dazner just spoke when he found that Bai Chen had touched his body several times. Then he found that Bai Chen had put 6 or 7 strange spells on his body. What is this? Just thinking about it, Dazner found that Bai Chen had taken out an identical spell. After he tied it on Kyowu, he threw Kyowu out. And this time, drink! He made an explosive move. The detonating talisman exploded in an instant, blasting a big hole on the ground. Can we talk now? Bai Chen said politely. Dazner finally realized that what Bai Chen posted about him was all this kind of dangerous stuff. How can you do this? This is bullying my old man. Okay, I said it. Dazner's backbone dissipated in less than 0.3 seconds, so he shared his experience. It's almost the same as the original that Bai Chen knows. He was hunted down by Cardo, and then Cardo hired ninjas, so he wanted Konoha's ninjas to protect him and go back, and then along with the ninjas who could prostitute Konoha, to see if there was a chance to help deal with Cardo. How can this be? Naruto said. Not only did he hide the level of the mission, he also wanted to prostitute us for nothing. This is incredible for Naruto. How could he think people's conscience can be so bad? The world is much darker than you think, Suzuki said. Okay, so you want to continue the mission? And Kakashi teacher said. Kakashi didn't take the initiative along the way, it's all up to them to make arrangements. In fact, as a guide Jonin and Kakashi also wanted to teach them something, but unfortunately, Kakashi-sensei can't figure out their strength now. To be precise, he knew that Naruto's side, well, the power of 9 tails overflowed, so Kakashi couldn't control it. He was already trying to contact Lord Jiraiya, but until Jiraiya-sama returns, he can only watch Naruto's development. And the power of 9 tails spilled over to Naruto, making Naruto's 1000 rounds possible, so it seemed to be beneficial. So he can only watch. And Suzuki's side, in terms of strength, is very similar to him when he was a child. Belonging to graduation is elite Chunin. It is worth looking forward to, but the performance just now was a little pulled. But this is also because of his single Guyu. Generally speaking, the people he sees in Uchiha, who are good at illusion, are only 2 Guyu who use illusion. So what Bai Chen just said was actually that he thought Shinguyu could also use illusion. So, Bai Chen's strength is a single Guyu, but the talent is higher than Suzuki? Kakashi can only speculate. It's just a pity. Bai Chen's strength was not tested. Correct. This is where Kakashi is most puzzled. So he said, the task of escorting Dazner can only be divided into 20,000 taels. After paying 30% to the village, then each of you can get about 3,000 taels. But as he said, the difficulty is the coefficient is very high. So, then change it. Continue to escort, get rid of Cardo. By the way, Cardo hired Renren, so hunting Renren to get the money exchange, you can probably get tens or millions of taels. If it is famous betrayal, then the bounty is even higher, Kakashi said. So, do you earn this extra money? Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, I didn't expect Kakashi to know how to work around. Uchiha Izuna, yes, but this guy is not from Uchiha, is he? Old Madara. Madara thinks Kakashi's proposal is not bad. Although he built a village with first generation, he proposed to let the ninjas take tasks according to their own strength, so that everyone can have tasks to do. Therefore, the ninja level and task level were originally proposed by him. Then it was time for Tobirama to make it happen. But Madara still feels that the income of only 20,000 taels for D-level tasks is a bit low, so now Kakashi's proposal is actually okay. But this extra money is boring, Bai Chen said. No fun? Suzuki said. This is hundreds of thousands or even a few million taels. After everyone divides it together, each person has a dozen or even hundreds of thousands. Ichiraku ramen only costs 200 taels per bowl. How many thousand bowls of ramen are there? Suzuki said. And Naruto's arithmetic is not very good. But 1,000 bowls of ramen? Naruto's favorite food is Ichiraku ramen. It's not interesting, Bai Chen said. Because if you want money, then wouldn't it be okay to attack Cardo? What kind of betrayal head? Are you tired? Bai Chen said. Kakashi. Uchiha Fugaku. Old Madara. Uchiha Izuna. What he said makes sense, but I can't refute it. Yes. If Kado can hire Kirigakure's rebels, it means that Kado is very rich, and Dasna also said that Kado, a businessman, controls the country of waves. So it must be more money to kill cards than to kill betrayals. So, the goal is to continue the mission? Kakashi asked tentatively. Money is not important to him, because he has been the Liver Emperor for more than 10 years and has accumulated tens of millions of taels, so there is no shortage of this stuff. What he wanted to know was Bai Chen's strength. So if it can be tested, this task can be changed. Go on, Bai Chen said. So the people moved on. Although a little confused, Dasner quickly followed. After all, now everyone's goal is the same, get rid of Kado. The Land of Waves wants freedom, and the Konoha shinobi want money, and there is no conflict. But, according to Dasner, Kado hired Kirigakure's Renin, so there could be attacks along the way. Think so. Everyone raised their vigilance. And Naruto treats all the people he meets on the road as imaginary enemies. It should be said that Naruto felt that everyone was untrustworthy after revealing that Mr. Dasner lied to them and wanted to prostitute for free. But, he quickly felt that a big sister he met was an enemy. Along the way, they met ordinary walking merchants, big sister with tutu and so on. But, looks like we're being targeted, Naruto said. What do you mean? Sasuke didn't respond. There's something wrong with that black-haired big sister we met 10 minutes ago, Naruto said seriously. Oh, that's why you stared at each other. I thought you were interested, Sasuke said. What are you interested in? Naruto said. What I care about is that I don't think she is a big sister, but a man. Naruto gave an answer that made Sasuke even more puzzled in the next second. Big sister is male? Could it be that percent is a transformation technique? At this time, Bai Chen suddenly looked in one direction. Kakashi has been keeping an eye on these little guys. He could confirm that Naruto was right. Among the people I met on the road, the beautiful sister with straight black hair was indeed not an ordinary person. Kakashi noticed that the other's fingers had some traces of calluses. These are operations that use weapons from time to time, so he was actually quite prepared for her to suddenly explode. But she didn't move. Only, Naruto, that's a girl, not a man. It's really great, a voice sounded. And it was only at this time that everyone discovered that the beautiful big sister who was on the road appeared on the book ahead. You are the first person who can tell my gender at a glance, the beautiful big sister said to Naruto. After all, this is not a transformation technique, but I have always been like this, so it is difficult for others to recognize it. And this shows that Naruto is right, big sister is really not a girl. Sasuke, Kakashi, eh? Sasuke and Kakashi looked at Naruto for a moment. A look of horror. Because, no matter how you look at it, this big sister is a big sister, and even her voice is from a girl. But the other party has already admitted that it is a boy. This is confusing, but Naruto can see through it 100%. Does this mean that there are too many girls pretending to be girls, so naturally they can recognize the same kind? First of all, let me introduce you, said the beautiful ninja in women's clothing. I am White, and then, I don't really want to fight with you, it seems. White paused, because Naruto reacted. Boom, multiple shadow clone technique to harem technique. Naruto's quick knot seal. And he really felt the feeling that there were too many chakras. Naruto's side has been waiting to test his strength. I just thought Big Sister was a little weird before, but it seemed a little stressful to fight against each other. But now that Bai has taken the initiative to appear, then, it is natural to fight. And Shiro, who was standing on the tree, stared at the 200 sweet-looking blonde girls with double ponytails, Naruto, below. White. That's when he understood why Naruto could see right through him. Because everyone is the same. I see. It seems that I have indeed misunderstood. Bai smiled. Sure enough, little brother, you are also very talented. My master said that being a ninja requires being deceitful first. You are also very familiar with this. Bai praised. Of course, but, since you're Kirigakure's traitor, there's nothing you can do. Naruto rode, Kato is our enemy now. So if Big Sister doesn't want to get hurt, then give up. And if you don't give up, Naruto bullets. All Naruto rushed towards Shiro on the tree. Although Naruto's individual strength is not very strong, he has a large number. Are they all clones? Bai was still knowledgeable. No, this is Shadow Clone. Bai's hands took out a large number of 1,000 copies and began to counterattack. But soon he found that what he hit was not a flashing clone, but a real one. You underestimate me. A stabbed Naruto bit Shiro's 1,000 books with his teeth. Then he held Kimoto in his hand and attacked Shiro. And it's vivid. Could it be Konoha's multiple shadow clone technique? But, isn't this the forbidden technique? Shiro's figure was very flexible, avoiding this Naruto, but more Naruto appeared behind him. so at this moment, Bai seems to be at a disadvantage. But Kakashi, who was watching the battle, looked serious. Because Naruto is indeed using the forbidden technique. But even Konoha's forbidden technique knows, does Konoha actually have no secrets to the outside world? Uchiha Izuna, the current Konoha, is really pulling. Uchiha Izuna, any ninja knows the secret of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku probably can't say that. Because Kado hired Kirigakure's renegade ninja, and according to the information I gathered, a large number of excellent ninjas in Kirigakure have also betrayed. And what is their shadow strategy in the blood fog? Uchiha Fugaku, what missed Shinobi also betrayed the 7 people. Old Madara, oh, old Madara. Madara doesn't speak. Because Kirigakure actually knows what kind of virtue he knows best. He directly controlled the 3rd Mizukage with Mangekyo, and then drove Kirigakure Jonin to set up Obito. 3 tails are then shoved into Rin's body, and Obito witnesses Rin's death. After that, Obito was successfully fooled into the pirate ship by him, but Obito also hated Kirigakure, so he directly continued Sharingan to control Yagura, the 4th generation. So it will be like this. Uchiha Fugaku, however, a few years ago, Kirigakure changed and started to pursue the rebels. It is presumed that someone carried the banner of Kirigakure. Uchiha Fugaku, but there is no official 5th Mizukage statement. Old Madara. Madara still didn't speak, because it looks like Obito has lost interest in Kirigakure. But, old Madara, so doesn't Kirigakure have 3 tails? And what is the current state of 3 tails? Uchiha Fugaku, it seems that he was released. Uchiha Fugaku 4th Mizukage Yagura is Jinchuriki, but after Yagura died, 3 tails were released. Old Madara. This is not good news for Madara, because what he asked Obito to do was 2 things. 1. Breed Nagato, wait for Nagato's Rinnegan to grow, then use Rain Tensei to resurrect him. 2. Let Obito continue Project Tsukinomi, and all that is needed is to catch the tail beast. But what does Obito do? Back to Konoha to engage in 9 tails, but didn't get a run. And then, 3 tails aren't caught either? This is really passive sabotage. This made Madara feel a little bad. Uchiha Fugaku Suzuki. At this time, Fugaku suddenly issued a warning. Because Naruto looks dangerous with 500 chain rounds, but his single strength is too weak. If there are multiple shadow clones, there will be a bunch of cute Naruto. Although Naruto is very cute, the dialogue is invalid. Shiro is also a beauty in women's clothing, so his resistance is super high, and holding 1,000 needles is accurate. But if that's the case, then it's still manageable. The question is whether Bai is still a holder of the bloodline boundary. Bing done. Kirigakure used to have the Suizuki clan. It's just that the important thing now is not to speculate on Bai's identity, but Bai's lethality. Water-style secret art 1000 kills Shui Xiang. Not only did he tie the seal with one hand, but he completely wrapped Suzuki, Naruto, and Bai Chen. There are mirrors everywhere, which makes Naruto feel irritated. Because there is Bai's figure in the mirror, but he can't find Bai's real body. And Shiro also produced a large number of 1,000 copies. It only took a few moments to kill him 300 Naruto. Sharing. Suzuki came in handy. He found Shiro's real body, but Shiro gave him a bunch of thousands of copies. Suzuki's actual combat ability is actually okay, but the use of Sharingan is not enough. Although he tried hard to find Bai's real body, he was still a little slow. First of all, 2,000 copies were hit on the knee. It looks like you lost, but you're already quite strong, Bai commented. But at this time, Suzuki immediately chose to shake the man. Don't think we're so weak, Bai Chen, haven't you shot yet? Bai Chen. Bai Chen also thought that Suzuki had more backbone, but he didn't experience the night of the genocide and his father was alive, so Suzuki was still a flower in the greenhouse. When encountering problems, they will choose to rely on others instead of relying only on themselves. It's a teammate after all. Since you have spoken, then let me help too, Bai Chen said. So, can you see your strength in this way? Bai Chen. Feeling Suzuki is deliberately trying to test his strength. For this reason, he did not hesitate to test his own risk, and tested Bai's ability with Kanben, who had been stabbed in a pile. Then hope Bai becomes Bai Chen's whetstone. But he may be disappointed, because it is not difficult to crack the current white layout. Since Bai has made a lot of mirrors, and then hides his figure through the refraction of light, it even looks like he is traveling in the mirror. So, fire-style great fireball technique. Bai Chen's hands have 2 seals. Boom! A great fireball with a diameter of 3 meters erupted violently. Where the fireball was ejected, the scorching heat annihilated all the surrounding ice cubes and mirrors made of white, and Bai's figure rolled to the ground with some embarrassment. Then he quickly steadied his body and looked in Bai Chen's direction. He is a tool for not beheading adults, and now this tool is useless. He noticed that if Naruto looked odd and Suzuki was inexperienced, but now is this the power of Uchiha? And this, Certainly not Uchiha's power. Uchiha Fugaku by Chen's fireball is so fake. Uchiha Fugaku Suzuki said that by Chen's great fireball is bigger than Itaka's. Uchiha Fugaku. Now this category is at least Uchiha Fugaku, and the seal he just made was wrong. Uchiha Fugaku great fireball is not this seal. Uchiha Izuna, this fireball is similar to mine. Older Madara, in other words, by Chen is a fake seal. Is it actually a second hair? For fire style, Madara has her own opinion. As the ancestor of fire style, his fire style is of course bigger than anyone else, but he will still be honest. But Kakashi-sensei, haven't you started yet? After Bai's mirrors were all shattered, Bai Chen and the others returned to their original places. Everyone found that Kakashi-sensei seemed a little embarrassed. Cough cough. Kakashi knew that he wanted to use Shiro to test their strength. Well, as a teacher, but I don't know the true strength of my disciples, isn't it troublesome? In this way, I can't educate you about talents, Kakashi said embarrassingly. I think you'd better think about such a dangerous idea, Bai Chen said. But it doesn't really matter if you want to see it. Real? Kakashi was taken aback. It feels like the sun is coming out in the west. Yes, Bai Chen said. But as disciples, we cleaned up the soldiers, so Kakashi-sensei, as a teacher, you should also deal with Admiral. Admiral? Kakashi frowned and jumped suddenly, because a flat beheading sword rushed towards Kakashi from far to near. If he doesn't jump, then I'm afraid he will be cut in half. Boom! And at this time, the beheading sword was looking at the tree, and a figure stood on it, looking down at everyone. Don't kill the adults again. Bai instantly revealed the identity of the other party. Do not cut again. It seems that it is a blank look if it is not cut again. He already understood what Bai meant, probably because Bai failed, and then felt that this was a tricky idea to make him retreat, so he deliberately revealed his identity. But, the beheading sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen? And Kakashi focused. Yeah, Heite Kakashi, a disciple of 4th Hokage, a man who knows 1,000 kinds of ninjutsu, Kana has copy ninja, Heite Kakashi. He smiled again. I care about you very much. I was also an Umbu of Mizukage in the past, and what I have to remember is your information. If I kill you, then my bounty may increase. Speaking of which, the exchange also has your bounty, Kakashi, 60 million, I think you can be proud. If you don't cut it, you can't go. Kakashi. By Chen, Suzuki, Naruto, I think I can stick to the plan proposed earlier, Kakashi said. If Kirigakure's rebellion is dealt with, we can get a lot of money. Kakashi-sensei, you are exaggerating, Suzuki sneered. If you say a few words, you will sit on the ground and split the money. Is this a real ninja? Not at all, Suzuki said. And then said without cutting. By the way, you stinky B****************** D belongs to Uchiha. I saw your Sharingan just now. Although it's a little weak, it's a good thing. Although not everyone can use Uchiha's eyes, there are people on the black market who want your bloodline. The price offered is not low. This money is much higher than giving Cardo a bodyguard, Zay Buzan said. Suzuki. Kakashi-sensei, I suggest cutting it now and then not cutting it, Suzuki said quickly. As he said that, he pulled Chiban from his knees. Taking a breath, he stood up again. Then he seemed to think that he might not be an opponent who would not kill again, so Suzuki immediately looked at Bai Chen. Yes, Bai Chen, you are from Uchiha too. Then we can't watch this guy casually capture our Uchiha clan, can we? Bai Chen, Kakashi, and the small group at the moment. Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku covered his face with his hands. What a shame, but also angry. Does anyone want to play Uchiha's idea? Their Sharingan in Uchiha is not the kind of shit that anyone can use. The result was still a bounty. Sure enough, it was bullying Uchiha and no one was there? At this time, as Mist Shinobi's betrayal, he no longer hesitated, and he directly used his famous stunt, Mist Shinobi technique. Mist Shinobi technique, in fact, is to create fog and then block the vision of others. And he hid in the fog to take advantage of this. So this is also called Mist Shinobi's exclusive assassination technique. And Zay Bulletin Jean also named this ninjutsu the silent killing technique. Kakashi didn't dare to care. He pushed the forehead protector of his left eye away, revealing Sharingan. The fog was so thick that he also lost his vision. And he's not a sentient ninja yet, so it's a little bit stressful for him. Only through Sharingan, Kanaha's white eyes can see the chakra system of others, and at the same time can detect from a long distance. The role of Sharingan is to see through and improve sharpness and copy. Although it is not the chakra system that directly sees the white eye's field of vision, it is also possible to see the chakra of the clumps. Found it, Kakashi said. He has already discovered the figure of Zabujian. Although he didn't know why Zanhui left the ground and headed to the lake on the side, Kakashi hurriedly followed. Water Dragon Bomb. Without any hesitation, he immediately started to seal. Kakashi is a veteran, fast and at the same time nodding. He holds the title of Copy Ninja outside of Ninja Village. This is not to say that he just copied something, but that he is Sharingan, and through Sharingan, he adds chakra with his 5 attributes. So you can directly copy the enemy's ninjutsu, and make the same effect of this ninjutsu. So no matter what trick the enemy uses, he can open 55 with the opponent. And now, don't cut the water style you want to use again. He can too. So Kakashi began to seal. Obviously, he didn't know that his composure had completely entered Uchiha's eyes. Zabuza and Kakashi are standing on the water, and Zabuza's forehead is wearing Kirigakure's forehead protector, but the middle of the forehead protector is crossed by a horizontal line, just a sign of rebellion. All betrayal and ninjas use this symbol as a symbol of their betrayal of the village. And the first betrayal was Uchiha Madara, but he wasn't wearing a forehead protector. Kakashi's eyes burned. He stared closely at every move that would not be cut again. And Kakashi used to do umbu too, so Zabuza had a commercial blow to him before. In fact, Kakashi also knew some information about Zabujian. For example, the name of the flat broadsword in the hands of Zabushu is the beheading broadsword. It is a famous sword among the 7 ninja swordsmen organized by Umbu, who studied Konoha in Kirigakure, known for blood regeneration that can devour enemies. But this also shows that this knife is easy to be brittle, so there is no need to pay too much attention to it. But it should be noted that Zabujian is not famous for relying on this knife, he is famous for his assassination skills. The number of people who died and were injured by no cutout has reached as high as 1,000. Is a terrible guy. And now Kakashi has found a position to not cut through Sharingan, and is serious about it. He can let the 7th class have a showdown with the women's clothing tycoon Bai. On the one hand, Bai's strength has not yet reached the point where he needs to be vigilant, which is just enough for the new genins who have just left the village. But like what Bai Chen said, Bai, the soldier, was arranged for the genins to deal with, and it could be said. And as Jonin, he is still the class teacher, Heite Kakashi, and if he can't handle it without cutting it, then it's really unreasonable. So, the current Kakashi is ready to show his true skills. Then, Kakashi immediately started to catch up when he found out that Zabuza was performing ninjutsu. Do not cut the not seal again, Kakashi not seal. Zabuza noticed his movements, so the speed of the seal was accelerated. And Kakashi's speed has also accelerated, and even the hand speed is vaguely more than Zabujian. This made Zabuza almost instantly stunned, but he is a veteran ninja after all, so he continues to seal. What is Kakashi-sensei doing? Naruto asked curiously. Thousands of sticks were stuck on his body. Although it was painful at first, but after getting used to it, I felt nothing. And it's subtle. After pulling out the 1,000 copies, the wound healed, and it seemed that chakra gushing out of his body had healed him directly. It feels a little subtle. Does this mean that his blood is about to become super thick? But now doesn't seem to be the time to pay attention to this. Naruto looks at Kakashi, only to think that Kakashi is imitating and not cutting, because the two have been making seals, and they are still making the same seals. By the count, more than 30 have passed. Good guy, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Do you want to make so many seals? Naruto's harem technique requires 3 impressions, while multiple shadow clone requires 1 impression. So he was a little curious about so many prints. It should be that Heite Kakashi used Sharingan's copying ability on Zabuza-sama. Heite Kakashi has the title of Copy Ninja in the outer village. He has 5 attributes of chakra, and then learns the enemy's ninjutsu through the copying's copying and see-through functions. And now he is copying the water dragon bomb that will never be cut again. Bai said. "Ha, you're not fighting anymore," Naruto said. Bai was a little speechless. Because what he is good at is ice escape, and Bai Chen's fire style is too big, giving him no advantage. In addition, Kakashi, the famous Jonin, hadn't shot yet, so his first reaction was to persuade Lord Zabuza to leave. It's just that if you don't kill your lord, it's now a bounty from the ninjas who are greedy for Konoha. His intuition told him, don't kill the adults again. But Master Zazuan was unwilling to leave, so he was helpless too. In this case, it is better to try to save the life of the adults. And if he wants to help save his life, then he has to accumulate physical strength. So of course it's better to stop the war now. He has already analyzed that this is a new team, so he can play emotional cards. If you're worried about not cutting it, why don't you cooperate with us? At this time, a voice came. Shiro stared at the person who was speaking, and Suzuki also looked at Bai Chen in surprise. Isn't it you? Want to work with them? You have to know that this guy is just good looking, but this is a man, Suzuki said immediately, because he knew that the person he was talking to was Bai Chen. Although Shiro looks beautiful, it's a pity that Suzuki's resistance is very high because of Naruto's relationship. But Bai Chen said something strange. Is this attracted to white? How can you be so weak against women? Bai Chen. He understood that Suzuki was probably thinking wrong, and felt that he was confused by Bai's appearance. It should be said that the danger is not him, but Sasuke, because people often think what others will do, many of them are what they want to do, so he thinks that he will be attracted to Shiro. It should be that Sasuke himself thinks that it is possible for boys to be attracted to boys. So the fact that Naruto turned into Naruto and often tortured Sasuke really had a negative impact on Sasuke. It seems that on the return trip, I need to report the situation to Fugaku, and then arrange for Fugaku to give Sasuke some psychological counseling. But now Sasuke looked at him seriously. Bai Chen felt that he still needed to express his stance. Bai likes not to cut again, so don't think too much about Sasuke, Bai Chen said. White. Huh? Naruto was shocked. Bai Chen. There seems to be a problem with the statement. Then correct your attitude. What I want to say is that Bai is actually very concerned about not cutting again, Bai Chen said. Yes, the meaning of my life is to become a tool that will never be cut again. Bai nodded. Who wants to be a tool? Naruto wondered. But that's what I'm about. I'm from a small mountain village, and White told his story. After he was born, he was almost killed by his father because he had the boundary of blood, and his mother died to protect him. His world collapsed, and then his abilities were out of control, and finally the village was destroyed. Then he sat alone on the broken bridge, and was picked up by a passerby. He lost everything, so for him, being needed was the most meaningful thing. So that's how Mensen Genin, who just came out of the village, doesn't know the cruelty outside. Naruto was speechless for a moment, and Sasuke pursed his lips. But, Sasuke and Naruto, you are still too naive. Bai is just playing emotional cards here. Besides, the two of you are much worse than Bai. You won't lose on the Bai miserable brigade. However, since Bai didn't want to fight, he could just borrow it. So Bai Chen said, so, do you want to be able to stay away from you for the rest of your life? Bai looked at Bai Chen puzzled, hesitant about this proposal. But he also knew. Obviously, Bai Chen is not a match he can play against. Although Sasuke and Naruto were rushing fiercely, they could see that they were new, and when Sasuke and Naruto rushed towards him, Bai Chen was watching the play quietly. Obviously, the battle between them was only a small scene in his opinion. Bai was picked up by Zabuza since he was a child, but Zabuza is not a good person. He is a rebellious and cold-blooded person, so he can grow up to now, very keen. He stared at Bai Chen. Bai Chen said, the price is that I want information on the black market. I want to know who wants Uchiha Sharingan. So it is. Bai understood. Really? He guessed right, Sasuke and Naruto may be simpler, but this one is the one who thinks it through. What he cared about was that Uchiha Sharingan was being rewarded. As for the solution, the way to kill the Sharingan who is eyeing Uchiha can only be said to treat the symptoms rather than the root causes. So you have to reach out to the black market. Then I can give you this information. Under Zabuzan's subordinates, it was me who came to receive the information. So I can trade with you on this point. Bai said. But I'm curious. Knowing what the black market is like, what would you do? Do you still need to ask? Just divide a part of the money from Cardo and deal with the black market. Whoever offers the reward for Uchiha, then the one who offers 10 times the reward will do, Bai Chen said. White. Bai felt that he had just expanded his thinking enough, but he had never seen this scene. Absolutely. And this also shows that the mission of the Konoha team to protect Dazna is a pretense. In fact, it is in the name of the task to turn the card into a wallet. And now, just killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Because it is card money, there is no need to feel distressed at all. If you want information, I can give it to you. Bai said again, then don't cut the Lord's side again. Bai K did not forget the meaning of his life. Don't worry. Soon, it will be over soon, Bai Chen said. And this time he drew out Uchiha's short sword that Kakashi had equipped him and Sasuke with. Every Uchiha is a natural taijutsu ninja, and their Uchiha swordsmanship is even more famous. Only, Bai, don't need mother-in-law or mother-in-law. Kakashi's ideas are tricky and difficult to handle. But, these little guys, kidnap first and then the voice of Zabujian came from 4 directions. Because there are several silhouettes that are not cut at the same time. All are not beheaded again, all are people with beheading swords. This is Kirigakure's exclusive shadow clone, water body. The water body is different from the general clone technique. If the ordinary clone is broken up, it will be gone. For shadow clone, it needs to be equally distributed to shadow clone chakra. And Kirigakure's water body can have the strength of the body layer. In other words, both taijutsu and ninjutsu can be used. So, now, 8 water bodies rushed towards Bai Chen and the others. But here, there should be no 8 water bodies. Because it is not Naruto, and there is no chakra provided by 9 tails, he can divide up to 4 water bodies, and 1 will be used to fool Kakashi. Then only 3 of the remaining 8 are true. Road to revival of Uchiha Fugaku. I always feel that Bai Chen wants to do something. Uchiha Izuna, you know him well? Uchiha Fugaku, I don't know very well, but from his conversation with Bai, we can see that his thinking is well thought out. Uchiha Fugaku, then. Old Madara, then. Bai provided information on the black market, and he fulfilled his promise. Madara explained. Uchiha Izuna, is it the one you proposed to let Zabuza stay by Shiro's side for the rest of your life? Older Madara, yes. Older Madara, then, according to my understanding, there is only one way for Bai Chen to let Zabuza stay by Bai's side for the rest of his life. Uchiha Izuna, what is it? Old Madara, Bai Chen's thinking is a bit similar to mine. It's all very direct. Uchiha Izuna. Izuna didn't quite understand. Of course he didn't understand, because if he could, it wouldn't be so easy to get killed by Tobirama. When Izuna was stunned, everyone discovered that a new situation appeared in the live broadcast. Seeing that he didn't rush over again. If you don't kill the adults again, please wait, and Bai said quickly. He also reacted, and stopped fooling Kakashi, used a water body to deceive Kakashi, and then left the body to deal with the children. And now, let him cooperate with the inside and the outside. Bai, aren't you my tool? Or, you betrayed me, 8 said without cutting. This. Do not worry, Bai Chen said. I'll make Zabuza and you never part. Having said that, Bai Chen made 3 seals. 8 Bai Chen appeared on the ground. And this is, same as my multiple shadow clone technique, Naruto said. Has Bai Chen learned multiple shadow clones? Eh? Not like that, Sasuke said, and the Sharingan of his eyes opened. Because what I see is completely invisible. Every avatar I see is Bai Chen. But Konoha's forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique, a no longer cut towards Bai Chen, who is closest to him. However, Bai Chen was completely unstoppable. But the beheading sword that did not cut it went directly through Bai Chen's body. It means that what he cut is just the shadow, is empty. But, boom, Bai Chen, who had no body, lowered the blade and plunged into the arm that would never cut. Click. The arms of the hands that were not cut again were completely cut off. Fall to the ground. With a bang, this no longer turned into water stains. This shows that this no cut is a water body. But there are other Bai Chen and Zay no chopping. One Bai Chen slashes and the other does not slash. And all those who don't cut it understand that Bai Chen wants to cut off his hands. The so-called let him and Bai be together all the time, what he meows is to abolish him. Let him not rely on Bai. All the actions are not cut again, but exaggerated. All Zabujian stabbed Bai Chen, but all attacks went through every Bai Chen. I can't understand. If it's an entity, then physical attacks don't work, but Bai Dash no longer able to continue talking, because all the Bai Chen chopped towards him. Ordinary clones are gone, and the water turns into water stains. But there are only 2 falling arms here. His body quickly retreated 3 meters away. So what is this? He said laboriously. He couldn't understand. This is Uchiha's exclusive skill, Bai Chen said. And the person who created this ninjutsu named it Shunjin Shisui, Shining Shisui. Zay Bullet and Jean finally reacted. He remembered what his predecessors had said. Tick. At this moment, everyone in the small group found that a system prompt appeared in front of them. In view of the small number of members in the group, a member of Uchiha was specially invited. Congratulations to Uchiha Shisui for joining the group. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Shisui? That instant Shisui? Tick. Congratulations to Uchiha Shisui for winning the title, Instant Shisui, Shining Shisui? Shenchi Shisui, when did I become a move? Shenchi Shisui, wait a minute, you are. Uchiha Shisui, with short black hair, looks small, but his eyes are the color of scarlet mangekyo. A blue garrison suit from Uchiha, but with a small green vest with a raised collar. Although it doesn't look big, it looks a bit old-fashioned. Uchiha Izuna, this is also Uchiha's person? Uchiha Izuna, the basic requirement to join this group is Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Shining Shisui? Shenchi Shisui, I woke up to Mangekyo when I was 14 years old. Shenchi Shisui, he is good at illusion and taijutsu. Shenchi Shisui, I see, it seems that a strange transparent panel has appeared, and then there are words on it. Uchiha Fugaku, it seems right, this careful character, this is indeed our first master of Uchiha, Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui, do you still recognize me? Shenchi Shisui, you are. Shining Shisui, Patriarch Fugaku? Uchiha Fugaku, yes. Shining Shisui, you look a little older, do you mean you're dead too? Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, cough, it seems that you are already dead by saying that. Sure enough, is it the ghost of the high-level Konoha? Shenchi Shisui. Shining Shisui. Shining Shisui, is Uchiha still thinking about rebelling against Konoha? Uchiha Izuna, what a fool to say, where does Uchiha need to rebel, this fool ex-Konoha? Shenchi Shisui, who are you? Shisui first ignored the other party's unfriendly language towards Konoha. Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara, the strongest of Uchiha. Shenshi Shisui, so it is, I have long admired the name. I am a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, an ordinary member of Uchiha, and this one is. Shisui noticed the elderly Madara on the side. What should I say? Madara gave him a terrifying feeling compared to young adults like Fugaku and Izuna. The more he reaches this level, the quicker he can tell if the opponent is his opponent. But now when he looks at Madara, what he feels is not whether the other party is his opponent, but completely reversed, becoming whether he is the opponent's opponent. This is terrifying. Old Madara, Uchiha Madara. Shenshi Shisui, is that so? Shenshi Shisui, I have seen the ancestors. Older Madara, well, let's just keep a little courtesy. By the way, who is Fugaku Uchiha Kagami? Uchiha Fugaku, he was a disciple of the second generation and died during the Third Ninja World War. Uchiha Izuna, isn't that the disciple of Senju Tobirama who killed 1,000 swords? Uchiha Izuna, damn, not only killing me, but also fooling us Uchiha people to be his disciples? Uchiha Izuna, I see, you are probably brainwashed by Senju Tobirama. Shining Shisui, Shisui finally realized something was wrong. He quickly read the contents of the system panel prompts that appeared in front of him. This group is caused by the special ability of Mangekyo in the left eye of Uchiha by Chen, who abandoned the heart of the Uchiha clan. This group is called Uchiha's Road to Revival, aka Uchiha Recycling Station. Connections from the past, future and present group members, minimum threshold, Mangekyo or cage level. Shisui has only been dead for 8 years now. 8 years ago, he actually met by Chen, or he had a cheerful, lively, and gentle personality. He liked the introverted Itachi very much. He regarded him as his younger brother, and then trained with him. Category. But he was also nice to the other Uchiha people in the village. He knew very well that there was a chasm between the people of the village and Uchiha, and he hoped that he could do his best to eliminate the chasm in his lifetime. And he recalled the name by Chen, but unfortunately, he seemed to be in a hurry, and the only impression was that this child was not the same as the other Uchiha clan. The Uchiha family advocates physique and pupil art, but Bai Chen always read books in his arms when he was a child. It seems that there is no interest in military strength or the like. Shisui felt that the people of Uchiha had no problem even if they bloomed in a variety of ways, so there was no excessive intervention. After all, there are many people in the Uchiha family who have never opened their eyes in their entire lives. Then they also have the skills and direction to live on. I just didn't expect that Bai Chen actually opened Mangekyo, and then this small group appeared. But what happened to the heart of the Uchiha family abandoned by Bai Chen? Shenshi Shisui, could it be that what happened to the Uchiha clan after my death? Didn't the ferret deal with the problem? The speaker is not attentive and the listener is attentive. Fugaku sensed something was wrong. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi knows you are dead? Shenshi Shisui, I can only answer this question if you answer it. What I want to say is, how is the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha now? Uchiha Fugaku, we are at peace with each other. Uchiha Fugaku, look. Fugaku pointed to the center of the small group. Uchiha Fugaku, this is Kakashi, you know, he led Suzuki and Bai Chen and Nine Tails Jinchuriki out of the village to do missions together. Uchiha Fugaku, so Uchiha still maintains an equal relationship with the village. Shining Shisui, Uchiha Shisui nodded, looking like this. But his scarlet sherry non-focused. Because he saw 7 Bai Chen slashed at the same time and then did not slash at the same time, and the attack without slashing passed through Bai Chen's body and could not attack Bai Chen. But Bai Chen's knife was fast and fierce times reached the body of unchallenged, no longer slashing the arms were physically removed. Shining Shisui, oh. Wait a minute, the trick Bai Chen uses is, my body flicker technique. Uchiha Fugaku, yes, Shunshi Shisui was famous during the Third Ninja War, and the ninja of Kirigakure were scared away by you when they sneaked into Konoha. Shenshi Shisui, those are all false names. Shisui looked humble. Shenshi Shisui, however, I didn't expect Bai Chen to be able to use it. It seems that my body flicker technique has been passed down, which is quite pleasing. Shisui Shisui, since the Uchiha clan and Konoha can still coexist, it seems that my original choice was correct. Uchiha Fugaku, so your business is related to Itachi? Shunshi Shisui, well, I found out that the clan wanted to rebel, but I didn't think it would be successful, so I reported to the Third Generation Project. Shisui, I was attacked by Danzo on the way back to Uchiha, and finally one of my Sharinan was taken away by Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku, then what about after that? So Shisui revealed his suicide. Once he died, Fugaku and the others had no confidence to continue their rebellion because they lost their first master. This stopped the bloodshed in the village. At the same time, also saved the family. It was all he could do at the time. Because he only had one eye left and returned to the clan, the people of the clan would definitely be swept away by hatred, then he would not be able to control it at that time. so he chose to sacrifice for the worst possible situation. Then he entrusted the hope of protecting the clan to Itaki, because he found that Itaki has 3-hooked jade, so he thinks he's dead, then Itaki might be able to awaken Mangekyo and become another guardian of the clan. However, Shisui also kept a bottom line, he didn't say his distinguished heavenly gods. But Shisui's words made Fugaku's eyes widen. Uchiha Fugaku, so my son was fooled by you instead of third generation? Shining Shisui, huh? Shenchi Shisui, what does this mean? Did Uchiha rebel again? Shunchi Shisui, but now the clan can still become ninjas normally, doesn't that mean there is no problem? Uchiha Fugaku, you fool. You entrusted to Itaka, do you know what Itaka did? Uchiha Fugaku, the clan wants to resist, and then, Itaka's approach is to destroy the clan. Uchiha Fugaku, when we were about to rebel again, he went to report to the third generation, was brainwashed by the third generation and came back, and then decided to exterminate the entire clan. Uchiha Fugaku, he thinks that as long as the Uchiha family is gone, then the problem is solved. Shining Shisui, huh? Shining Shisui, huh? Shisui was taken aback. He's not stupid. He entrusted his family to Itaki, and Shisui must have a family in his heart. But now, Itaka's approach is, the problem arises, so directly kill the person who asked the question? This popular death. Shisui was immediately stunned, because he didn't expect that the family was entrusted to Itaki, and Itaka's practice was actually slaughtering the family. Because if that's the case, then what's the point? Might as well make a Hokage from Uchiha. Only, Itaki is a good boy. It stands to reason that he would not be so stupid. Could it be that? Shisui thought about it. The reason Itaka chose to slaughter the clan during the rebellion of the clan was for the sake of the village. If the Uchiha clan fought with the high-level officials of Konoha and were then taken advantage of by other shinobi villages, then I am afraid the village would be wiped out. So, this is the sacrifice of Uchiha for the village's population of 16,000. Comparing the numbers on both sides, I see. Itaki is standing in the big picture. Uchiha Fugaku, stop thinking. Fugaku seemed to have guessed what Shisui was thinking. Uchiha Fugaku, I thought about the same idea. Uchiha Fugaku, but 6 years have passed since the rebellion of the clan. Uchiha Fugaku, then. Third generation, they knew that our family had rebelled, but they didn't do anything about it. Uchiha Fugaku, so Itaki is wrong. And it's useless to put hope in third generation because he didn't do anything. Uchiha Fugaku, you probably got his promise or something, but after you died, he didn't do anything. That's why we think of rebelling again. Shining Shisui. Shining Shisui. All right. If the facts are in front of you, there really isn't much to say. But, at this moment, Shisui understands by Chen a little bit. Uchiha is so exaggerated and bad. If he has also reached Mangekyo, then naturally he has his own ideas and cannot be shallow. Shenchi Shisui, so what is Bai Chen doing now? Uchiha Fugaku, he said that he wanted to become a great ninja, and then gain the recognition of the village through his own strength. Uchiha Fugaku eventually becomes Hokage. Shining Shisui, The people of Uchiha wanted to become Hokage, and they did have this path. Because his grandfather is Uchiha Kagami. He is a disciple of second generation purpose. According to Grandpa, he was chosen to be a disciple by second generation in the past, indicating that second generation eliminated prejudice against Uchiha. At the same time, the plan for second generation to choose third generation to become Hokage is actually that when the first Ninja World War is about to end, second generation goes to Cloud Shinobi Village to sign a peace contract with second Raikage. But it coincided with the rebellion of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, so he was also injured. At this time, he decided to protect the disciples, so he chose someone to join him in the throne room. That means someone needs to die with him. Among these disciples were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Akamiki Fufang, Uchiha Kagami, Yudin Koharu, Mito Kato Homura, Shimura Danzo. So, Uchiha's people were actually the closest to Hokage at that time, but he didn't do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen made up his mind to die one step ahead of him, so Sarutobi Hiruzen was chosen. Although he regretted this, he was convinced. Shisui, who was taught only then, needed to have a strong heart, as well as a decisive and brave heart. And it was these remarks that made Shisui fascinated, and then he made up his mind to commit suicide, eliminate the rebellion of the family, and then save the family. He did what his grandfather did not do, but now it seems a little sad. Uchiha Izuna, now it's my turn to say it, it's pathetic to see you fools being deceived. Uchiha Izuna, I fought with Senju Tobirama for more than 10 years. I still don't know who he is? Uchiha Izuna, 80% of the disciples he taught are sent by others. You still expect them to change, and you die of laughter. Shenchi Shisui, what is your relationship with second generation Sama? Uchiha Izuna, don't call him your lord, that guy is a scumbag. Uchiha Izuna, after he developed the Flying Thunder God technique, he killed me. Shining Shisui, Shining Shisui, I see. That's why Izuna-sama is so resentful. Only, Shisui was also troubled by this. Shining Shisui, Soitaka's current situation is, Uchiha Fugaku, he accepted a mission from the top to come back to slaughter, and was found to be under control. Uchiha Fugaku, he is now locked in an underground prison. Shining Shisui, I see. Shisui sighed, he felt that good luck made people. Because who could have imagined, he thought that once Uchiha rebelled, the village would definitely be in chaos. But what about the results now? Village farts are not allowed. Third generation was just pretending that nothing happened. Looking at it this way, it is indeed, absolutely. He believed the wrong person. Because third generation told him it would definitely change. The result is nothing. Shenshi Shisui, so now this is Suzuki, and he has grown so big. Shisui looked at the center of the small group. During the live broadcast, Zabuzen was physically removed from his arms, and Suzuki and Naruto finally knew what Bai Chen meant by making it impossible to leave Bai for a lifetime. The feeling is to let him go to waste again, so that he has to rely on Bai. Bai Chen probably thought of it the moment Bai Chen made his move, but when he really saw this situation, he was also slightly stunned. But White is also very straightforward. After quickly stopping the bleeding, he gave information on the black market. It's a demand that emerged a year ago, and the target of the release is Yin'in Village. Bai said. Yin'in Village, Bai Chen said. Yes. Do you know the details of Yin'in Village? Bai said. According to the information I got here, the backstage of the Sound Ninja Village may be Orochimaru, one of the past Konoha-sunin. And my words, I met him once. Bai said. Have you seen him? And the one who has been stopped from bleeding is sitting on the ground again. The winner is king, he is now losing. I don't know if he will be killed or not. So coldly watched Bai sell information to Konoha. But he didn't know Shiro had seen Orochimaru. Yes, Bai said. I saw him before Lord Zabuzen picked me up, and he asked me if I wanted to follow him. I asked him if he gave me meaning in life. He refused. Bai said. Do not cut again. I see. Sure enough, it's not just him. In fact, as long as ninjas know that Bai has talent at that time or is bound by blood, it is indeed good to cultivate it. Now Bai's strength is already the elite of Chunin, and it is difficult for ordinary Jonin to break through his mirror. Skills. Orochimaru Bai Chen thought for a while. In the original book, Orochimaru met the Itaki after the genocide because of joining the Akatsuki organization, and was struck by Itaka's Mangekyo and lost his self-confidence, so he wanted Uchiha Sharingan. Only then did he become a Suzuki fanatic. However, it can also be inferred that because the Uchiha clan did not exterminate, so Danzo is still only a Sharingan, and there is no Sharingan on his arm, so Orochimaru's research cannot continue. So he still wanted Sharingan to do the experiment by accident, and it was also possible. Do you know Orochimaru? And Suzuki and Naruto said curiously. For the two of them, well, the ninja school really doesn't teach many related secrets. After all, Orochimaru was a disciple of the third generation, and then he became a rebel. It's a shame. Probably got banned. So there is almost no discussion in the village. But Orochimaru is a strange person, Bai Chen said. But there is one thing you can remember. What? Suzuki asked curiously. If the other party calls himself Orochimaru, then he is determined to be Uchiha's licking dog, Bai Chen said. So don't worry, Orochimaru will stab third generation, but he will never hurt us Uchiha. If you're missing something, you can ask him for it. Orochimaru is a good friend of our Uchiha. Orochimaru-Kakashi had already run back from the other side of the lake. In fact, he was quite sullen. He was cheated by the water body that never cut, and then copied 44 water dragon bomb seals together. He's also copied Kirigakure's ninja's water dragon bomb before, but he doesn't remember this 44 print. It should be faster and simpler. But I was worried that I wouldn't cheat again, so I copied it at the same time. The result reproduced is really a 44 print water dragon bomb. It's just that the two water dragon bombs rushed together to cancel out, and when he reacted, Bai Chen had instantly turned to Shisui's hands that would not cut them again. This made Kakashi feel a little humiliated. But now listening to them talking about Orochimaru, Kakashi actually has a story. In other words, he absolutely cannot agree with Bai Chen's words. Because if they all believed Orochimaru so much, what if they were really deceived? Kakashi-sensei said quickly, can't say that. Don't think Orochimaru is a good guy. Orochimaru is a disciple of the third generation, but does a lot of forbidden technique. And then the village ninjas were used for experiments, which is absolutely not allowed. At the same time, he betrayed the village, and he is already the village's betrayal. Then, third generation arranged for me to pursue him when he betrayed the village. At that time, I can't attack him. To be precise, he has other cage-level strengths. It's just a sense of murderous oppression that makes me unable to move. So it's pretty scary, people. Don't get me wrong, Kakashi said solemnly. I see. Sasuke and Naruto nodded. For them, Orochimaru's name was too far away, but they knew that Kakashi-sensei was cowardly. Although Mr. Kakashi carries a small imperial book with him, he is also a jonin and has 10 years of Umbu experience, so the two still feel that this person's strength is quite good. But, Kakashi-sensei is right. Orochimaru is really scary for the village, Bai Chen said. Kakashi. This made Kakashi puzzled, and couldn't figure out what position Bai Chen stood on. Call him Uchiha, but he doesn't care about Sasuke. Said he was a village, but he was not motivated either. And third generation is also super afraid of him. So, he hadn't forgotten what Bai Chen had promised before. You said you could show your strength and let us see, right? And the instant Shisui just now, it's not just about your strength, right? Kakashi said. Yeah, Bai Chen said. Since you want to, then don't regret it, Bai Chen said. What he thought was that Kakashi had mentioned the past when he saw Orochimaru's murderous aura and couldn't move. Kakashi nodded. Because third generation said, third generation sees behind Bai Chen is the phantom of old Uchiha's man, like a ghost. But that was the old Uchiha Madara. They are all old and dead. So what's so scary? Moreover, when he saw Orochimaru in the past, he was frightened by Orochimaru's murderous aura, but that was when he was young. But now his strength is not what it used to be. So Kakashi didn't think there was any problem. Really? Bai Chen said, so he held down his left eye, but the pupil of his right eye changed directly from a black pearl to a shape of a hooked jade rotating link. And this is, the Mangekyo Sharingan on top of Uchiha's 3-Go Jade. Some people say that it is possible to be a genin for a lifetime, or to work hard for a lifetime to achieve chunin. This shows that human ability is limited. And the same goes for the Uchiha clan. Some people can't open their eyes all their lives, while some people are trapped in a single Guyu all their lives. And those who are talented also have only 3 hooks in their lives. As for Mangekyo, that's all that only Uchiha's supreme genius would have had the chance to hit. And Sasuke knew that his stupid big brother Uchiha Itachi started Mangekyo. But now, Bai Chen's right eye is Mangekyo Sharingan, and the other side is his classmate teammate. So, Mangekyo, F***K, Sasuke was the first to fry. Because he is still a single Guyu today, and then he can't even do illusion, and then he also speculated that Bai Chen might be a second Guyu or even a 3 Guyu. But now, direct Mangekyo? Sasuke is directly numb. Obviously Bai Chen didn't say he was stronger than him, although he felt that the point that Bai Chen admitted might be a big point, but now it has directly become a million point. This is too much. Liar, liar. Bai Chen, you liar, Sasuke yelled immediately. Sasuke calmed down. Kakashi hurriedly looked at Sasuke, and Naruto came to help. No, I can't calm down, I'm suicidal. Sasuke's emotions exploded, and he squatted down to the side. This is unacceptable for a while, and then falls into emotional out of control. Kakashi. Alright. Sasuke's mental endurance is really not good, but Kakashi was also surprised, because even the genius Uchiha Itachi he knew was only Mangekyo at the age of 14, but Bai Chen was younger than Itachi. Kakashi himself is a genius. It turned out to be like this. The class I brought with me won the lottery. The third generation project entrusted him with the toughest disciple. So, the current Kakashi is actually a little flustered. Third generation said that it felt terrified to see the elderly Uchiha Madara behind Bai Chen. So now, Kakashi just thought so, and suddenly opened his eyes. Because a man appeared behind Bai Chen. The man was tall, with jet black hair, but his eyes were very unique. Sharingan? No, it's a purple Rinnegan. The opponent has no movement but has absolute haki. Correct. Haki, the absolute haki side leak. And this man stood behind Bai Chen like Bai Chen's patron saint. And this moment, the man stared at Kakashi. A look. Kakashi felt that all the world at the moment was a pair of eerie purple Rinnegans. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto found that Kakashi fell straight down. Then there was a loud thud. Correct. He couldn't move in front of Orochimaru, but in front of Uchiha Madara, the most prosperous Uchiha Madara, breathing stopped. This is the terrifying oppression of the strongest of Uchiha. Do I really want to take Uchiha's Sharingan? It seems that it's better to just lose your hand. Zabuzanin and Bai stayed on the side. The severed ends of Zabuzan's 2 hands had stopped bleeding, but the pain was severe. But at this moment, he felt, Bai Chen was really so gentle. And Madara, the peak behind Bai Chen, was expressionless. If he had an expression, or was surprised, because he didn't move, Kakashi fell. Kakashi-sensei really fell down. In front of him saying Orochimaru, he was too frightened to move. Because although he has the strength of Jonin, it is still a world of difference compared to other strengths of cage level. This is why the promotion of ninjas is so difficult. Taking a step up is a realm, But no one thought that he would fall to the ground so quickly. And this who also includes him. After an unknown amount of time, Kakashi felt that his down mind had recovered, and he opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Kakashi. As a ninja lacking blue and unable to close Sharingan, Kakashi is familiar with this state. Maybe he was sent where he was exhausted. However, this does not seem to be the familiar ceiling of Konoha Hospital. Because he often felt lack of chakra and weak walking after finishing the task, he always went to Konoha Hospital, and over time, everyone knew that he lacked blue. Then there was a special room for him, and Kakashi can confirm that the ceiling here is completely unfamiliar. Thinking so, then he heard the sound of a piece of paper coming from the side. To be precise, it was the sound of flipping a book. Flip the book? Is anyone reading a book? Kakashi tried to control his body, then turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. And this time, I saw Bai Chen sitting by the window reading a book. The title of the book is Pro Our Paradise. Third. And this is his library. Well, and this scene still can't make Kakashi feel shocked. After all, he seems to have lost consciousness, and then the book he has kept was seen by Bai Chen, so it is barely considered a death of the society. But what shocked him was that Bai Chen didn't read the book alone. To be precise, behind him stood a man in red armor. This man has straight black hair, a killer hairstyle, and entwined purple eyes, giving people a mysterious but more powerful impact and strength. And this man was Uchiha Madara. The young Uchiha Madara in his prime was guarding him so motionlessly, and Bai Chen seemed to have seen something interesting and opened the page for Madara to read, but the peak Madara shook her head. There seems to be no interest. So Bai Chen continued to flip through the book. Kakashi. Shit. This scene is too curious. Kakashi felt as if he could faint again. And it was also at this time that he realized that he was afraid that he had seen Uchiha Madara behind Bai Chen before and fell to the ground in fright. Actually, it's not his fault. He had no resistance to these cage-level people with other strengths. To be precise, third generation is a liar, a liar. Where is the old Madara behind Bai Chen? It is clearly the pinnacle of Madara who is so powerful that it bursts the table. And those purple eyes, if he was not mistaken, the pattern according to what he read in the book, it may be Rinnegan. Rinnegan, this is the Eye of Sage of Six Paths. But for thousands of years, there has been no record of who can inherit these eyes. Then, now Uchiha Madara is behind Bai Chen. Is this naive to revive Uchiha? So behind Bai Chen is the ancestor of Uchiha. And this kind of old ancestor is at least an opponent that Shode can deal with, so he can be a fart. In this way, although he fell to the ground in shame, Kakashi didn't feel ashamed. Moreover, in addition to hearing the sound of flipping the book, he also smelled that salty smell with a bit of fishy smell. It seems that the surrounding is the seaside. In other words, after he fainted, he was taken to the land of waves. Then this may be the home of Mr. Dazner. Then, Kakashi closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Apparently, Kakashi didn't know he was dead. Zyokan's live broadcast has started today, and through the live broadcast, you can see the book in Bai Chen's hands. Then everyone quickly confirmed that this is a book with a romance level of 99%. There are also contents such as human and beast feeding, and the beast here means that the male protagonist is a human during the day, but turns into an animal at night, which is really amazing. Road to Revival of Uchiha Fugaku. I didn't expect that the book that Kakashi carried around was this kind of book. Old Madara. Madara is someone who has lived for decades, so he is immune to this kind of book. Older Madara, it's pretty. He said. All right. In the past, the ancestors either sat down or thought about how to fight with Haxi Hotmom, so they rarely came into contact with this type of book. Resistance is not very high. On the other hand, Izuna seemed very dissatisfied. Uchiha Izuna, so, the disciples and grandchildren of Tobirama are like this? Shenchi Shisui, actually when I was resting Uchiha Izuna, but he took it directly to the mission, didn't he? Shining Shisui. This time Shisui couldn't explain it to Kakashi. He still understands Kakashi a little bit. After all, Kakashi has a bad background and a bad experience. Shisui used Itaki as his younger brother, and Itaki was arranged to go to Umbu. The captain of Umbu is Kakashi. So Itaka sometimes talks about Kakashi. This gave Shisui an intuitive understanding of Kakashi. It's just that Kakashi mentioned by Itaka seems very serious, and Shisui didn't expect Kakashi to become like this. And it's only been 8 years since then. Old Madara, but this also shows that the puppet behind Bai Chen is not my deity. Older Madara, I don't feel connected to him. At the same time, older Madara, I think this book is okay, but it has no interest. Older Madara, it looks like a pure tool man. Uchiha Fugaku, it looks like this. Uchiha Fugaku, just judging from Kakashi's reaction, the pressure behind Bai Chen's peak Madara may be extremely powerful. Uchiha Fugaku, completely beyond the current level of shadow. Uchiha Fugaku, then, even the present ancestors cannot be hostile. Old Madara. Madara found herself really unable to refute this sentence. Although he was dead, he really couldn't beat the puppet behind by Chan, and he is now in the state of the old Madara. It's the end of a hero. Only, if he is resurrected, then he will be in the same state as the peak Madara behind by Chan. So, how strong is the peak Madara now? Then it is what he looks forward to after the resurrection. So, he actually didn't think there was anything wrong with it. On the contrary, I think, this is an opportunity to see the strength of my resurrection through by Chan. So, isn't he still the chosen son? Uchiha Madara's fighting spirit rekindled. Uchiha Izuna. Izuna didn't know how his big brother was suddenly so energetic. Uchiha Izuna, huh? But he made a curious sound. Shenshi Shisui, is it a newcomer? Shisui also found new prompts appearing on the system. Tick. In view of the small number of members in the group, a special cage level person related to Uchiha is specially invited to join the group. Group Selection 1. Suchikage Onoji, related to Madara, 2. Mizu Cage of Kirigakure, related to Madara, 3. Nohara Rin, related to Madara. Uchiha Fugaku, how is it related to the ancestors? Old Madara. Old Madara. Alright. Madara didn't react at first, and then she reacted. Aren't these guys the ones I cheated on before? Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, because the options for the group members who join the group are very subtle. The first was Onoji. He didn't react at first, but Suchikage Onoji knew it. Suchikage's words, he really had an impression. This is when he was still in Konoha. Hashirama wanted to gather Hokage from other shinobi villages, and then prepared to have a 5-shadow meeting, hoping to obtain peace through negotiation. Hey, but Madara doesn't think so. The other shinobi villages have no alliances, and only surrender to Konoha. So he intercepted these shadows. I want them to understand Konoha's strength. So the first person to be picked was second Suchikage and his sidekicks, and when he used Susanoo, second Suchikage didn't dare to talk shit. But his disciple has a big nose, then I know that this big nose is Onoji. Seeing him holding the stone with determination and not backing away, even in fear, reminded Madara of the days when he and Hashirama were together. At that time they were just holding a leaf and thought of the name of the village. Hence the origin of Konoha. So he gave up the attack, and that's when the pesky Tobirama arrived. So, the news of his attack on other shadows was reported to Hashirama, and he was grounded by Hashirama. So, a Senju Tobirama. But now is not the time to pay attention to that. It's Onoji. Suchikage, does that mean this big nose has become Suchikage? Madara just thought so. Then look at candidate 2, Mizu Cage of Kirigakure. Madara can't choose this. Because Madara couldn't be Hokage, she went to Kirigakure to be Mizu Cage. Of course not, his ambition is definitely not Mizu Cage or Hokage, he is to accomplish the feat of saving the ninja world and bringing true peace to the ninja world. Then you need to use Mizu Cage in the steps. So he took control of second generation and third Mizu Cage. Then Obito controls the fourth Mizu Cage, so Kirigakure's Mizu Cage does relate to him. Then the last candidate, Nohara Rin. This is Obito's favorite girl and Kakashi's teammate, and he manipulated Yagura to put 3 tails into Rin's body, and then instructed Obito to go. Then he plunged Obito into complete darkness and became his tool man. And the current situation is that Obito may be fishing and not working, then Lin comes in. If his conspiracy is exposed, Obito may not be able to work. So, you can't call Lin in. If so, old Madara Fugaku is the current Onoji Suchikage? Uchiha Fugaku, yes, he has been at Suchikage for 40 years. Although he is old, Uegakure is said to be the strongest. Old Madara. Madara thought. He can't expose Lin's side, and Mizukage's side can't expose it. As for Onoji's side, he should be afraid of him. So, the choice is clear. So he pressed his hand up. Tick. The selection time is up, you haven't made a choice, the system will randomly invite yourself. Welcome the current Mizu Cage of Kirigakure into the group. Tick. Unable to capture Kirigakure's current Mizu Cage, Kirigakure has no Mizu Cage. Instead, grab a ninja whose Kirigakure's strength reaches cage level. Welcome, at 5th Mizu Cage, Terumi Mei. Old Madara, huh? Madara froze for a moment. Older Madara, does this work? Uchiha Fugaku. Ancestor Sama, there is time for options, and I did the same last time. Older Madara, so it is, so who did you want to choose before? Uchiha Fugaku, huh? Fugaku felt that he might as well talk more. And this time, 5th Mizukage. 5th Mizukage, where is this? 5th Mizukage, impossible, it's all Sharinan. 5th Mizukage, a dream. Uchiha Fugaku, it's not a dream, but it's not surprising that Kirigakure doesn't have Mizu Cage. Old Madara. Madara just kept quiet and didn't speak, because his heart is clear. He was in control of Kirigakure before, and then Obito continued to control it after he died. so it's no wonder that Kirigakure has Mizukage. However, Obito is really not good, because Kirigakure and other powerhouses in cage level exist. 5th Mizukage Uchiha Fugaku? Wait a minute, this guy, Uchiha's instant Shisui? 5th Mizukage Shisui is dead? 5th Mizukage, there are other Uchihas. 5th Mizukage, that's impossible. 5th Mizukage Uchiha is so talented. Uchiha Izuna, what happened to the talent in my Uchiha? 5th Mizukage, then face off, who of you is controlling our 4th Mizukage? 5th Mizukage, let our village be in the blood fog all the time. Old Madara, and this time, tick. Congrats to Terumi Mei on her new title. The face value of the Uchiha family is licking the dog, referred to as the face dog of the Uchiha family. Uchiha's face dog. Uchiha's face dog. Uchiha's Yangu. Hey, what is this title? This is slander. Uchiha's Yangu, although your Uchiha family, well, they are quite handsome. Uchiha's Yangu, but you can't think of people as Yangu. Uchiha Izuna, really? Izuna is a young Izuna. Among these old people, middle-aged people, and dwarf melons, he is the most handsome, and it looks almost the same as the future Sasuke, so the current Izuna is a good-looking person. The title of pretty Uchiha can be fully explained. Uchiha's Yangu, damn. If it weren't for the mishandling of Yagura, the 4th generation, I wouldn't have missed the wedding. Old Madara. Madara now knows that Obito's manipulation of Kirigakure has failed because Terumi Mei has risen. But I didn't expect that Kirigakure could still rise. But Madara still put it on. Older Madara, what do you mean by manipulating 4th Mizukage? 5th Mizukage, are you? Old Madara, Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha family. 5th Mizukage, am I dead? Old Madara, it seems that this Mizukage is not very smart. Then it should be safer, otherwise, if it is 3rd Mizukage or 4th Mizukage, he really can't tell. Terumi Mei quickly began to read the explanation of the system that appeared in front of her, and she finally understood that God hasn't been so cruel to Kirigakure. She was not taken away. Otherwise Kirigakure is really doomed. According to her, she is a betrayal, but this betrayal does not mean that she betrayed the village, but that she betrayed Yagura, the 4th generation, for the sake of the village. In the blood fog that Yagura practiced, all 7 ninja swordsmen in the village were driven away, and now there is only 1 Kojuro left in the village. And Changjura is still the 3rd batch of 7 people, but now there are no other ninja swords in the village except Changjura. So, the situation in Kirigakure is terrible, and Terumi Mei's idea is to revive the village. However, she has not officially succeeded the village head of Kirigakure, the title of Mizukage. But judging from the title given by this small group, it seems that she is destined to 5th Mizukage. Why do you say that? Very simple. She already knew that this small group was transformed by the special ability of Mangekyo of the left eye of a man named by Chen of Uchiha, and this small group has functionality. You can collect people from the past, future, and present to come in, and it seems to be added because of Uchiha's good looks. She was actually very dissatisfied, because everyone knows that the Uchiha clan is beautiful, and she has been busy with work here, so she has no time to think about romance. So the wedding has long been missed. But I can't even imagine that I haven't succeeded Mizukage yet. And succeeding Mizukage can't think about it, because if you fall in love, then you have to divide the time to the family, and the broken Kirigakure has no chance for her to enjoy family happiness. So, she has made up her mind to be single since she was 16. Just thinking is thinking, belief is belief. Seeing her peers around her getting married, and even children calling her aunt, her mentality often explodes. So continue to immerse yourself in work. And just now when I was working, I suddenly found that a system prompt appeared in the void. Discovered Kirigakure's betrayal, do you choose to watch it? But first you need to join Uchiha's revival path. So she wondered if she was going to have an illusion, like Yagura of the 4th generation, and then tested it, and found that her soul body came in. It's okay to perceive the body, but the soul body is here. It turned out to be like this. The ceiling of the dead Uchiha Madara, then the dead Shisui, and the dead Uchiha Fugaku and so on. He infiltrated the group of the Uchiha clan by himself. But this group is the special ability of Mangekyo of Bai Chen's left eye. Bai Chen has abandoned the heart of Uchiha, so this group is the Uchiha recycling station. This statement is a little pitiful. But Terumi Mei's eyes were fixed on the center of the small group. Uchiha's face dog. Uchiha's face dog. Uchiha Fugaku, what happened to you, Mizukage? Uchiha's Yangu, what is behind Bai Chen? Uchiha Fugaku, aren't you going to be able to move? Uchiha's Yangu, to be honest, seeing Bai Chen, I want to surrender. Older Madara, hey, it's normal to surrender. The person who knows the current affairs is Junja. Old Madara, how, do you want to join the Uchiha family? Uchiha's Yangu, what terrible words are you talking about? Uchiha's Yangu, I can't betray my shinobi village. Old Madara, is it? Uchiha's face dog. Of course she can't betray her ninja village and then wants to revive Kirigakure. But the peak Madara haki behind by Chen is dangerously recorded. Is this the power of Sharingan? Sure enough, the Uchiha clan still has a lot to show. And if she's not mistaken, the peak Madara's eyes behind by Chen, purple circles entwined. She is also a learned person. Mainly because Mizukage was being manipulated, so she had to read a book to see what could be done. Then I found out that the strongest bloodline limit is the bloodline limit of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. And that's Rinnegan. In other words, does Bai Chen carry Rinnegan's puppet with him? And this puppet is still based on the strongest Uchiha Madara. It doesn't take a day, just half an hour to raise Kirigakure to the ground. Terumi Mei. Uchiha's Yangu, I think the current title is actually quite good. Terumi Mei chose to surrender. Uchiha's Yangu, I will take over as Kirigakure Mizukage immediately. Bai Chen is here to become Konoha's ninja, right? I will bring Kirigakure and Konoha's peace agreement with me. Terumi Mei took a stand immediately. That is to say, he is obviously another strong player in the cage level that Kirigakure finally came out with, but he didn't have the courage to face Madara, the peak behind Bai Chen. That could be a good thing for Madara. Or, it's pretty sad, because in the past, if Hashirama was willing to support his side, then the two teamed up. Susudu Buddha, two people destroy the four kingdoms. Then maybe that's not the case now. Madara then reminisced about the past. The other side. After Bai Chen and the others waited for Kakashi to wake up, everyone gathered at the home of Mr. Dazna. There was no intention of concealing the news, and even arranged for someone to help spread the news. The purpose is to get Cardo over. Grandpa, are these Konoha ninjas really okay? Dazner has a grandson. The grandson is worried. Because his father was against Kato, and was killed. Dazner was also hunted down. But now, Grandpa didn't come back secretly, but he was open and honest. Wasn't he just telling Cardo, come and kill me or something? Dazner's quarrel is still a little skewed at the moment. I saw the peak Madara behind Bai Chen in the forest. As an ordinary person, he directly quarreled and almost had a complete stroke. Because, too scary. Just killing Kakashi can make Kakashi fall to the ground, so naturally it can also make ordinary people mentally burst. You do not need to worry, Dazner said with some effort. Konoha's ninja, strong, especially that, the most handsome Uchiha, the most handsome. The grandson said, it looks very gentle. F***K. The grandson opened his eyes. Because Cardo brought someone outside the house, but Bai Chen left the house, and a man as powerful as a god appeared behind him. Excessively powerful, excessively terrifying breath, oppressed people completely out of breath. The corners of Sun's frightened mouth twitched. If I knew it earlier, I told you not to watch it. Dazner hurried to support his grandson. Then, after the Cardo mission was over, Dazner and his grandson followed Bai Chen and the others to Konoha, healing the spat. He can be old when he is old, but the child is still young. He suffered a stroke at such a young age. He wants to cry. 3 days later, everyone appeared at the entrance of Konoha's village. Konoha is a circular plain area, the surrounding of the village is fenced, and there is only one entrance left. 2 Chunin gates are arranged at the entrance. The gatekeeper is a ninja from the same issue of Kakashi, whose names are Gangzatai and Shinayu Izumo. The rank is Chunin, but the strength of the two has surpassed elite Chunin. If the conditions are relaxed, you can touch the position of Jonin. However, it is still a long way from an elite Jonin like Kakashi. Kakashi, your squad is back. It can be seen that their relationship with Kakashi is okay. But, Kakashi, what's wrong with you? They spotted Kakashi's pale face. The mental state is not very good, Kakashi said. But it should be fine. After saying that, he turned his head and said, and then turned around quickly when his eyes were about to fall on Bai Chen. And Iron and Steel went on to say, and this old man, isn't it the one who asked to be guarded before? Didn't you guys go to complete the mission? Why did you bring people back? Then you bought 1 for 1, and brought an extra small one. They came to Konoha for treatment, Kakashi said helplessly. Yes, it is. I feel a little sick, so I hope Konoha Hospital can take it in, said the old man of Dazner. Steel. So Izumo Shinayu and Gang Zisha confirmed the identities of Dazna and grandson and let them in. But the village's guards have become stricter. Did that day begin? Bai Chen, who was reading a book, put it down and said, as a Uchiha native, I have to leave the village every day when I am in the village, so the relationship between Bai Chen and Gangzatai and Shinayu Izumo is not bad. It should be said that they often see Bai Chen going back and forth to the village, and every time with a pile of books. they don't have that much disgust for Uchiha. To be precise, a Uchiha who doesn't do illusions is a good Uchiha. Otherwise, it will make ordinary ninja feel like, damn, this group of people are hanging up too much or something. Obviously, they still don't know who is the most open-minded person here. That day, Naruto asked curiously, "You don't know anything if you read more books?" Sasuke rode. It's time for the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam is an exam for the selection of Chunin. It is held every 6 months, and the 5 major ninja villages take turns holding it. Then, it was San Shinobi village in the first half of the year, so it should be our Konoha turn now. So, Sasuke said, probably you can see other ninjas from other ninja villages in the village. Oh, Naruto nodded. Hey, then look at my progress, get everyone's approval, and become Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto blazes. And Sasuke was thinking about how old his big brother Uchiha Itachi was when he became Chunin. He didn't want to go his stupid way, but he wanted to surpass him. Kakashi. Kakashi said in his heart that the Chunin exam is at least 1 year after graduation from the ninja school. If you want to participate, you have to guide Jonin to recommend it. So it's right to ask him quickly. But such a thing, Kakashi is the best he can't say. He just wanted to stay away from Bai-Chen first, because behind Bai-Chen is the peak Madara. And what's very scary is, Bai-Chen said that although he tried to put Madara away, but he still vaguely felt aware of that terrifying momentum. That is to say, Kakashi once had a shadow on Orochimaru's murderousness, and now has a huge shadow on Madara, the peak behind Bai-Chen. It's all mental illness. Steel. As expected of Kakashi's team, Shinayu Izumo smiled. Then watch Kakashi and his team enter the village, and then take the quarrelsome Dasna to the Konoha hospital. But I'll give it a shot here, you go and report to Lord Third Generation. Izumo Kamizuki said. Yeah, Gang Zisha took the lead, because Kakashi's squad has not just 2 Uchihas, but also 9 Tails Jinchuriki. 9 Tails Jinchuriki is important to the village, a deterrent. After Naruto became a ninja, he was incorporated into the 7th class, but was actually opposed by some ninjas. How did they think it was possible to make Jinchuriki a ninja? What if you run away? Now that Naruto is back and wants to take the Chunin exam, I have to report it. Although they have no ill feelings towards Naruto, they also think what should they do if something goes wrong? So, when Kakashi went to report the mission, he was stopped by the 3rd generation. Kakashi, you brought back Naruto and Bai-Chen. I am very happy. 3rd generation set a scene, but it's time for the Chunin exam. Did you think about letting them take it? Yes. Kakashi nodded. Because Naruto is arguing, and Sasuke wants to get Chunin's identity as soon as possible. And what about Bai-Chen? 3rd generation asked immediately. Bai-Chen said he doesn't care, he will follow the arrangement. Oh. 3rd generation stroked the little beard on his chin. Then I deny them to take the Chunin exam this time. 3rd generation said. Why? Kakashi wondered. Naruto's identity is unique. You know too. And if Sasuke and Bai-Chen become Chunin, the Uchiha clan may increase their confidence, and then there may be problems. 3rd generation said. Kakashi. About the spirit behind Bai-Chen, Kakashi pondered his words. I saw it this time on the mission. How? Is there a way to eliminate it? 3rd generation said with burning eyes. He always thought if Uchiha Madara resented what he wanted to do to Uchiha and then appeared, so let him be afraid of this. So, if Uchiha Madara's wraith can leave or disappear, at least he can sleep more peacefully. I saw the wraith behind Bai-Chen, and it was indeed Uchiha Madara. But this Madara and the 3rd generation project are not the same as what you said. His power has grown stronger. As far as I can see, it's Uchiha Madara in his youthful peak. And he has Rinnegan, Kakashi said. Rinnegan, you're not mistaken, 3rd generation asked. Yes, that's why I'm so pale, Kakashi said. I'm scared to see him. It's humiliating, but it's the truth. 3rd generation project. 3rd generation project. That is to say, when facing Uchiha Madara, Kakashi can only abba. 3rd generation closed his eyes. Then he opened his eyes became clear. After thinking about it carefully, although they are still relatively immature, it is still good for young people to make a foray, since they want to take the Chunin exam. Then take part. We can't stand in the way of young people's ideals. Kakashi. 3rd generation, are you so cowardly? Of course cowardly. When Hashirama was alive, none of the shadows from the other shinobi villages dared to fight, and the strength of 3rd generation is not comparable to them. And now he has to face even more, a Uchiha Madara who can blow anyone's head at will. Compared to the temper of Madara and the 1st generation, it is a grumpy one. After returning to the village, Bai-Chen went to the Konoha library. Before the assignment, he borrowed 10 books, which he could just return. On Sasuke's side, he wanted to go back to Uchiha first, and he had to report the situation to his father just after finishing the mission. Naruto wants to eat Ichiraku ramen, so this is also considered as going back to each family to find their own mother, but there should be no mothers. On Naruto's side, both his parents died, and his identity as the son of the fourth generation was even concealed. On Sasuke's side, one thing that is different from the original is that his mother is not Mikado, and Bai Chen's side is an ordinary orphan of Uchiha. Uchiha's people are scarce, and the young Uchiha will be sent to the battlefield if he opens his eyes, and then he is gone. So the Uchiha family is also full of heroes. 2 days later, there was good news from Mr. Dazner, and their grandson's stroke was relieved. Konoha Hospital can be treated and will be discharged in a few days. Although this has nothing to do with Bai Chen, it does not take into account the reaction of ordinary people to see the peak Madara. Perhaps, you can consider accumulating chakra and let the peak Madara behind him evolve one step further. The current peak Madara can't control his breath freely, but if he is strengthened, then it will be different. And this opportunity came. Konoha Grill. Mr. Kakashi invited everyone to dinner. To be precise, Mr. Kakashi gave everyone money. The money from Cardo is 130 million, except for Bai Chen's decision to offer a reverse bounty for Uchiha's eyes. So 70 million was deducted first. Now there are 60 million left, let's see how to divide it. Kakashi said. So little, Naruto said. Kakashi. A lot, Kakashi said. My savings are only 60 million. Like this time, the real evaluation of the escort mission is actually sea level, and sea level needs a reward of 100,000 to 200,000, so it takes 600 sea level tasks to accumulate this money, and also points to the village, and points to teammates, in addition to the consumption of ninja tools and so on. So it's a lot of money. Referring to the figure of 60 million, Kakashi thought that the bounty he offered in exchange for money was also 60 million. Is this directly targeting his wallet? A bounty according to his property? But Kakashi went on to say, then another thing is that I have recommended you to take the Chunin exam. Congratulations, the exam is a week away, and in a few days, the genins from other villages will come one after another. This time I don't ask you to pass the exam directly, but I also hope that you can gain experience. This sentence Kakashi is actually a bit ill-intentioned, because he thinks that even Sasuke, the worst performer, has the strength of elite Chunin. So this test for a Chunin exam is not easy to get hold of? But he didn't want them to be too proud. After all, he has only performed a task that seems to be barely possible. Still the newest of the new. The strength of the ninja is very strong, but many people are very strong, but they are also very easy to die. So he hoped that they could have more hearts. Understood. Naruto looked excited, and does the third round of the Chunin exam say that you can show yourself in front of everyone? Kakashi nodded. Konoha's exams are basically modeled, and the third game is a duel in front of the whole village. You may have seen these games once or twice as a child, so you know. So, if you can show up there and show it to the whole village, then it will depend on whether you can pass the first 2 assessments. You can cultivate by yourself during this week. You can ask me for advice, Kakashi said. I am good at ninjutsu with 5 chakra attributes, and Naruto is wind style, Sasuke is Leighton and fire style, Bai Chen is Uchiha. Bai Chen doesn't count. Bai Chen. Why doesn't he count? But Bai Chen also knows that Kakashi has nothing to teach him, and Kakashi still seems to have a terrible shadow on Madara, the peak behind him. Therefore, during these 10 minutes of talking, his head is tilted to one side, and Kakashi went on to say, so in 7 days, you yourself ask me. If you want, I will accompany you to train. I want to come to your Reikari, Sasuke said immediately. Kakashi, you can really choose. The prototype of Reikari is Chidori, which is my own ninjutsu. By exporting the chakra of the thunder attribute, and then quickly merging it, it seems that the thunder can be cut open, but it requires precise manipulation of the chakra, and then the Sharingan's increased agility. I already know that Sasuke's side is the chakra with the thunder attribute, and Bai Chen, do you want to test whether there is a chakra with the thunder attribute? Kakashi said. No need. Bai Chen said. Kakashi. Well, he knows. Sure enough, he had nothing to teach Bai Chen. Kakashi-sensei took a slight hit. Thus, the special training for the Chunin exam with Kakashi as the core began. But, the next day, Bai Chen went to the library, only to find Naruto sneaking up. Bai Chen felt a little strange. Why don't you go to teacher Kakashi to help you with special training? What are you doing with me? Naruto, come with me. Naruto pulled Bai Chen to the back of the school. Since the last class of ninja school students graduated, only the children of Konohamaru were left. And today is the weekend, they don't have class. So there is no one in the school. The same is true of the back mountain, of course. All right, Naruto said. Then he quickly made a seal with his hands. Seduction technique connects harem technique. Naruto transformed himself into Naruto and then increased the number. 6 blonde girls gathered around. And by the way, Naruto's seduction technique is a real change. In other words, he has become a girl, and the girl's ingredients are also very sufficient. Bai Chen. Bai Chen was expressionless. If you have any questions, say, seducing teammates is nothing. Is it useless? Naruto seemed rather disappointed. Bai Chen. Is it useful? You don't have any points? If you want to be useful to you, don't use Naruto's form to find people. Isn't that just making people? No matter how cute you become, you know you're a boy and you're boring? Actually, Naruto could only dispel the seduction technique and return to his original form. He was sitting on the ground. I want to be stronger, but I always felt that Kakashi-sensei couldn't make me stronger, Naruto said. Bai Chen understood. If Kakashi-sensei heard Naruto, he would probably cry. Uzumaki Naruto wants to get stronger. Can Naruto become stronger? Sure. If it is according to the development of the original book, Naruto needs special equipment to become stronger, equipped with multiple shadow clone techniques, and equipped with the Raise Non invented by his father. Activate Ashura Chakra, directing the power of 6 paths. There is also the Sage mode that I cultivate by myself, etc. How? Is it hard for me to become stronger? Naruto asked worriedly. He sat on the ground, his eyes rolled down, looking pitiful. Bai Chen. No. There are many directions in which you can become stronger, and they are all open. Let me see. There are some ways you may not be able to master, Bai Chen said. Naruto has already learned multiple shadow clone, so how about another ball rolling? But it takes a week in the original book to roll the balls. And that was done after turning anger into power after the enemy Orochimaru was gone. And now it's a peaceful time, and Naruto hasn't had any setbacks, so it's a bit difficult to finish in a week. Are you sure you want to become stronger? Bai Chen said. Of course. People in the village never wanted me to be a ninja, so I wanted to be a ninja, and then I wanted to be a Chunin. I want them to see. I can. Naruto said. You still remember these things. Thinking about it, I also know that although Naruto is a virgin and strong, he is also a human being. That means you want to become stronger, right? Bai Chen said. Then make a deal. Give me some of the chakra you don't need, and then I'll make you stronger, Bai Chen said. He's not a virgin, so he can't do everything like Naruto. But if you trade with Naruto, then it's still okay. Partly unused chakra? Naruto tilted his head. He still didn't understand what this part of chakra was that wasn't needed. Yes, Bai Chen said. Madara, the peak behind me, came out with great momentum and couldn't stop it. I'm a little worried that once he comes out, no one can stand around, so it needs to be improved, and that requires some of your chakra, Bai Chen said. I see. Naruto understood. According to Sasuke, although Bai Chen is Uchiha, he has already obtained Uchiha's highest level Mangekyo Sharingan. This made Sasuke envious. But envy is envy. Sasuke also found that when Bai Chen opened Mangekyo Sharingan, a black-haired killer admiral appeared behind him. Godlike power and momentum. That's why Kakashi-sensei sees it, and collapses in a daze. Know that this is Kakashi-sensei. And what about the others? The old man Dasna quarreled directly, and his grandson also came to the village for treatment because of a stroke. Correct. Naruto went to the hospital once and heard that it was a stroke. He suffered a stroke before the age of 10, and the medical ninja was shocked. That is to say, different people will have different reactions when they see Madara, the exposed peak of Haki behind Bai Chen. But he and Sasuke didn't know why, but the two of them weren't afraid. This is subtle. It's just that everyone's goal is to show their talents in this time in the middle heat test. If so, it doesn't seem to work. Because this is the third test room of a Chunin exam, when Madara, the peak behind Bai Chen, came out, everyone fell down. No one saw him fight. Then it is really troublesome. And if Bai Chen plays in front of him, and the audience is carried away, no one sees his Naruto appearance. So isn't that bad too? Naruto said immediately, if it's the chakra I have, I can give it to you. As long as I can, make me stronger. Naruto said. Can. Bai Chen and Naruto high-fived for an oath. So Bai Chen asked Naruto to follow him. Soon, the two came to a special place. That is the back mountain of Konoha, the Valley of the End. Here is. Naruto was here for the first time and was taken aback by the sight in front of him. There is a wide lake in the End Valley, and two large sculptures of hundreds of meters are located upstream of the two sides of the lake. It's two people. The one on the left is a man in the shape of Killmat, and the one on the right is a handsome man who looks suave. Both of them kept their postures. And then, these two. Unbelievable. Bai Chen, that Killmat sculpture on the left is the one behind you. Naruto recognized it. Yeah, Bai Chen said, because this is the Valley of the End. The sculpture on the left is Uchiha Madara, the patriarch of the Uchiha family, while the sculpture on the right is first Hokage Senju Hashirama. This is a sculpture to commemorate the two of them who led the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan respectively to establish a village and then made it. It has historical significance, explains by Chen. Naruto instantly felt even more incredible. So Uchiha's ancestors have always been behind your back? Indeed, the man behind me is Uchiha Madara. You can understand it this way, the Uchiha clan has lost a lot compared to the original concept of building a village, so the ancestors turned into resentful spirits and returned, Bai Chen said. And the main reason is that the Uchiha family has been treated unfairly by the village. Naruto, I want you to know, it's not just you who are ostracized in the village, it's the same with the Uchiha clan. The children of our Uchiha family would be stoned by other children in the village when they walked in the village before they went to the ninja school. And the last person I can remember being thrown like that was Sasuke's big brother Uchiha Itachi. Naruto. These Naruto don't know yet, but what he knew was that people in the village would also say, that's the Uchiha kid, don't come near, cursed eyes or something. So this is Uchiha's people grew up with the same exclusions as themselves. And what Uchiha lacks is justice. I see. Then as long as I'm Hokage, I'll bring justice back to you Uchiha. I promise with my personality. Naruto said, because my goal is to surpass all the Hokages ahead. Naruto looked combative and trustworthy. However, Bai Chen felt that Naruto was a bit simple, and he would not simply believe Naruto. Because, in the original book, Neji, who believed that Naruto would break his fate, is already cold, and in the blog, the Hyuga family's clan and branch house still exist. So, you can only trust Naruto for one moment, not forever. Therefore, it is better to believe in others, and fight for it yourself. Although Bai Chen thinks that the Uchiha family is easy to make idiots, it is undeniable that he thinks that it is good that the Uchiha family has not been exterminated. Having been with idiots for a long time, I found that my emotions were a little easier to mobilize. Tick. At this time, a system prompt sounded. Today's share of Uchiha's road to revival opens. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha's Yangu, I'm already on my way to Konoha, and I should be arriving at Konoha village in 3 days. Uchiha Fugaku, no one asked you that. Uchiha Fugaku, by the way, you really came to Konoha to submit the alliance letter. Uchiha's Yangu with Kirigakure's situation, do I still have a choice? Old Madara, cough. Elder Madara pretended to cough. Because Kirigakure is so miserable now, he knows that Obito should also have a pot. They're all, people who don't become Hokage, choose to become Mizukage. He is the 3rd Mizukage and Obito is the 4th Mizukage. And now the bad game is taken over by the incumbent Mizukage. And 80% of them can't even get an elite Jonin out there. Uchiha Fugaku, oh, here. Uchiha Izuna, big brother your sculpture. Izuna was the first to discover the young sculpture of his eldest brother. Old Madara, well, I see it, it's quite familiar, but the last time I came here, there was no such sculpture. Uchiha Fugaku, it was built by the daimyo of the country of fire. It was made to commemorate the achievements of the first generation when the first generation was about to die. Uchiha Izuna, how it seems that Senju Hashirama is still paying attention to my eldest brother. Old Madara, how to say? Uchiha Izuna, it stands to reason that first generation is going to die, so that guy Tobirama is responsible. But Tobirama can also build your big brother's sculpture, which shows that this is what the first generation requires. Uchiha Izuna, so, first generation is still okay for the eldest brother. Uchiha Izuna, he remembers your credit. Older Madara, I think so too, but, Hot Mom Hassie wanted to kill me, no, he really thought he killed me. Old Madara, so, we can't go back to the past. Uchiha Fugaku, so is this the story of the ancestors and their love and wishes? According to the information they got, Madara returned to the village after leaving the village and launched an attack on the first generation, so the two fought here. As a result, Lord Ancestor can slash the first generation, but doesn't he accept being stabbed by the first generation? Fugaku felt that the other party was a little hypocritical. However, now that they are in the same small group, and the ancestor seems to have done something with Obito, Fugaku feels that he still needs to figure out what the pot is. And this time, everyone found out that Bai Chen said a horrible thing to Naruto. Naruto, you know, there is a fox in your heart. Naruto wants to become stronger. In addition to taking the original route, there is actually a way. And the path is straight and Naruto probably touched it. Well, that. What did you say? Naruto seemed to pretend to flick his head by rubbing his head. You are Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Bai Chen said. 12 years ago, Nine Tails rioted and almost destroyed the village. And the village has lost a lot of strength and almost all the Konoha elites have been wiped out. A lot of Jonin and Shinin were lost, and the 4th Hokage were also killed in that Nine Tails riot. And these 9 tails are not dead, they are sealed in your body, Naruto, Bai Chen said. Road to revival of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Izuna, Old Madara, Shining Shisui, Uchiha's face dog. There were only 5 people in the group, but all 4 were silent. What Fugaku was silent about is that he already knew that it was Obito, and that Obito was Uchiha, so it's related to Uchiha, which isn't wrong. Madara was silent, after all, it was his subordinate Obito who did it. And Shisui, he didn't help at the time, he wanted to make a move, but was asked to assist the general villagers to evacuate. And the reason is, the higher UPS suspect that their Mangekyo is manipulating the 9 tails. So Shisui remained silent. As for the current Mizukage, she knew that Yagura, the 4th generation, might be manipulated by Uchiha's people, but who exactly? She didn't know. Also, the current Kirigakure sucks. Now I just want to get justice, but who are all in this group now? Uchiha Madara, the old man of 1st Hokage Senjo Hashirama who used to be feared by the 5 shadows. The strength is comparable to Hashirama, or only the 2 of them can fight. And all the shadows are waiting for Hashirama's death before the first ninja war begins. Enough to prove the power of these legendary ninjas. They don't know how powerful the legend is, but Uchiha Shisui is also in the group. Shisui is what Kirigakure thought at the time. As long as there is a place where Shisui and illusion appear, then it's okay to retreat. Therefore, as a junior Terumi may still knows the weight of Shisui. In this way, keep quiet. But, is Konoha also so miserable? She thought her Kirigakure was miserable, almost at the bottom, but now, it doesn't seem to be the worst, it's all set off by peers. And outside the small group, Naruto. So the people in the village have been rejecting me because of this? Because the destruction of the village brought the destruction of 9 tails in my body? So I'm called a demon fox? Naruto said immediately. So no matter what store I went to, I would be kicked out and sprinkled with salt because they treated me as the incarnation of 9 tails? It seems that Naruto's heart can always remember the grievances he has suffered, because it is impossible to forget. What look, it's that kid. That's it, 3rd generation asked for a silence. What the hell is 3rd generation trying to do, and how can that be a ninja? Everyone said you can't play with that kid. These verbal rejections accompanied him from childhood. So, he's not that, or the kid who was tagged, he's Uzumaki Naruto. However, no one wanted to call him by his name. Treat him like a dirty thing. Yes, Bai Chen said. You have 9 tails in your body that caused it all. It is the embodiment of hatred and destruction. But Konoha is weak and needs it to stay in the village as a deterrent. And you were affected by it. I was affected by it? Naruto said. You know it yourself, Bai Chen said. Your efforts are not lost to anyone, but there is always no progress. And, what a simple 3-body technique, obviously you work so hard, but you just can't do it, because it's been interfering with your chakra, Bai Chen said. Naruto. Good guy. Naruto instantly angered, so I've been being toyed with, but why is it called the erotic fox? Naruto said. In fact, Naruto already had an answer in his mind. For him, all his ninjutsu won't work until he learns multiple shadow clone. No matter how hard you try, you can't use it normally. So he also wondered if there was something wrong with his chakra system, but only his own original seduction technique can be used smoothly. So he dismissed the idea that it was his chakra system that had a problem. Since he was a child, everyone regarded him as the 9 tails demon fox, and he himself felt that there was something terrifying in his body. But other ninjutsu doesn't work, then seduction will do. Is it the terrifying existence that opened the green channel for this ninjutsu? So isn't this a fox? So, this is the color fox. So, Naruto learned to summarize by himself. So, because this erotic fox has been locked up, and then it thinks that my seduction technique will turn into a girl, it finds it interesting, so it keeps supplying me with chakra. It actually has a temper, and then wants to play with me? Naruto. Naruto felt that he was stupid, he thought he got a cheat, as long as Naruto appeared in chakra, he would explode. And this chakra is completely different from his own, and there is an endless stream. As a result, it was just a twist of 9 tails, a lewd fox, trying to make him crooked. That's not clear, but our trading method is this, Bai Chen said. No matter what it thinks, but you want to be strong, then let it give you strength. It doesn't make sense to just supply it as it likes, but it has to be obedient, Bai Chen said. Ha! Naruto was stunned, then said. But 9 tails is so terrifying, you lost so many people, and then the 4th generation and his wife died because they sealed it. 9 tails is scary, said Bai Chen. But in front of the Uchiha clan, it's just a large pet. With Mangekyo Sharingan, anyone can control it, said Bai Chen. Yeah, 9 tails. Naruto? Naruto was taken aback. Because now he is the only one here. But Bai Chen looked at him, making him feel that Bai Chen wasn't looking at him, but what was behind him. Then behind him, Naruto suddenly felt a strong chakra full of negative lethality surging out, and then quickly wrapped half of his face. And his wrapped left eye was very painful, and the color seemed to have also turned scarlet. Uchiha Fugaku, what is this? Shenshi Shisui, probably the evil chakra of 9 tails. Shisui, it seems that we believe too much in the seal of the purpose of 4th generation. There is a loophole in the seal of the purpose of 4th generation. Shining Shisui Naruto can accept the chakra of 9 tails at this time, which is inherently weird. Shenshi Shisui, at first Naruto was disturbed by the chakra of 9 tails, so he couldn't finish normal ninjutsu. Shenshi Shisui, but chakra who accepted 9 tails has accepted so much, so it is actually 9 tails who has been tempting Naruto to use his chakra. Shenshi Shisui, because of 9 tails, it has been thinking about escaping prison. Shenshi Shisui, I want to give Naruto chakra constantly, and then, occupy Naruto's body. Shenshi Shisui, and this time, it has invaded half of Naruto's body. As if verifying Shisui's words, Naruto at this moment has become half normal and half black. And this state is not a half-tailed beast. Tail beastization all means that Jinchuriki has the upper hand, but Naruto is now, he can't control himself. Keep your heart, Naruto. Bai Chen said, and at this time, Naruto saw Bai Chen's left eye for the first time. Bai Chen only used the right eye when he released the peak Madara, but the left eye has always been a beautiful black pearl. And now his left eye has also turned the terrifying scarlet of Mangekyo. Illusion. Naruto only felt a strong pull coming, and he entered a black space, surrounded by pale green water. And he couldn't help but open his eyes, and found, he was half buried in the water, but a chakra line grabbed half of his body, and half of it stretched forward. Ahead is a cage with a spell on it. Inside the cage is a monster with a fiery red head, and that monster has long black ears like a rabbit and sharp claws. And that's 9 tails. Bai Chen was on Naruto's right side, and his left side pressed Naruto's shoulder, soothing Naruto. Then, first meeting, Bai Chen said. Fox, but it seems to have ruined your good things. You are in a bad mood. 9 tails, K. 9 tails, who closed his eyes, instantly widened his vicious eyes, and all the vicious eyes smashed over. Because for him, his current mood is that he finally got a spoon to escape from prison, and then dug for a long time, and found that the warden was in front of him. All efforts have been lost. Yes, 9 tails has actually been testing jailbreaks. It was sealed in the bodies of 3 people in succession, from Uzumaki Mito, wife of 1st Hokage, to Uzumaki Kushina, wife of 4th generation, and now Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto is a newborn kid, so 9 tails can't accept that 9 tails should be sealed in the body of a newborn kid. And Minato probably worried that his son was too young to provide a complete seal, and then took half of the 9 tails away and was sealed in Shinigami's belly. This hatred 9 tails will never forget. So, it's been working on it. When it was sealed at the beginning, there was a little idea, for example, if it was locked for a long enough time, it could be released. But what about the truth? These people in Konoha regard it as their own, and even if Jinchuriki dies of old age, they will continue to seal it. So 9 tails awakened. It is no longer sitting still. In fact, it's just because Naruto is weaker. Uzumaki Mito's seal is so strong that it can't move, and Kushina's seal is so strong that even when it is detached, it can be bound for a period of time with the Vidra chains of the Uzumaki clan. But Uzumaki Naruto's side, I'm sorry, he's just a kid. However, Minato still left the seal, so 9 tails can only constantly test the type of interference seal, among which, it can separate part of its own chakra and then interfere with Naruto. And that's not much use. But what if Naruto is willing to accept its chakra? Then it will be different. So as it is now, the more Naruto accepts the chakra that needs it, then the chakra it can get around the gap in the seal, the more it spills out, and then like it is now, eroding Naruto. At that time, if Naruto is completely eroded, then it will be able to manipulate Naruto. So here is the jailbreak method for 9 tails. But this moment, it seems to be a good thing that ruined you, and you are in a bad mood. Bai Chen appeared here. Naruto couldn't move, and he was standing on Naruto's left. And Bai Chen raised his face, revealing the color of Mangekyo in his left eye. Scarlet, and then, nasty Uchiha. 9 tails has been sealed away, but it can also be seen through Naruto. So, in addition to knowing that Bai Chen is also Uchiha, it also knows Bai Chen's right eye is also Mangekyo, and can then emit Uchiha Madara. Others may not know Uchiha Madara behind Bai Chen, but it will not forget. Because Uchiha Madara is the person it hates the most. If it wasn't for Uchiha Madara who manipulated it and brought it to fight Hashirama, it would not have been sealed. But it's not stupid either. The strength of Uchiha Madara behind Bai Chen is a bit scary, and it's Rinnegan above the nasty Mangekyo. It doesn't want to punch hard, so its goal is just to want Naruto to keep using its chakra and then let it erode Naruto. Then, run away. However, now such a humble wish has been shattered, because Bai Chen appeared directly in front of it. And now not only the left eye, but also the right eye has been replaced with the color of Mangekyo. Uchiha Madara, who was at his peak, appeared behind Bai Chen. I hate you. either Uchiha Madara or you. I hate all of you humans. The cage where Nine Tails was in was bleak, but its body was fiery red, and Naruto opened his other eye diligently, and what he saw was a roaring and screaming monster. Really? The people of the village are afraid of such Nine Tails, and they are afraid of such terrifying monsters. Uchiha Revival Road Uchiha Fugaku. This is Nine Tails. Old Madara, this is Nine Tails, just like the past, just a beast that can only hate. Madara looked down on Nine Tails in the past, and still does. After all, Nine Tails was controlled by him, then by Obito, and even sealed on Naruto's body in baby state by Minato. This performance is indeed quite embarrassing. Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku thinks these people are too Versailles. No one knows how fierce Nine Tails is, and Konoha also withered because of the Nine Tails chaos. And the Uchiha family was also moved out of the village at that time. In the end, the seeds of the continuous rebellion of the Uchiha family were planted. Shining Shisui, but is this really okay? And Shisui also participated in the conversation, because he saw that by chance Peak Madara came to the cage of Nine Tails, and Peak Madara's right hand pressed the seal on the cage. This action seems to be, to break the seal. Wait. This seal cannot be broken. However, at this time, a figure appeared on the right side of Pinnacle Madara, and he held down Pinnacle Madara's hand holding the seal. Uchiha Fugaku, it seems that this is the insurance that Minato left behind. Shisui, 4th generation purpose insurance? Uchiha Fugaku, well, Uzumaki Naruto was just a child, and at that time he was also the only Uzumaki clan in the village. The Nine Tails couldn't just rage, so they had to be resealed. Uchiha Fugaku, then what could be sealed at that time was sealed in Naruto's body. Uchiha Fugaku, but Naruto was a child and couldn't fully control the seal, so Minato probably left his chakra as a last resort. Bai Chen said. Ignore him and continue to unlock the seal. Boom! Pinnacle Madara looked at Minato chakra as insurance. Minato chakra was kicked by the Pinnacle Madara before he could react. Putong threw more than 20 meters in a row. Minato chakra quickly stood up. Can't. If the spell is broken, Nine Tails can come out, Minato said. All I want is for it to come out. Bai Chen said. Hey, and although Nine Tails doesn't understand what Bai Chen is doing, if the cage is released, then, it's the world. It knows that the Madara behind Bai Chen is not the real Uchiha Madara. Since it is not true, then there is no need to worry. Nine Tails is gearing up. Then let's start, Bai Chen said. The protective cover of Nine Tails is removed, so you can beat Nine Tails any way you want. Nine Tails? Nine Tails in the cage didn't fully understand, but found that Madara, the peak of Bai Chen, had rushed in. Alone is just a fist. Let it be a total of 16 ribs, all broken. Nine Tails threw more than 20 meters and landed next to Minato chakra. Its mouth was sunken. Minato chakra and Nine Tails looked at each other. Uchiha's licking dog, so strong. Uchiha Fugaku, this scene, I have never seen it in my life. Shenshi Shisui, yes, this is the first time I saw someone hammering Nine Tails. Uchiha Izuna, as expected of my eldest brother, he is too strong. Older Madara, I have never seen this scene before. But the old Madara was very happy, because his combat power at his peak was really strong. Playing Nine Tails with bare hands, you can blow for 10 days. Ninjas can hammer Nine Tails with their bare hands, which Shisui and the others have never seen before, nor Nine Tails. For Nine Tails, it hates Uchiha Madara the most because Uchiha Madara said that it is a beast and has no mind, and then directly used Sharingan to manipulate it. It was forced to fight Senju Hashirama. Even fighting. Damn Uchiha Madara, when you lose, don't go with it, let it get caught by Senju Hashirama. Then, being grasped by true several thousand hands, and being too strong by Versailles, he began to go to jail in Konoha. One sitting is decades. How can there be a tailed beast as miserable as it is? You must know that it is still the strongest tailed beast. It's just unacceptable. And now, hateful, I won't forgive you. Nine Tails growled. But now it is just roaring in the corner, it doesn't move, it's just howling, not moving. An hour has passed. And Nine Tails really suffered physical damage. It originally thought that Uchiha was just a strong bloodline, because a pair of hateful Rinnegan drove the tailed beast recklessly. Result, physique is also an explosion. It used its own body to experience the cost of unruly. And Minato Insurance on the other side has been dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen someone who could beat a tailed beast into a ball. Strong enough to explode. So you are too gentle, Bai Chen said. The seal of Nine Tails is to protect Nine Tails from harm. Minato Insurance. In this case, it's true. As soon as the cage is opened, Nine Tails becomes unprotected. And now it's really miserable. However, the current situation. You have leaked insurance, there is no difference between having it and not having it, Bai Chen said. Otherwise Naruto wouldn't be like this. When he mentioned Naruto, Minato, who was still thinking of arguing about something, was suddenly suppressed. Because he is Namikaze Minato, he is part of Uzumaki Naruto's father, even if only a part of chakra, but he is also a father. Then Uchiha Madara now. Minato hesitated. Because he was part of Minato, and before he died because of the Nine Tails Rebellion, then the masked man at that time called himself Uchiha Madara. Now he admits that he definitely can't beat Madara at the top, but he's also Hokage and can't do nothing just because he can't beat him. He is the spirit behind me, you can think of it as Mangekyo's special ability. Bai Chen said. Is it? Minato Insurance appears to be waging a strong ideological struggle. So, you said the way to make Naruto stronger is to release Nine Tails? Minato said. Bai Chen said, yes, this is the most direct method, because it is impossible to become stronger in an instant, unless you hang up. And now so. Bai Chen walked on the lake and came to the spherical Nine Tails. Nine Tails are big, but now they have turned into a ball, which is very funny. The entire huge body floated on the water. Bai Chen touched its body and it was twisted into a ball, leaving only the long ears of a fox's head. Nine Tails, are you willing to lend your power to Naruto? Nine Tails, how many years? Nine Tails said, I think 20 years. Naruto will be 32 years old at that time, and it's normal without Nine Tails being cut. Nine Tails. Although he didn't understand what Bai Chen meant when Naruto was cut in middle age, Nine Tails responded, whatever you want, it said. Look, isn't Nine Tails quite obedient? Nine Tails, Nine Tails, F***K. Is Nine Tails obedient? It has to be obedient. And Minato Insurance also sweated one. Just let go of Nine Tails' power now, then on my side. What Minato thinks of Insurance is that the meaning of his creation is to guard the door for Nine Tails and prevent Nine Tails from fleeing. But now that Nine Tails' cage has been dismantled, and Nine Tails has also been ravaged, it seems that he has no meaning to survive. Can't you occasionally pull in Naruto's spiritual body and teach him ninjutsu? Bai Chen said. Minato Insurance blinked. Because this is the direction he never thought of. Minato is an excellent ninja. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, he could only choose to seal the Nine Tails on Naruto's body, and then his wife asked him why he had to sacrifice Naruto. What he said was because their family were all ninjas, and he's still Hokage. He has no choice. So he actually lacked the responsibility of his father, and only part of chakra was left, and he was placed here, always guarding Nine Tails. And just like Nine Tails can see the scene outside Naruto, he can actually see it too, but he can't do anything. But now, Bai Chen said, free him from the guardian of Nine Tails. So, can he make up for Naruto? He knew better than anyone Naruto's inner loneliness. It looks like an agreement has been reached, Bai Chen said. With that said, he came to the center of the lake, where Naruto was bound from the front. At the peak of Madara's battle with Nine Tails, Naruto's spiritual body fainted due to the impact. And now, Naruto's mental body opened his eyes in a daze, and saw a green lake. This is the spiritual world. Then, I was attacked by the demon fox. Naruto's mind finally became clear. And Bai Chen stretched out a hand to him, Naruto grabbed it quickly, and was pulled out of the lake by him. And Naruto hurriedly looked at the lake, and found that the appearance of his half-body being invaded disappeared. And Nine Tails, at the end of the lake, in the dismantled cage, only a head is left. Naruto. Nine Tails, I have convinced Nine Tails that it is willing to lend its power to you at ease, Bai Chen said. I'll renew you for 20 years. Nine Tails. Nine Tails didn't want it at all. But, it's only 20 years, labor and capital are tail beasts, and they can afford it. Nine Tails said. So, Naruto turned to Bai Chen. I am now stronger? Yes, not just stronger, but also red. As we all know, there are two ways to become stronger in the ninja world. One is to rely on your own efforts, through continuous training and then become stronger. Representatives are Hyagon Niji and Might Guy. The other way is to take a shortcut and open the hook directly. And this hanging is divided into self-hanging, others help you open it, or rubbing someone else's hanging. Among them, he has his own talent and blood, such as Kakashi, who has been a genius since he was a child. And others help you drive, that is, Naruto and Sasuke like this. However, there are also small hangings and big hangings. Sure enough, I'm still talented. Sasuke felt himself awakened. 3 days later, Konoha's back mountain is there in the final valley. The 7th class had a small gathering here. In fact, it was mainly because Sasuke mastered Kakashi's original ninjutsu Chidori under Kakashi's 3-day training. Correct. Sasuke mastered Chidori. According to Kakashi, Sasuke has the chakra attribute of the thunder attribute, and according to Kakashi's inference, Sasuke needs a month to learn Chidori. However, he became master in 3 days. One of the reasons is that he opened Urga Jade Sharingan when he was cultivating Chidori. And it wasn't until after Urguya was turned on that he realized that he was so weak in the past. For the beauty contact family, every level up is like a level up. Therefore, Chidori, who can only learn in a month, can be learned in 3 days. And it's already pretty decent. Kakashi's chakra can only support Kakashi to use 4 times a day, but he can 5 times. For Suzuki, this is indeed something to be praised for. Uchiha Izuna, congratulations, your son has advanced. Uchiha Fugaku, I am really happy that he advanced. Uchiha Fugaku, but the mood is a little complicated. Uchiha's licking the dog, yes, after seeing the peak Madara tearing 9 tails, I also think, is there a way for ordinary ninjas to come out in this ninja world? Everyone found that the new Mizukage was full of negative emotions, and Fugaku felt that he could understand each other. Yes, although he is Mangekyo, he is also proud of his Mangekyo and Uchiha lineage. But his Mangekyo ability is Amaterasu, which is good, but, however, it seems that it can only be burned. And Bai Chen didn't directly set up a small group, but brought in the ancestors as a part-time thug, and then hammer 9 tails. And on Naruto's side, after getting the 9 tails plug-in, for all to see. So, these people are all hanging up. In terms of strength and ordinary ninjas, it is simply a world. That is the power of God. So, it is normal for Mizukage to be autistic these days, because there is simply no chance of winning after the match. Shining Shisui, but Suzuki is still a little young. At this time, Shisui suddenly spoke, which made Fugaku quickly focus his attention. Really? As soon as he noticed Suzuki's progress, he started wanting to perform. Fugaku is a very capable person. If it wasn't for the night of genocide, no one would know that he was actually Mangekyo. But Suzuki seems to be different from his tolerance. Because Suzuki only improved a little, and then he started trying to perform live. You want to fight me? Bai Chen was reading a book and closed the book when he heard the words. Of course I want to fight you, but not now. I'm not as good as you now, Suzuki said cheerfully. I am now. The one to fight is Naruto, Suzuki said. Didn't Naruto have Naruto 1000 rounds? Just right, I can become the opponent of my new master's killer Chidori. Oh, that is to say, Suzuki now has a rational understanding, knowing that to fight Bai Chen is to hit the stone with an egg, and then choose to find the weak Naruto. After all, he's not stupid. Although before, because it is the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, I will not be afraid of the peak Madara. But Teacher Kakashi fell to the ground in a daze. He saw this scene. So, now he will not be so stupid to provoke Bai Chen. If so, then Naruto was the right choice. Suzuki was actually quite unhappy. Because everyone is from the Uchiha clan, Bai Chen flew so fast by himself, and then, he thought Naruto could surpass him in 2 months. Bai Chen just said this once. But Suzuki remembered straight away. Now that he has achieved little, he wants to tell Bai Chen that he should not look at people so superficially. Will Naruto surpass him by 2 months? So, just let him tell Bai Chen with facts that he must have read it wrong. Naruto, just empty chakra. It is impossible to catch up with him. At this moment, Suzuki seemed full of fighting spirit. Oh, and Naruto looked a little sleep-deprived. But since Suzuki wants to do dual training, he will also help. Then let's fight, Naruto said. But Suzuki, I don't want to use 1000 Naruto bullets, this is not my nirvana anymore. It's okay, Suzuki said. Because it's only been 3 days, what powerful nirvana can Naruto learn? You can use it. I'll keep it, Suzuki said. Naruto nodded happily. Come out 9 tails. Today we're going to eat at Suzuki's house. Then he immediately closed his hands, and a layer of orange chakra quickly wrapped his body. In an instant, a 7-meter-high fox head appeared behind Naruto, and Naruto stood on the fox head. The labor and management are out again. Sure enough, the air outside is fresh. The little devil of the Uchiha family. Today the labor and management went to your house for dinner, are you ready? 9 Tails' big eyes stared at Suzuki. Suzuki was stunned. He stared blankly at his figure directly reflected in the eyes of 9 Tails' big head. Because, how is this going? He was about to be swallowed by 9 Tails. Suzuki, is this an illusion? Illusion? What illusion? This is 9 Tails, Naruto said. But now I'm not mature enough, I can only call out one of its heads. One head is enough to crush this Uchiha kid. 9 Tails shouted. It can beat Bai Chen or be beaten by peak Madara, but there is no reason to lose to a junior. So, isn't the current Suzuki the object of his tantrums? The reason for this is that when it was summoned by Naruto, it sneaked a glance at Bai Chen, who was still reading a book. Description doesn't care about it. That is, hammer Suzuki, no problem. It wants to vent its dissatisfaction. Suzuki, And the aggressiveness of Nine Tails is directly confusing to Sasuke. I just went to train with Kakashi teacher for 3 days, not for 30 years. Naruto, what happened to you? Sasuke felt terrified, because, as soon as he came back, he found that he had become the weakest. Sasuke was shocked, and so was Kakashi. In today's 7th class meeting, he actually felt that Sasuke had completed his training ahead of schedule, and he didn't want to favor one over the other, and then see if there was anyone who could guide Naruto. I want to start a small stove. But now, what is this operation? Actually, Naruto seemed to be a little embarrassed to say. Mr. Baichen helped me sign a 20-year working contract with Nine Tails. Nine Tails will provide me with chakra for the next 20 years. That's why it's changed like this, Naruto explained. But Kakashi was still stunned. Can Nine Tails communicate? And still working for 20 years? What kind of working fox is this? But I'm sorry, Sasuke, I also want to face you upright. But my mental state is not very good, Naruto said. Because at night, I dreamed that 4th generation was teaching me how to roll balls. I wasn't very good at it, so he kept training me. Then wake up very sleepy, Naruto said. Kakashi opened his eyes. Roll balls? Sasuke may not understand what it is, but Kakashi does. Rolling balls should refer to Rasengan, and Rasengan is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's own ninjutsu, and this made Kakashi very shocked. Actually, seeing Kakashi's confused expression, Baichen briefly explained what happened. At the same time, it was shown that he met Minato's chakra insurance in the seal of Nine Tails, and then arranged for this Minato insurance to guide Naruto in the principle of not wasting. Kakashi was shocked because he could still do this? Only, Mr. Baichen. This made Kakashi unable to resist asking, is there anything you can't do? Baichen, is there anything else you can't do? Or Kakashi, you are treating him as a Doraemon, which is a very bad habit. Because it's like saying, Aunt, I don't want to work hard, the doctor said I have a bad stomach and can only eat soft rice. However, Baichen prepared a formulaic answer to Kakashi's question, what else can I do? Then it's, be a Hokage, because Konoha never wanted Uchiha out of Hokage. Baichen's strength is so strong, and then also said to the position of Hokage, he can't do it. What is Shadow? In the past, Shadow represented strength. It is the strongest force of a ninja village. However, there are also rhetoric, to become a shadow so must be recognized by the whole village. In other words, what is needed is the human heart. And that's why Uchiha Madara was not elected. But no matter what happens in terms of popular sentiment, Ying's requirement is to have strength. It's just that Konoha has not only had 1 or 2 other strong people in cage level for decades. There are several out of Uchiha. From Uchiha Shisui to Uchiha Itachi, and even Fugaku, the father of Sasuke, the self-destruct son of a fool, has Mangekyo. And now, even Baichen has denied it. Does this mean that there is actually an insider in choosing Hokage? Is it actually unfair? Kakashi is not the first to ponder this question. Instead, I thought about it for 3 days in a row. Kakashi kept thinking about it after Naruto could use the power of Nine Tails and directly half-tailed beast to summon 9 tails out of a big head. He has been able to confirm, and has used himself as an experiment and then personally comprehended Baichen's strength. What 3rd generation said behind Baichen is an old Madara's puppet is a lie, because that is clearly Uchiha's strongest combat power, Uchiha Madara's peak strength. And it's exaggerated, wearing a Rinnegan. According to the information he got by inviting Naruto to eat ramen, Baichen directly used Sharingan and illusion to enter his spiritual space, then control the pinnacle Madara hammer 9 tails. And now the head of 9 tails that Naruto can summon is because 9 tails only has 1 head left. Kakashi. Baichen didn't put down a ban on this matter, so Naruto could say it. And this shows that Baichen's strength is stronger than he thought. It should be said that he is too strong. Past. When he was Umbu, he had heard the 3rd generation talk several times about what would happen if the Uchiha clan rebelled. What will happen? Like now? Kakashi didn't even dare to think what would happen to Baichen. I am afraid that the battle is over in the blink of an eye, and all the high-level sides of Konoha are defeated. Just think about it. But this is not good. Baichen said these words, so does it mean anything? For example, if the 3rd generation project doesn't make any changes, then this time in the Chunin exam, Baichen may not be able to hide his strength. And the Uchiha clan discovered Baichen's strength. Are they going to do something? So the battle between Uchiha and Konoha is coming? And think so. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Kakashi found that people kept throwing stones at the windows of his house. Dong dong dong. Kakashi thought it was stupid, but when he looked out the window, he found a book of Intimacy Paradise thrown up. And then, the latest issue. Boom! Kakashi immediately opened the window and took the Intimacy Heaven in his hand. And a green figure also entered from the window. Kakashi, you are still so exquisite in your life alone. The fridge is full of vegetables. This green figure doesn't treat Kakashi's house as someone else's home at all, and checks Kakashi's refrigerator for himself. But Kakashi, your refrigerator is fine, why have you been out of the house, said the green figure. He has wide brows, watermelon-like hair, and very shiny black. And this is Might Guy. Konoha's Jonin, Kakashi's good friend. Since the ninja school, he has been chasing Kakashi until now. But now, the two have become friends who can give each other their backs beyond the normal friendship. Did I stay that long? Kakashi was taken aback. Bullshit, Might Guy said. It was clear that we were going to fight together yesterday, but I waited for you at the back mountain for 17 hours. Do you know how I spent the 17 hours? Might Guy felt depressed. Because he thought that Kakashi and Kakashi had become best friends and rivals for life, but in the end, Kakashi this guy put his pigeons like he did when he was a child. Forward. Sorry, I've been thinking about something recently, Kakashi said quickly. Is it the Chunin exam? Hey, I see, you actually gave your students a package to recommend them to take the Chunin exam this time. You must know that they are the freshmen who just graduated. It's incredible, Kakashi, I can't see you, you want to compete with me so much. My cuties from class 3 won't lose to your class 7. Might Guy seemed to be fighting spiritedly. To be precise, he misunderstood that Kakashi wanted to compete with his disciples who passed the Chunin exam this time. Kakashi felt speechless. But suddenly he felt his mind open. Because he found out that if Uchiha really fought against the top officials of Konoha, so F***K him. Uchiha fought against the high-level Konoha, and the destruction of the high-level Konoha had nothing to do with his fart. Or, it's actually a little better. Because in the past he was fooled by Danzo to assassinate the third generation, and then the third generation forgave him and let him continue to be Umbu. After 10 years of Umbu, Kakashi has returned his forgiveness to third generation. So, now he is not Hokage, nor is he a high-level Konoha, just an ordinary Konoha ninja. Why does he think so much? It's not him who should be bothered. And by Chen's strength, so many strong, he didn't want to fight, and it was over before he even fought. So as long as others see it, I am afraid they will know how to do it. Then it's not, don't worry? So he doesn't worry anymore. Kakashi felt a sense of relief. Ah Guy, you are really my lucky star. Ha! Might Guy was shocked. Because when did Kakashi become so hypocritical? Kakashi isn't hypocritical, he just doesn't bother anymore. Correct. Because now the person who is bothered is not Kakashi, but third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the second half of this year, it was Konoha's turn to hold the Chunin exam. The strength of Konoha is not as good as each year. The number and strength of the ninjas are not strong, and Konoha's Jonin has less than 50 people, and this is still his efforts to promote the following people, such as Uchiha, Mitarashi Anko, Moonlight Gale, Ebisu, Shiranui Genma, Yamashiro Aoba, Pija Lighton, Moriibashi, Inyazuka Claw, etc. There is no way out of these things. Picking a taller person from a shorter one must make people feel that Konoha still has someone. Third generation is also heartbroken. These are decorative facades, and some are indeed excellent. But what third generation needs to focus on now is the Chunin exam. In fact, since the end of the Third Ninja World War, the rotation system of the Chunin exam has become different because of the strength of different ninja villages. At the beginning, 5 people took turns, and each ninja village held it once a year. But San Shinobi Village seems to be too poor, and Kirigakure is too dangerous, so only Uegakure and Cloud Shinobi Village, Konoha, have been holding Chunin exams all these years. For Konoha, every Chunin exam is to show other shinobi villages the strength of his shinobi village, so he has to do it well. But as he wrote the strategy, he found that Umbu, who had come to report, had said something unbelievable. That is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, who packed all his belongings and moved out to the Uchiha family's residence. It seems to be ready to move in directly there. What? Third generation threw the pens out of their hands in fright. Can you say that again? Naruto has joined Uchiha. Third generation stood up in surprise. How so? I'm staying in Uchiha. This Umbu almost thought that third generation was behind his ears, but he was stunned for a while when asked, and then quickly reported again. Because now there is information that the 2 teammates of Naruto's 7th class are male. So what is the enrollment in? Then it's just as bad. Third generation said. Third generation hurriedly asked Umbu about the accuracy of the situation again. This Umbu is Moonlight Blast, who was promoted to Special Jonin by third generation just last month. Because he is good at shielding, he is good at concealing information and then doing eavesdropping and tracking. I'm surprised, Moonlight Blast said. Because Naruto packed up the things directly, then with the help of Sasuke, used the seal scroll, then fixed everything, and then lived in Sasuke's house. Because further ahead is where the Uchiha family lives, they have Sharingan, so I didn't follow. But Naruto's conversation with Sasuke's house at that time was, sorry to bother you. Then Fugaku said, "It's all a family, don't care. So, it looks like it's going to be a long-term stay." Moonlight Gale tried her best to recall the scene report at that time, and that made third generation frown. So it's Uchiha's idea. Hateful. Uchiha is this, wanting to rebel? Third generation paced the room, walking 2 circles in a row. Do you think we can win if Uchiha rebels? Third generation asked. Eh? Ask me? The Moonlight Blast was instantly stunned. Because he's just an Umbu. It is the identity of Jonin, and he is also good at shield penetration. His strength is not up to Jonin's standards. So ask him now? It's alright, third generation said. You go and notify Mito Kato Homura and Uchiha Kohara, 2 advisors, to come. When Moonlight Blast was about to leave, third generation hurriedly added, "By the way, I also called Danzo, who was confined at home." Yes. Moonlight Blast nodded. Lord Danzo is the leader of the Root Organization, which is said to be the predecessor of Umbu, and then also needs to do some special tasks. However, Moonlight Blast was personally chosen by third generation to get into Umbu, so he doesn't really know. But wasn't Lord Danzo already dismissed from the Root Organization? However, he still informed him honestly. After half an hour. Hokage office building, meeting room on the 3rd floor. This is only used in battles or for major events such as the appointment or even removal of the Hokage position. So just found out that Sarutobi called them and they had an idea right away. Sarutobi, do you want to abdicate? Yes, you are very old. But who do you think is the candidate? Is it Jiraiya? Uchiha Kohara said. But Jiraiya has not returned to the village in all these years, so maybe there's something to consider, and Mito Kato Homura took over. And third generation was sitting on the chair smoking a cigarette. When he heard this, he coughed out. Because 10 years ago, Danzo had been trying to usurp the throne, and even tricked Kakashi to assassinate him, but he remembered the old feelings and lifted Danzo's Root Organization's leadership position, make him unable to continue recruiting members over the years. But it is also generous. But he also knew that Danzo was a paranoid, and perhaps still had the idea of Hokage in mind. As a result, it is not Danzo but Koharu and Mito Kato Homura who are now asking him to abdicate. Not these. It's more serious than this. Third generation said. Sit. The 3 advisors who came, and the members of the Tobirama class of the former second Hokage Senju Tobirama, were all present. The disciples of the second generation are Akamika Fukuoka, Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Koharu, Mito Kato Homura, Shimura Danzo, a total of 6 people. But times have changed, and now there are only 4 of them left. And Sarutobi did not give up his companions when he was Hokage, so everyone was reused. Danzo is a member of the Root Organization, while Koharu and Mitaman are advisors. As long as it's a big deal, they will still discuss it together. You're talking about Uzumaki Naruto staying in Uchiha, right? Danzo said suddenly. What? Koharu and Mito Gate have the same expressions as the original Sarutobi. And Sarutobi held his breath. Because Danzo knew this meant he was still running the Root Organization. He had been dismissed from his job before, but he was still like this, as expected. Danzo didn't give up his obsession with Hokage. But now is not the time to be angry with him. That's what happened. That's why I called you here. I got word that Naruto moved from Konoha an hour ago and went to Uchiha. He lives directly at Suzuki's house. Fugaku received him. This statement is very unbelievable. Because Fugaku's identity is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan has repeatedly rebelled. And now even 9 Tails Jinchuriki has passed. Isn't it just, all kinds of favorable conditions for their rebellion have been gathered? This. As the only woman among several disciples, Uchiha Kohara said quickly, does this mean that the Uchiha family is going to rebel again? And it seems to be more strategic than before. This time, I'm afraid I want to use the power of 9 Tails. Again, the 9 Tails rebellion? The chaos of 9 Tails. Everyone knows this word. 12 years ago during the 9 Tails rebellion, in addition to Danzo hiding, the 3rd generation appeared, and Koharu and Mito Kato Homura also changed into battle armors to respond. So they know the tragedy of the 9 Tails rebellion. It was also at that time that the village lost a lot of talented people. Then it weakened, and until now, no outstanding talents have appeared. Yes, possibly. 3rd generation nodded at the possibility. Because we also know that Uchiha has rebelled twice. But, he paused. It's all blocked. And the first time was Shisui, who assured us that Uchiha would not rebel again, because he has distinguished heavenly gods. I chose to trust him, but he died. I don't know the specifics, but because of this, Uchiha was quiet for a while. Then 6 years ago, Uchiha Atake came to report, but then, it was also terminated. But, have you considered that Uchiha's 2 rebellions were reported to us by Uchiha's people? And this time, 3rd generation knocked on the stick. Because everyone knows it. Barbecue, because Uchiha didn't come here and was fooled. So this time they don't know anything, and the biggest problem is, Uchiha is really going to rebel. There seems to be nothing we can do, third generation side. If Uchiha rebels, won't the top officials of Konoha do anything? What a joke. You must know that there are only more than 2,000 people left in Uchiha, then there are only 300 or 400 people who can open their eyes. So what are you panicking about? What are you panicking about? Panic. Because Uchiha has only 300 or 400 combat power, but when the Uchiha clan was in power during the third generation purpose, they would be arranged on the battlefield during the Ninja World War. So those who can survive are experienced people who have been tempered. Harvesting life is what they do best. Not only that, Uchiha is good at eye surgery and body art. Body art is killing people, while eye art is demagogic. There is no way to know how many 2-go jade and how many 3-go jade on Uchiha's side, and how much is Mangekyo Sherinan. Third generation spread the scroll on the table, then wrote the combat power of Uchiha's side, and then compared the combat power of their representative Konoha's side. Uchiha's side is veteran experience. And on Konoha's side, because of the Nine Tails chaos, all that's left now are young ninjas. Even his son, Sarutobi Asuma, is just an ordinary jonin. The strength may be close to elite jonin, but what about others? Reliable except Kakashi, Might Guy, most of the others are special jonin, and it is the most reliable Kakashi. Kakashi is the teacher of the 7th class. And now Naruto is staying in Uchiha, so it's impossible to tell if Kakashi betrayed. After all, Kakashi was fooled by Danzo to assassinate him once. Also, Kakashi has a Sherinan of Uchiha. So, Kakashi also became insecure. No one can carry the flag. Third generation wrote Jonin's list. And the biggest problem is that if Uchiha gets 9 tails this time, we can't deal with the 9 tails chaos, and the 9 tails rebellion reappears, Konoha. It's going to be an absolute disaster. I'm getting older. Maybe the ghouls can be sealed all at once, but whether it can seal the 9 tails, I don't know. Third generation said. As Hokage, although it is not necessary to burn all the jade and stone, but now in front of others, he still speaks out his determination. Danzo. And third generation saw that Danzo seemed to be thinking seriously. Really? At times like this, even Danzo knows to unite. Then, he saw Danzo stand up. This is an unprecedented catastrophe for Konoha. Even Nine Tails Jinchuriki is lost. Sarutobi, you are responsible. Danzo said. And this is not to help, but to throw the pot directly. Third generation. F***** KU Danzo. At this time, you are still thinking about the position of Hokage. So angry. And the other side. Naruto packed up and headed outside the village. This is the house for you. I cleaned it up. Sasuke is entertaining Naruto. For Sasuke, he doesn't have many friends, and it's not like he wants friends, of course. He is proud and strong Uchiha. His big brother did something wrong, he couldn't let others look down on their family, so he was always stubborn. But, for Sasuke, someone came to sleep at his home. Actually, it was really happy. After all, the current Sasuke has not experienced the night of extermination, and then he is just a teenager who is often beaten. Oh, Sasuke, your room is really clean, Naruto said. Sasuke, isn't this nonsense? My room is different from yours. And what are you doing with so many strange notebooks? Sasuke assisted Naruto with the bag seal scroll. Therefore, the most common belongings of Naruto are various books. What kind of sister, pure love, lily, helper, etc. He couldn't understand it at all. You don't understand, Naruto said. I want to get stronger. Don't you have 9 tails? Sasuke's voice got a little louder. Because Naruto made 9 tails directly, and then wanted to come to his house for dinner. 9 tails are 9 tails, but I think the harem technique can still be improved. I think it will come in handy in the future, Naruto said firmly. Sasuke. Since it's Uchiha, Sasuke has little interest in this. Now Naruto is taken in because, in the duel between Naruto and him, he lost badly. And 9 tails wanted to come to Sasuke's house for dinner. And Sasuke knew that Naruto wanted to do special training one last time. After all, in the village, Uchiha's people and Naruto are not actually welcome. And there are 2 big statues in the End Valley. It would be bad if they were broken, so they went to train outside the village. He understands. Hateful. Wouldn't that make him the weakest again? Kakashi, can you do it? How did he teach him the ability of such a weak chicken? Akiadash at the moment, Kakashi-sensei is cooking for Might Guy. He was still the one teammate who came to his house in the past, and he would bring out the food to serve. Therefore, it is only the senior executives of Konoha who are anxious now. There are 300 or 400 ninjas on Uchiha's side, and then the number of Erguyu and Sanguyu cannot be determined. But Naruto went to their side, so it means that the other party may still have Mangekyo. The last Uchiha rebellion 6 years ago ended with the disappearance of Uchiha Itachi and the confinement of Uchiha. So, maybe Itachi has been brainwashed by Fugaku and the others now. And third generation said, Uchiha's words are a big deal. The most terrifying thing is that this time Kakashi returned from a mission to the Land of Waves, and he told me even more terrifying news. The wraith of Uchiha behind by Chen has become younger. Saying so, he opened Kakashi's image of the ghost behind by Chen. What catches everyone's eyes is a purple entwined Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Danzo recognized the eyes at once. Yes, you still remember the descriptions in the history of the ninja world that we saw when we were still studying. Third generation said. The ancestor of the ninja world is Sage of Six Paths, and then the bloodline of Sage of Six Paths is Rinnegan, purple eyes, extremely mysterious. But his descendants, even now, have not heard of anyone reaching Rinnegan, said Mito Kato Homura, who wears glasses. He is the one who likes to study the most among the six, so he still has an impression of this knowledge. Yes, Sarutobi's grades weren't bad either. So, the situation becomes more tricky. If it's just the ordinary Uchiha clan, and now Naruto is in their hands, then our chance of winning, maybe only 20%, and then it's still sacrificing most of the village as the price. But now, the resentful spirit behind by Chen has become Rinnegan. So can it be understood that the Uchiha Madara behind by Chen has evolved? Has Uchiha Madara behind by Chen evolved? They met Uchiha Madara behind by Chen on the night of Uchiha's genocide. Itachi reports that Uchiha has rebelled again, and decides to deal with the problem alone. His solution is, to deal with Uchiha's people. He feels that if the two sides fight, then the village may fall into mourning, and then other shinobi villages may attack. By then, Konoha will no longer exist. In this way, he chose to sacrifice the Uchiha clan. Then there was also a demand that he need to keep his younger brother Sasuke's life. They agreed. Then Itachi failed. He was locked up. In order to obtain information and check Uchiha's treatment plan, these people also saw the white-haired, old hero Uchiha Madara behind the little boy by Chen who returned to Uchiha from the library. Uchiha Madara. This is a mysterious but as legendary man as the first generation. He is the ancestor of the Uchiha family and one of the creators of Konoha. There are also statues of him and Shodei in the Valley of the End. Big and tall-looking, Haki. A pair of Sharinans had second generation recorded and made a lot of notes, and the final conclusion was, the conventional method can't beat Uchiha Madara. So third generation, they are very aware of Madara's power. As a result, Madara got old and appeared behind by Chen. They don't believe in souls after death, but the myths of Uchiha Madara are too many and too strong. So I didn't dare to move. It was so quiet. They didn't stop Uchiha's rebellion, and Uchiha himself didn't rebel, and the two sides were at peace with each other. And here it is now. Third generation arranged for Kakashi to eliminate Uchiha Madara behind by Chen. If it's just a grievance, then it can be removed. Result: what is now in front of everyone is Uchiha Madara, who was so powerful when he was young and who turned on Rinnegan. Are you sure this is true? Danzo said. Third generation, submitted by Kakashi. And judging from his performance, he saw it with his own eyes, because he couldn't possibly know what Rinnegan was saying. You can only see it with your own eyes. That is to say, the wraith of Uchiha Madara behind by Chen may have evolved into the bloodline boundary of Sage of Six Paths. Then, I can't tell if it's a resentment or the body now. Third generation said. Yes, because Sage of Six Paths is the ancestor of the ninja world. So, now that Madara is in the blood of Sage of Six Paths, who can still challenge it? Are they? If they could, then Konoha wouldn't decay like this. But I can't be sure now, so I hope you will try it out. Alright. After third generation found that it had just said it, it found that the expressions of the three people at the top showed rejection. I don't think there's any point in taking the risk now, Danzo said. Nine Tails Jinchuriki is already in Uchiha's hands, and if we start to panic, then we have nothing to prepare. Danzo said. I think it's time to arrange for Jiraiya to show up. Sarutobi, Jiraiya's strength has long since broken through the cage level farewell. I think he should be back, Danzo said. Danzo wants to invite Jiraiya back? You must know that after Minato's death, third generation's first thought was to let Jiraiya take over Hokage's position, but Jiraiya refused. And Danzo also recommended himself as Hokage at the time. But now, Danzo wants to bring Jiraiya back. Is this the sun rising from the west? Or, this is asking Jiraiya to come back and die? You ruthless Danzo. Third generation sighed. Are all your teammates like this? However, because everyone is reluctant to take action, this matter has been put on hold for the time being. Decided to talk again the next day. But, on the second day, go get Danzo, Koharu, and Mito over third generation had just notified, and got the news as a result. Lord third generation. Oh no. Lord Danzo led the members of the Root organization and sneaked underground. Moonlight Blast handed third generation a letter. Third generation hurriedly took it and looked at the contents above. Sarutobi, you are a leaf bathed in sunlight, and I am a root buried deep in the soil. As a root, strength needs to be preserved. So I will guarantee Konoha's last living force. Sarutobi, do your best. As Hokage, the Festival of Death can be called. Just like what second generation did in the first place. Even if you fail, I think the second generation teacher will rest on his laurels. Third generation project. This sounds nice. But only in the face of absolute strength. Danzo, you will only run away with your subordinates and let him sacrifice. Then, after learning that Naruto was actually staying in Uchiha, the top management of Konoha, represented by third Hokage, chose, pretend not to know, play dead. Uchiha Garrison. Immediately after Naruto moved into the Uchiha clan, the guards became lively. To be precise, they immediately gathered the eye-opening clansmen together. In fact, the commotion has always been a group of people. If you want to rebel for the first time, you will naturally want to rebel for the second time. Then there will be a third time. And the first time was the first master Shisui was gone, they had to give up, and then the second time Itachi became the first master, and then betrayed. But now, the odds are higher than the previous two. Because Nine Tails Jinchuriki has come. So isn't it possible to start the Nine Tails rebellion at any time? About this point Fugaku was not in favor of rebellion. After all, it failed twice. And, most importantly, by Chen, the strongest among them, he gave up the heart of Uchiha, so it won't necessarily show up. So, isn't there still no one here in Uchiha? As for his Mangekyo Sharinan, Fugaku thought he was pretty good before, but after joining the small group to open his eyes, he instantly felt that Amaterasu had some use. Burning people may not burn to death. And his illusion ability is not very strong, unable to control Nine Tails. To be precise, Nine Tails is no longer in control of anyone. Nine Tails is now sold to Naruto by Chen and has worked for 20 years. So their hands are also pitiful. And these, the clan people do not know. Fugaku had to figure out how to solve it. After all, Uchiha's road to revival is now open to a small group, and if they don't do it well, they will be embarrassed in front of the ancestors. So, the lights were bright on the Uchiha garrison side, while Chen was reading quietly here. Although it is outside the village, there is also electricity, and then a strange technology tree is added. There are all kinds of home equipment, so it is quite comfortable to live alone. But Naruto borrowed a lot of books. I didn't expect him to be such a person. So, 2 days passed. The Chunin exam is getting closer and closer, and genins from other ninja villages have gradually appeared in the village. The pressure on Gangzitai and Izumo Kamizuki, who were the guards, also increased. Because this was the most important Chunin exam for Konoha in several years, there were more people from other shinobi villages visiting. At the same time, it was already discovered that Naruto did not live in the village, and Naruto was seen emerging from the Uchiha family's residence outside the village. Or rather, Naruto hadn't been back to the village for several days. The first person to find out was Jonin Sarutobi Asuma, the leader of the 10th class. He came back from a mission outside with the 10th class, and just discovered this. Asuma is the second son of Sarutobi, and as the son of Hokage, Asuma is not happy, or he and his father think very differently. So when I was young, I used to be a bad ninja, and I also went to the daimyo of the country of fire, and served as the guardian of the daimyo. Although the follow-up was destroyed because of Wo Lidu who guarded the 12th ninja, only he and his friends survived in the 12th ninja. Down. So Jilu went to the Temple of Fire and became the abbot, while Asuma returned to Konoha to become elite jonin. But he was always proud of being the guardian of the 12 ninjas. However, for the current Asuma, he is still rooted in red. So I can't understand. Now Nine Tails Jinchuriki can leave the village at will, and then live directly on Uchiha's side. He was also a survivor of the Nine Tails Rebellion, where he lost his mother. Then, like Hong, they are still children and can't do anything but be protected. It's just that Nine Tails Jinchuriki is staying directly outside the village, or at Uchiha's side. What the hell is father thinking? Don't you know about this? Asuma said to Izumo Kamizuki and Gang Zisha who were guarding the gate. The two and Asuma are both students in the same period, so the relationship is okay. But Asuma couldn't understand how they let Jinchuriki out of the village so casually. At first I thought they were out of the village. But then I found out. Naruto emptied his apartment. Iron Steel responded. And that means Nine Tails Jinchuriki ran away. Was he kidnapped by Uchiha? So, what is Hokage-sama doing? SHH. At this time, Shinayu Izumo suddenly silenced them. It turned out that a few people came in from the door of the village. They are all teenagers who are only as tall as their shoulders. From left to right, there are 2 Uchiha boys, and then a blonde boy with a fox beard on his face. It's by Chen, Suzuki, and Naruto. And Naruto's clothes are unique. He wears a blue jacket with the badge of the Uchiha family's fan. This is what it means to join Uchiha? Steal. But Naruto and the others didn't seem to care about it, they were talking. So, what kind of book are you looking at? Obviously, just look at me. I have everything in the book, and I'm even more powerful. I can increase my number. Can I increase the amount in the book? Naruto said. Bai Chen and Sasuke seemed to have come to the village to buy books. Because Bai Chen finished reading his collection and felt not satisfied enough, Naruto had to take him into the village. Hence this scene. It's just that the speaker has no intention, and the listener has intention. Izumo Kamizuki and the others heard Naruto's conversation. It's only been a few days since I went to Uchiha's house, and the words of Nine Tails Jinchuriki were incomprehensible. Seemingly aware of their gazes, Naruto and the others greeted them. Yo, the gatekeepers, you've worked hard. Oh, you've worked hard. Wait a minute, we're not uncles, Gang Zisha said quickly. And Naruto and the others continued to discuss. Actually, I'm not denying Naruto, I just know your deity, so I can't accept it. And Naruto, your harem technique is actually good. If you open a maid cafe in Naruto's style, then maybe it will be very popular. This means that even if you can't be a ninja in the future, you have a place to go after you retire, Bai Chen said. Oh, is this still possible? Only then did Naruto realize that ninjutsu could be used in other places. Tisk. And Sasuke looked disdainful. Because he is not addicted to beauty, he cannot understand that someone would be willing to spend money because of it. So, the three of them passed by the entrance of the village and continued to move forward, and Asuma and the others stood blankly until they could only see their backs. Asuma, will they go back to the village? Well, yes, Shinayu Izumo nodded. And, third generation already knows about this. Asuma. This will make Asuma unable to adjust. Could it be that the father is far-sighted, although Naruto may go wrong, but isn't Naruto back? So, actually, it was deliberately letting Naruto go. No wonder my father's position as Hokage has always been so stable. It turned out that he had always thought deeply. But it's not, it's just that the whole Konoha high-rise is rotten. Bai Chen and the others went to the village. Uchiha's place of residence is 20 kilometers away from the village, but not far for ninjas. There are only 2,000 people in Uchiha, but there are more than 16,000 people in the village, so the village is more lively. Like some infrastructure libraries, shops are still available only in villages. Therefore, Bai Chen and the others want to add various materials in the latest issue to the village. But, Naruto, are you sure you don't want to change your clothes? Bai Chen said. The current Naruto is wearing old Sasuke clothes. The reason is that Naruto's pants were torn while training, so Sasuke lent his clothes to Naruto. The height and body shape of the two are very similar, so it was just right to wear them. After Fugaku saw it, he decided not to take the clothes back, and also came with 2 sets of Naruto. The Uchiha clan is still alive, Fugaku is still alive, and he probably treats Naruto preferentially because of Minato's relationship. So, the identity of Naruto's Minato's son is still known to some Konoha people, but most don't know it. Only know that he is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. No need, Naruto said. Save some money, Naruto said. I don't have much living expenses. Although I have money now, I think it's better to save some. It doesn't matter if it is said to be the Uchiha clan, Bai Chen said. Of course, Naruto said. Because I am Hokage, I want to make the Uchiha clan a fair judge. Oh, Sasuke looked at Naruto in surprise. Certainly. The big reason Sasuke stops and looks at Naruto is, he can't beat Naruto that's hanging. Too much. Use the power of Nine Tails directly. Nine Tails, he has heard his father tell the story of the Nine Tails Rebellion, so, is this something that an ordinary Uchiha genius boy can fight against? Although Sasuke likes or wishes to pretend, he also gets beaten up. Before he improves, he will still be cowardly. However, there are quite a few strange faces in the village, Sasuke said. Then suddenly he raised his left hand quickly, the palm of his left hand opened, and a stone stopped in the palm of his hand. It was a Konoha kid who threw stones at him. For Uchiha, their treatment with Naruto was not much better, and they were both excluded. Because the garrison sounds like the garrison, but it's actually an urban management, and it has a bad reputation. And the kid who threw stones at Sasuke was the child of a vendor who was confiscated by the guards the day before yesterday. Sasuke crushed the stone expressionlessly. The child ran away in fright. Not far away, there are 3 outer village ninjas who have just entered the village. All 3 of them noticed Bai Chen's team. Then he noticed Sasuke's movements. Is this Konoha's ninja? He's a good man. Also, as the legend goes, everyone in the Uchiha family is handsome. The female ninja seems to be in a good mood. Not only did I see Sasuke being handsome, but the black-haired boy holding a book next to Sasuke also fits her aesthetic. I feel like I saw a good view. What is this? Don't be fooled, Tamari, Kanaha's man is just a silver pewter dash, the young man wearing a black robe with a pair of raised ears said immediately. A puppet wrapped in bandages was on his back. This is the trio of Sand Shinobi Village. From left to right, Gaara is carrying the gourd, Kankuro is carrying the puppet, and then the person who Kankuro accuses of not being an nympho is Tamari. Tick! At this time, Fugaku, who was staying at home, suddenly heard a prompt. And he was already very familiar with this prompt sound. Really? Today's share of Uchiha's Road to Revival opens at Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui, Izuna, Old Madara, Licking the Dog, Uchiha's Licking Dog. Uchiha's Licking Dog, sure enough, every time I hear this title, I feel complicated. Uchiha's Licking Dog, isn't there a better title? Tick! Congratulations to the incumbent Mizukage for her new title, the woman who hates Uchiha's body, the woman who is greedy for Uchiha's body. Might as well not change the name. This described her as very hungry. Unacceptable. Don't you think it's too much, Mr. Bai-Chen? Terumi Mei also knows that the source of this small group is the ability of Mangekyo in Bai-Chen's left eye, so the current system is so bad, so it is also the split nature of his deity. Akia-and in the live broadcast, Bai-Chen really sneezed. Cold? Suzuki asked. It shouldn't be. Bai-Chen shook his head. Uchiha Fugaku, this is. Uchiha Izuna, is there anything special about these little devils? Uchiha Fugaku from Uchiha's intelligence network, we know that the red-haired boy with a gourd on his back seems to be One-Tail Jinchuriki of Sand Shinobi Village. Old Madara, One-Tail? Uchiha Fugaku, yes, the Jinchuriki of One-Tail Shaokeiku. It's amazing, this time for the Chunin exam, Sand Shinobi Village actually sent One-Tail Jinchuriki here. Uchiha Fugaku for Sand Shinobi Village, it's a bit like our Konoha, both use Jinchuriki as a deterrent. Uchiha Fugaku, so normally Jinchuriki doesn't leave the village, so this time Sand Shinobi Village seems to have other plans. Old Madara, One-Tail? Older Madara Hashirama and I didn't get caught when we were young because we were too weak. Uchiha Fugaku. Alright. Then it's fine. After all, they have 9 tails in Konoha. And because there are 9 tails, Fugaku has a headache. Because they have tried to appease them in the past 2 days, but everyone on the guard team thought that 9 tails came to defect to them, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fight back against Konoha. So, after Bai-Chen and the others returned from the village, Fugaku found Bai-Chen. To be precise, it was a door-to-door visit. Uchiha Izuna, what are you trying to do, Fugaku? Uchiha Fugaku, Lord Izuna, as you know, because Naruto came to the Uchiha clan, the clan revolted again. Old Madara. Madara doesn't really care about ethnic groups anymore. Because when he became Konoha's rebel, he considered leaving with his family, but they rejected him, so it has become a stranger to him. But he didn't need to destroy the family. After all, he is also the ancestor of Uchiha. So, now the real threat of the Uchiha family should be Obito, because Obito was said to come to Konoha to participate in the Night of Extermination, so Bachin wanted to harvest the Sharingan of the family. And in Madara's mind, Fugaku got permission to enter the door. And Bai-Chen is still reading. This is real. Some people may have thought that the Uchiha family's reading books are exaggerated. But, now for Fugaku it's a different take. That is, Bai-Chen is obviously about the same age as Suzuki, but he awakened Mangekyo at this age, and he didn't go to the battlefield at the same time, and then he was able to open his eyes. So does it mean that, the more you study, the more you know, and then you may become stronger and more likely? So do you want to call on everyone to read more books? But now is not the time to unplug. The patriarch came to me because 9 Tails Jinchuriki came to Uchiha, so some people have ideas, right? Bai-Chen said. So you know. Fugaku was slightly taken aback. Knowing is knowing, but this is not something I can handle, Bai-Chen said. After all, I'm just an ordinary Uchiha who just graduated from ninja school. Fugaku. Fugaku's expression was almost out of control. Because why can people's cheeks be so thick? Obviously, you can knock out all of Uchiha plus Konoha by yourself. And now it's starting to sprout. 9 tails with only 1 head will cry. But Fugaku also knew that there were only 3 things to do. The 2 consecutive rebellions of the Uchiha family were stopped or died prematurely. For the 3rd time this time, if they were not dealt with properly, then things might become very serious. He didn't want to see the scene where the village was bloodied. So, now you have to give up. So it was time for him to make up his mind. I know that, Fugaku said. But this is not something that we can solve. If it can be solved, it will be solved long ago. But everything is negotiable. Everything will be discussed after the Chunin exam. Before that, I wrote a tip for you. I hope you can open it during the 3rd exam of the Chunin exam this time. Fugaku took out a small bag. The word Shao is printed on the bag. It seems to be dedicated to prayers. There were some drums in the bag, and it seemed that a piece of paper was stuffed inside. Just what kind of tips can Fugaku write? Shining Shisui, Patriarch Fugaku, what do you mean? Uchiha Izuna, I am also a little curious. The first Uchiha rebellion before was the first master of Shisui, so the family felt that morale was high, but it was stopped because Shisui committed suicide. Uchiha Izuna, then the second time Uchiha came out with the second master Uchiha Itachi, which is your eldest son, and then your son's rebellion was discovered and forced to terminate. Uchiha Izuna, it stands to reason that this third time is because Nine Tails Jinchuriki entered Uchiha, so the solution is to kill Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Fugaku, no. Shenshi Shisui, could it be that? Uchiha Fugaku, well, although not as good as you guys, but I also had the idea of devoting myself to my family. Uchiha Izuna. Old Madara, what he wrote in the tip bag for Bai Chen was that after the Chunin exam was over, Bai Chen would be the next Uchiha Patriarch. By then he should have committed suicide. Uchiha Izuna, huh? Old Madara, we Uchiha people seem to like to keep all our problems on our own. The elderly Madara gave a rare smile. In front of Madara's lofty ideals, the Uchiha family always thinks about rebellion and so on, which is actually ridiculous in his opinion. But from Fugaku to Itachi, to Fugaku who was willing to commit suicide in front of him, he also saw that Uchiha's people are responsible, and they are indeed his juniors. But that's all there is to praise. Because only if the strength is not enough will think of suicide to solve everything. Fugaku withdrew immediately after handing over the kit to Bai Chen. It's not that he is very confident, but the small group live broadcast of today's share has not ended, so you can check Bai Chen's attitude through the small group. In fact, he was also very nervous. He didn't think Bai Chen would listen to him so obediently and lead Uchiha or something. After all, this small group is the heart of Uchiha abandoned by Bai Chen. Therefore, the position of Uchiha's patriarch, which others may dream of, may still be just a problem for Bai Chen. In the live broadcast, after Fugaku left, Bai Chen looked at the kit on the table. Then, without hesitation, he directly opened the kit and took out the paper inside. Bai Chen was expressionless, unable to see joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. This made Fugaku sigh. Really? Bai Chen saw through it. However, he found that Bai Chen did not open the folded boxy paper. Uchiha and Konoha. Bai Chen seemed to be muttering, how should I talk to them? The Uchiha family doesn't need to rebel at all. The third generation is getting old, and if the third generation is allowed to work for another 2 years, the top management of Konoha will collapse. By then, Uchiha won't need to fight at all. Third generation and the others will destroy the power of the village by themselves. Since the village has no combat power at all, they can only ask Uchiha to go back. Then, like a sigh, Bai Chen put the paper back into the bag. But road to revival of Uchiha Fugaku, huh? Uchiha Izuna, what strange thing did Bai Chen say? Woman who is greedy for Uchiha's body, so there is still hope for Kirigakure. Well, I didn't say that. Terumi May only opened her mouth and found out that this is the Uchiha group. What other villages are you talking about here? In fact, she didn't need to be so nervous. Because Madara is the third Mizukage, he is a little more forgiving of Kirigakure. Old Madara, although the old man did not become Hokage, but from my senses, old Madara, Konoha has become like this. After the death of Hashirama, Senju Tobirama's strength is okay, but his successor is really not good. Old Madara, you must know that when Haxi Hatma and I built Konoha, it was the shadows from the other 5 ninja villages who came to see us. Old Madara, but now, the title of the #1 ninja village of the past no longer exists. And this is when Madara was the third Mizukage and also made a big wave of blood fog and then reduced the strength of Kirigakure, and Obito was the fourth Mizukage also reduced the strength of Kirigakure. You must know that the two of them have been helping Kirigakure, and that's it. Kirigakure is not the last one, and his strength can still be above Konoha. In other words, in the eyes of Uchiha Madara, the third generation project is also not enough? By one's own strength, the village has been transformed from the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages to the second last of the 5 great ninja villages. This power is disgraceful. And right now, but this time in the Chunin exam, Orochimaru will come and make trouble. Then the first generation and second Hokage are unearthed, and the third generation can only be sealed with ghouls. Uchiha just needs to watch the play. But in order to protect the hard-won daily life, I have to be a little more serious. Having said that, Bai Chen chose to go out and went to Fugaku's house in order to find Naruto. Uchiha Fugaku? Shining Shisui. Shenshi Shisui, I suddenly realized that Mr. Bai Chen seems to have revealed some great news. The Chunin exam Orochimaru will come and make trouble. Shenshi Shisui, is this a prophet? Shenshi Shisui, could it be that? Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui, what are your thoughts? Fugaku has found that Shisui is very smart, because he has guessed from the beginning that he wants to commit suicide and put the blame on Bai Chen. Shenshi Shisui, I seem to understand why Bai Chen has always been so orderly. Shenshi Shisui, then I understood why he kept moving. Shenshi Shisui, because you seem to have forgotten, the origin of this small group is the ability of Mangekyo in Bai-Chen's left eye, and you can read the explanation after joining the group. Uchiha Izuna, it means that this small group can invite people from the present, the past, and the future. What's wrong? Shenshi Shisui Izuna-sama, what do you think is the composition of the group now? Uchiha Izuna, ingredients? You mean, dead people like me and eldest brother, and then Fugaku and Mizukage are living people, but it doesn't seem to be from the future. Wait a minute. Shenshi Shisui, it seems that you have reacted. Yes, there are people from the past and present in this group, but only none from the future. Shenshi Shisui, why not from the future? Because amazing video. Uchiha Fugaku, is this still possible? Uchiha Fugaku, it seems that I am still shallow, the power that Sharingan brings is really extraordinary, and my Uchiha family is too strong. Uchiha Fugaku, so am I still dead? Shining Shisui. Shenshi Shisui, I don't know if you ask me. Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku now thinks, things are getting bigger. Because in the beginning he wanted to be the head of the Uchiha clan, and now the acting head of the clan, and then he had to do something for the clan anyway. Therefore, he just thought of the death festival. Hoped to use his blood to awaken Bai-Chen's Uchiha heart. He didn't want to see a genius boy from a family abandoning Uchiha's heart like this. Result. The conclusion now is that Bai-Chen may be from the future. So, Bai-Chen just knew everything and followed the steps like this. So isn't it that Uchiha can just lie down and win? So isn't he just going to die in vain? Is he going to splatter 3 more feet of blood? Old Madara. Fugaku was shocked, and Madara was even more shocked. Because, does this mean that Bai-Chen is from the future? So, isn't his series of plans, will be known to Bai-Chen in the future? So, did he win? Has his plan come true? No, it should be said that he won, otherwise how could Bai-Chen grab him as a template for the Tomb of Wheels? It was because of his super strength that he was recognized by Bai-Chen. Unbeknownst to him, however, Satsuki Kagaya was also recognized by Bai-Chen. In this way, they saw that Bai-Chen found Naruto, and then took Naruto to the back mountain. This is not the first time the two have traveled to the back mountain, and the last time was in the Valley of the End. Every time I come here, I feel so excited, Naruto said. In front of him is another legendary ninja named Uchiha Madara who built the village. According to Suzuki, this is the ancestor of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Madara. Then, the appearance of Madara, the peak behind Bai-Chen, is almost identical. Naruto has also understood that the peak Uchiha Madara behind Bai-Chen is his Mangekyo sharing and special ability. This is what Suzuki said, and Suzuki dreams about it. But no, 3 days later, Suzuki is still the second Guyu. But, Naruto stood on top of the finger on Hashirama's sculpture and looked at Bai-Chen curiously. The last time was because you wanted to give me the power of 9 tails, so what is this time? Naruto rode. It seems that you haven't forgotten 9 tails, this time I came to fulfill the content of the last transaction with you, Bai-Chen said. I don't really want my peaceful life to be disrupted, so I need to be a little more serious. Oh, although Naruto didn't quite understand it, he knew that he still owed Bai-Chen a condition. I remember when Bai-Chen said he needed a part of chakra in his body that he didn't normally use, and then he was careless. 2. He now has the power of 9 tails, ready to use. This is thanks to Bai-Chen's help, who helped him persuade 9 tails to lend him power. And yesterday, when he was studying Reborn with 4th generation in his dream, 4th generation took him to the broken cage of 9 tails. Let 9 tails spray the tail beast cannon several times. And Naruto also knew that 4th generation is really super awesome, and Reborn was actually created with reference to the tail beast cannon of the tail beast. So he became more serious. But he is also very clear that these things have never happened before he communicated with Bai-Chen Jun in the past. Therefore, he is taking advantage of it, so of course he can't owe Bai-Chen all the time. So, Naruto closed his hands. Come on, you can take whatever I have. Naruto made a casual gesture. Bai-Chen. It is undeniable that Bai-Chen really paused when Naruto said this. I'd be really interested in your body if I could. For example, if I get you and Suzuki's cells, can Rinnegan be turned on instantly? Old Madara, how is it possible? Uchiha Izuna, big brother? Older Madara, I'm a little lost. Older Madara, I was shocked after hearing this guy Bai-Chen say it was so easy to drive Rinnegan. Old Madara, because I got Hashirama's cells after I fought against Hashirama at the beginning, and then I sat in Rinnegan until I died of old age. Older Madara, in the end, he said that he just wanted to collect the cells of Suzuki and Naruto, and then he could open it in seconds. Older Madara, then I was a little out of control. Uchiha Izuna. Madara really understands what she says. Because Madara is already the ultimate genius of the Uchiha family, it turns out that it will take decades for the Rinnegan to come back from Sage of 6 Paths. But Bai-Chen said for a few seconds, it's too hard. It's like an 8-year-old me asking Madara, is it hard to drive a Rinnegan? Simply, ruthless. It is simply the difference between heaven and earth. No wonder Madara is out of control. Shining Shisui. And Shisui kept quiet, because Rinnegan was completely unfamiliar territory to him, but he also felt eager to try, because he didn't expect Mangekyo to not be the pinnacle. So his distinguished heavenly gods isn't the strongest illusion? It made him feel challenging, but unfortunately, he is dead. Otherwise he really wanted to see if he could drive a Rinnegan. Uchiha Fugaku. As for Fugaku, Fugaku has nothing to say, he has already somewhat denied his Mangekyo Sharingan ability. I feel that even with Mangekyo, it's not the same as other people's. Much weaker, a lot. And Rinnegan or something, he didn't even dare to think about it. Woman who craved Uchiha's body. On Terumi Mei's side, she's not even Uchiha, but now she understands. Good guy, there were originally a group of Mangekyo in the group, which made her a lot of pressure, and she didn't even dare to speak casually. But now, she finally understands that the strongest person is Bai Chen. As long as you choose the right person, then, maybe there is still hope for Kirigakur. As the current Mizukage, after taking over a mess, Terumi Mei finally saw a little light. And outside the small group, Rinnegan, are you going to drive a Rinnegan? Naruto didn't understand what a Rinnegan was. Just thought, the name is cool. However, Bai Chen's hand was already on his shoulder, and he hurriedly waited quietly for Bai Chen's suction. Boom! Naruto felt that he was ready, but when Bai Chen put his hand on his shoulder, he still felt that he might not be mentally prepared, because Bai Chen has adjusted his eyes to Mangekyo S mode. At the same time, Naruto found himself in his own spiritual space again. Naruto? In the spiritual space, there is still the lake and the torn cage, Nine Tails in the corner, and Minato Chakra who is guarding the broken door of Nine Tails. Why are you here again? Could it be that the Naruto's chakra you wanted to take was me? The body of Nine Tails also has only one big head, and behind it is the body that was pinched into a ball by physical blows. The tail is also missing, so now I can only fry the whole body. Not for you, Bai Chen said. You get out of the way first, Bai Chen said. Nine Tails. Nine Tails ran outside the cage, and Minato Chakra couldn't understand it. But under their shared gaze, Bai Chen continued to move forward. It was only at this time that Nine Tails discovered that Naruto's spiritual world was so long. There is something in the back. Bai Chen moved on. It was pitch black ahead. But that's okay. The small group of people also looked at him curiously. Uchiha Fugaku, is the structure of Nine Tails Jinchuriki so strange? Uchiha Fugaku, could it be the chakra of the Uzumaki clan? Shenshi Shisui, it shouldn't be this. If it's just the chakra of the Uzumaki family, then it's not worth so much trouble for Bai Chen Jun Shenshi Shisui, to be precise. Maybe the chakra of the Uzumaki clan like Uzumaki Midosama's may be very effective. But now the chakra of Naruto's Uzumaki clan is not as good as Nine Tails. Uchiha Fugaku, this one too. Uchiha Izuna, so what is he looking for? Uchiha Izuna, so is there any other chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body? Old Madara, other chakra? Madara was suddenly silent, because he thought about it a little. That is the strength of himself and Hashirama, both of them have more chakra than everyone in the world. He is very different from Izuna, and Hashirama is also very different from Tobirama. Both Izuna and Senju Tobirama are excellent, but there is still a long gap between them and their two big brothers. Madara wondered if her talent was unique, but Izuna's talent was not much worse than his. And Senju Tobirama can create so many ninjutsu here. Forbidden technique is a genuine genius, but they just missed him and Hashirama by a huge margin, and it was because he saw the slate of Uchiha's house, and then knew that if Uchiha and the chakra of the Senju clan converged, it might be possible for his Mangekyo to evolve into Rinnegan. And Bai Chen just said before entering Naruto's spiritual space, if he gets the cells of Sasuke and Naruto at the same time, then Rinnegan can also be activated. Sasuke can be said to be the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, but Naruto is a part of the Senju clan. Also, Bai Chen is also from the Uchiha family, so he doesn't need Sasuke's cells. So, could it be that the secret that he and Hashirama have always been so strong, is it actually here? When Madara felt that her heart was beating, Bai Chen had come to the deepest part of Naruto. It was pitch black here, but the moment Bai Chen pressed his right hand up, the blue chakra lit up. This blue chakra is like a ghost fire. A curse mark appeared on the water. A figure floated up from the water. This is an old man whose skin and luster are not like ordinary people. He had pale, bluish skin and a long beard, all white. There are horns on the head. At the same time, the eyes are Rinnegan, and there is an incomprehensible red eye on the forehead. And this old man just opened his eyes and seemed to want to sigh. Ashura. What? Ashura's chakra. He noticed that Bai Chen was absorbing the blue chakra, and Bai Chen ignored him. Sage of Six Paths, now is not your time, but The pinnacle behind by Chen Madara's purple Rinnegan instantly enveloped everything. Rinnegan looks like my descendants, really did something wrong. Sage of Six Paths clasped his hands together as if trying to use ninjutsu. The pinnacle of Madara's Rinnegan seems to him to be innocuous. Bai Chen witnessed the result. It seems that the strength of the peak Madara really can't suppress the strength of the Six Paths. So, change it, Bai Chen said. Start evolving into what you want. The peak behind Bai Chen Madara's yellow skin began to change, and the skin became pale with a hint of blue, and his black hair was changed to silver. But it's not white hair, it's silver hair. The facial features are more three-dimensional, and the Uchiha armor on the body has also changed, becoming the robe of the Otsutsuki clan. Black boots, black gloves. And when he held it with his left hand, a black tin stick made of truth-seeking ball appeared, followed by 5 black truth-seeking balls. No longer standing on the ground, now the pinnacle Madara, no, Six Paths Madara floats in the air like Sage of Six Paths. This scene Sage of Six Paths himself was dumbfounded. But, where did you come from? Go back to where you are, Bai Chen said. Goodbye Sage of Six Paths, you brought a lot of trouble to your descendants. At this time, Six Paths Madara threw Sage of Six Paths back into the pool with the Six Paths tin stick, directly in the small group, swiped, because Bai Chen just said something horrible. He knocked Sage of Six Paths away? Sage of Six Paths was probably too surprised and didn't react, so it fell into the pool again and then disappeared. And Bai Chen's Six Paths Madara completely penetrated the pool and did not find each other again. So in the end, I had to go back to Bai Chen's back. It seems that only a chakra is left here, not the body. That's why it's so weak, Bai Chen checked and said. But now it's done. Bai Chen turned his head to look at the silver-white Six Paths Madara. Powerful, handsome, cocky from any angle. A symbol of strength and beauty. As expected of Uchiha Madara's strongest form. From the very old Madara, the old Madara, to the Madara, the young Madara, then Madara at the top, and then the Six Paths Madara. I took a lot of detours along the way, and now it is like a stamp collection, and I finally assembled my puppet version into the highest level. And Bai Chen is satisfied. It's just that the small group is still confused. Everyone's soul bodies looked at each other, and they could see each other's disbelief. Yes, too exaggerated. Shenchi Shisui, if I hadn't hit the illusion, Bai Chen just drove away Sage of Six Paths. If someone else said this, it would be a bit exaggerated, but when Shisui, a super illusionist, said it, then Fugaku also had to be convinced. Because this time it wasn't just Shisui, he was also confused. Uchiha Fugaku, I can prove that you have no illusions. Old Madara, actually, that old man is actually Sage of Six Paths. You must know that Madara is looking at the slate of Uchiha's house, and everyone thinks that the slate of Uchiha's house is left by Sage of Six Paths. Then Madara looked at the slate left by Sage of Six Paths and felt that she had been chosen and had to do something, hence the job of taking Obito, Rinnegan, and then placing Nagato and so on. Result. This is his naughty. Bai Chen directly drove away Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of all ninjas, the ancestor of the ninja world. This made the elderly Madara directly numb. Woman who is greedy for Uchiha's body, too exaggerated. Woman who is greedy for Uchiha's body, I feel that my heart is not my own. Terumi May almost wondered if she was about to die suddenly, because it is exaggerated. It's surprising enough to say that Bai Chen's Mangekyo has Uchiha Madara as his stand-in. Result, now Sage of Six Paths has been beaten by him with a tin stick. This, Terumi May just felt. I never thought that Bai Chen, who is gentle and bookish, is so powerful. No wonder Nine Tails, all cowardly. This guy is too strong. What is she going to say? Did she say that she witnessed a Uchiha ninja knocking Sage of Six Paths away today? Who would believe her? But it happened right in front of my eyes. Terumi May thinks it's really amazing that she can hold on now without fainting. Uchiha Izuna, well, I won't say anything about this guy's talent. Uchiha Izuna, this alone is a big deal. Absolutely. Shenchi Shisui, cough, you said this, then I can understand. Shenchi Shisui, after all, Lord Bai Chen regards the ancestor as a puppet stand-in, so what do you care about the ancestor of the ninja world? Uchiha Fugaku, I think I can understand what you said. Uchiha Fugaku, at the same time, I also kind of understand, why did Bai Chen give up Uchiha's heart? Fugaku's sentence was just a sigh, but all the spirit bodies around him nodded. Because the ancestor of the ninja world smashed with one punch, what can a family and a family be? Bai Chen is too high for both the starting point and the apex. Old Madara, hee. Old Madara, hee. At this time, the old Madara suddenly pressed her forehead and laughed wildly. Older Madara, hee. Uchiha Izuna, big brother? Old Madara, nothing is just out of control for a while. Yes. Uchiha Madara wants to laugh now. Because everyone is watching Bai Chen fly Sage of Six Paths, has anyone found out that it is the Sage of Six Paths that he is behind Bai Chen? Should say. Thanks to Bai Chen for letting him see, it turns out he can develop again. Go straight from the pinnacle Madara to Six Paths Madara. Then the mere Sage of Six Paths can't do anything in front of him. So, he is the second Six Paths. That is to say, Bai Chen made him see his possibilities, and saw that he could still move forward. So isn't this the best news for him? Tick. In view of the fact that Uchiha Madara can't stop laughing, he has won the special title Uchiha Madara 4 Great Laughers, referred to as the 4 Great Laughers at Elderly Madara. Congratulations, you are the eldest of the 4. Uchiha Fugaku, Shining Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku was speechless. He thought at this moment, this title is a little shameful. Fortunately, I was not selected. Shenshi Shisui, this crazy laughter really makes people feel that they can't get close. Uchiha Izuna. At this time, Izuna didn't know how to round up his big brother. Uchiha Izuna, huh? However, when he looked at the old Madara again, he was suddenly stunned. Because even Madara was a little stunned. Because after being given a new title, he found a new change in himself. His shriveled and dry skin was like a dead tree in spring, gaining youth. At the same time, the wrinkles on the face are completely erased. His vicissitudes of white hair reverted to Uchiha's black. At the same time, strength, spirit, chakra all condensed. Laughing for heroes, this is. For heroes of laughing maniacally, this old man is becoming young. Laughing for heroes, ha ha ha. Laughing wildly for heroes, this is really a blessing. Uchiha Fugaku, yeah, it's a spectacle. Shining Shisui, Shisui also saw it for the first time. Or maybe he felt that he died too early, and it was the first time to see a bunch of things. He originally thought he knew something about the world. It turns out that there is something new here. Then he knew nothing about this great world. At this moment, Bai Chen has left Naruto's spiritual world. Naruto opened his eyes. Bai Chen raised his hand, and at the same time his eyes returned to their usual beautiful black pearls. Aren't you asking what chakra I took from you? Bai Chen said. But Naruto tilted his head. Is it important? If I have it, you can take it. And, I have Kurama now. It can last 20 years. Naruto said. He, who had just felt the power of Nine Tails, was obsessed with this feeling. Nine Tails, don't call me every day if you know my name. Nine Tails grumbles in the broken cage of Naruto's spiritual world, and Minato Chakra watched it all peacefully. Because he can't stop anything now. There is no other way but to hope that Naruto and Nine Tails can get along well. But even Minato himself was surprised, because Nine Tails actually had his own name, and he was willing to share his name with Naruto, which he never thought of. So, maybe the relationship between Nine Tails and Naruto is unexpected, good? But Mr. Bai Chen, you took my chakra, what did you get? Naruto asked curiously. What did I get? Manjikyo's abilities have been strengthened, Bai Chen said. It is possible to project a 6 paths level stand-in messenger. Oh, Naruto nodded. In fact, he didn't understand it at all. So what exactly is the 6 paths level? And in small groups, Uchiha Madara is celebrating that he has taken off the title of Old Madara, and even his soul body has returned to youth, and he feels great. Then I found that a new prompt appeared in the small group. Tick. Given that there are too few members in the group, a new member is specially added. Special invitation to Pain, Nagato, to join the group. For heroes of wild laughter, Nagato? Laughing for heroes, what are you missing? I just thought I'm getting younger, so the eyes aren't right. Here comes the result. I am indeed the chosen one. Ha ha ha. This made Madara burst into laughter. Uchiha Izuna, big brother, stop laughing, stop laughing. Uchiha Izuna, I dare not recognize you like this. For laughing heroes. At this time, everyone found that the number of people in the group has changed from the original 5 people of Shisui, Madara, Izuna, Fugaku, and Terumi made as 6 people. But it becomes 6 for a while and becomes 12 for a while. This is a weird move. Because the number of people in the group has always been motionless, it changes according to the number of soul bodies in the small group. Add a soul body in, and then there will be one more person. But what's up with 6 and 12 now? Everyone hurriedly looked at Nagato, a newcomer to the group. Pain. What Zyokan opens is an illusory space, and in this space, everyone's soul body is visible. So, everyone turned their attention to the newcomer. Tick. Welcome Pain, Nagato, to Uchiha's Road to Revival. This group is also known as Uchiha Recycle Bin. Because Nagato owns Rinnegan, the entry threshold is met. You are welcome to join the small group. Nagato. Pain, Uchiha? Nagato, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku, this new member seems to be not very smart. Uchiha Izuna, well, it seems, he looks darker and dumber than Suzuki. Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku felt that Suzuki was lying with a gun inexplicably, but it's better to be quiet for now, because he hadn't heard about Pain Nagato or anything like that. And, wasn't it the only one in the group? Why, Nagato and Pain are still separated? Yes. We found that the number of group members has been changing, and the direction of the soul body where Nagato is located is a row of people. Correct. A row of people. Nagato himself was at the end of the team, a thin young man with red hair. Not only that, but his lower limbs seemed to be paralyzed and looked very difficult. But in front of him is a group of Pains. Count to 6 in total. All Pain were dressed in uniform, Akatsuki's black-bottomed red cloud suit, and everyone had black sticks on them. Gives a subtle breath. Laughing Four Heroes. Nagato, do you know me? Uchiha Madara spoke immediately. Because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the past, he always thought that Obito would work hard, but he was about to sit in the Pure Land for more than 10 years, but Obito had not waited for Nagato to use Rain Tensei to resurrect him. Then he waited until this small group, and then found that his strength was drawn by Chen, and then used it in various ways. In front of his face like this. These Madara have endured, because he has his own plans. Then he also thought that Obito hadn't worked, so if Obito was dead, or something difficult happened, or maybe Nagato hasn't developed yet. Result. Now that Nagato is this big, at least 30 years old, and he still hasn't resurrected him with Rain Tensei? What are you doing, Obito, Obito? Madara is in a good mood because she feels her body has changed back to when she was young. At the same time, the heart that wanted to make a big fight also stirred up again. Uchiha Fugaku, wait a minute. What did I find? Nagato Pain has Rinnegan? Shenshi Shisui, and not just one with Rinnegan. It's not quite right to wait. Shenshi Shisui, these pens seem to be dead. Uchiha Izuna, what a terrible thing this is. Shenshi Shisui, well, Izuna-sama, we actually died too. Uchiha Izuna, Tien Deo Pain, are you? For Laughing Heroes, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara raised her head proudly. Tien Deo Pain, then who is the masked man in Xiao's organization? For Laughing Heroes. For Laughing Heroes. This. Madara reacted, feeling that Obito didn't run away or die, he was still by Nagato's side, and then pretended to be his identity to fool Nagato. So when he paused like this, it was causing trouble for Obito, because it's like blowing up Obito's identity. For Laughing Heroes. Laughing Four Heroes, it seems that your use of Rinnegan is not bad. Laughing Four Heroes, it's all thanks to me. Madara began to change the subject. Heavenly Pain, Rinnegan? Tien Deo Pain, do you know this eye? Tien Deo Pain, then you know the pain. Heavenly Pain, I am in pain. Tien Deo Pain, therefore, the ninja world must feel pain in order for these eyes to appear. Tien Deo Pain, first of all, let me introduce myself. Heavenly Pain, I am Pain, God. Possess the power of God. For Heroes of Laughter. For Laughing Heroes. Woman who craved Uchiha's body, Uchiha Izuna, is he okay with his brain? Or have you been hurt before? Shunshi Shisui, I don't know, but I really can't keep up with young people. Shisui sighed. Although when he taught Itaki in the past, he felt that Itaki would often say something about middle school, but he didn't think it was too exaggerated at first. But now when Tien Deo Pain said this, he immediately gave him a kind of, he should have guided Itaki well in the past. Otherwise it will become like this. And Madara is also depressed. Or maybe he kind of guessed why Obito didn't let Nagato use Rain Tensei to revive him. Because Nagato is crooked. But when Heavenly Way Pain spoke like a god, Nagato, however, quickly scanned the system prompts that appeared in front of him. Because now he feels that the pictures he sees are all false illusions, but he feels incredible. Because he has Rinnegan, it is logically impossible to fall into illusion. So check quickly when the system prompts appear. Then, this group is transformed by Uchiha by Chen's left eye Mangekyo, which can communicate and connect the past, the future, and the present. So if you dare to think about it, members who meet the requirements may be pulled in. Entry threshold, cage level or Mangekyo. Is it? So is it possible to see Yahiko again? Unlikely. Because the threshold that Nagato sees is Mangekyo or shadow. There was no cage level distinction when Yahiko died. In other words, Nagato felt that he would never see Yahiko until he had achieved his goal. Because Yahiko, who hasn't fully figured it out, might stop him. So it's fine now. But he thought that the masked man who pushed him to form the Xiao organization might not be Uchiha Madara, but another Uchiha. Then it can be done. But now it seems. He seems to be thinking a little too simple. Because Uchiha's family is full of talents. Just in this group, it's all Mangekyo. Oh, that seems to be Kirigakure's Mizukage, but that doesn't matter. The Rinnegan now possessed by Nagato, this power is enough to make him ignore a shadow. But there is still the real Uchiha Madara here. Still a young version. The godlike power of Rinnegan he got, can he crush Uchiha Madara? Nagato at this moment, a little bit of retreat. For laughing heroes, don't think about whether you can beat me. Now you can first determine whether you can beat Bai-chan. And Madara kept staring at Nagato, he was an old fool. So although I found that Nagato was crooked, I quickly started to work hard, hoping to fool Nagato back again. Tiandao Pain, Bai-chan? It was only at this time that Tiandao Pain reacted, except for a bunch of Uchiha's Mangekyo in this small group. Then the birth of this small group seems to be due to the special effect of Mangekyo in the left eye of a Uchiha person named Uchiha Bai-chan. Uchiha 4 heroes, yes, Uchiha Bai-chan. Uchiha 4 Nagato, you are still young, you may have taken some detours. Uchiha 4 heroes, but when you can beat Bai-chan, then I can tell you anything you want to know. Heavenly Pain. Heavenly Pain. Pain knew his identity had been exposed to the other party. If this is the case, then the masked man in the group who calls himself Uchiha Madara may be someone Uchiha Madara knows even if he is not Uchiha Madara himself. So, Akatsuki still has to remove the masked man. The current Tendo Pain is just the body of Nagato's former friend Yahiko. After Yahiko's death, he awakened the power of Rinnegan and made Yahiko into Pain. Because Nagato's feet were injured, he was unable to move normally. So he needs to use puppets. And that puppet is Pain's 6 pads link them together through Rinnegan. Although to him the Pains are just puppets that move only when he controls them, but the puppets of Tiandao Pain are made of Yahiko. So, it made Nagato morbid. Yahiko was still by his side. And that's fine. Correct. It's good, it makes him feel like Yahiko is still there, as if he's fallen into a dream again. And because of Rinnegan, his strength has greatly increased, and this strength makes him feel extremely powerful, like a god. It's just that even the gods have some fears, and that is the appearance of the masked man. The masked man calls himself Uchiha Madara, but who is Uchiha Madara? He is said to be a super strong man on a par with Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. So facing the status of a super senior, Nagato is a little wary, but vigilance doesn't mean he's sitting still. Konan has already made up his mind. He continued to practice the origami of God, and then purchased the detonator from the outside, and planned the plan to kill the masked man with the detonator. And on his side, if he needs to shoot, he will shoot. Only now, in addition to the masked man, there is also a Uchiha Madara. And then there are so many Mangekyo in this Uchiha group chat. This part of the combat power has exceeded their understanding. So, what Nagato needs now is to collect data. If he didn't even know that, he wouldn't be worthy of manipulating Yahiko and becoming the leader of Akatsuki's organization. So, his eyes turn to the center of the small group. Since this is not illusion, it is real. So, how about Uchiha Bai-chan, the teenager who is admired by Uchiha Madara with Mangekyo? The center of the small group is still broadcasting live. And Bai-chan has already got Naruto's Ashura Chakra and is satisfied. And for Naruto, Ashura Chakra hadn't awakened, so he didn't feel lost. So it's normal to go home. And Bai-chan also returned to the house of his Uchiha family. The structures of Uchiha's houses are relatively retro, but the walls are uniformly painted with fan patterns. Bai-chan didn't go back to the room, but in the courtyard. He closed his eyes. Tiandao Pain, what is he doing? Pain Tiandao has confirmed Bai-chan's identity. And I also know that this is Bai-chan's small group, so when it starts, the scene of Bai-chan will be broadcast live. Uchiha Fugaku, I don't know. Uchiha Fugaku, but what the ancestor said just now is a bit too much. Uchiha Izuna, yes. Big brother is too much. Uchiha Izuna actually let Pain challenge Bai-chan. Uchiha Izuna, how pitiful. Tiandao Pain. Yes, Sharinan is still not enough in the face of Rinnegan's power. Bai-chan is indeed pitiful. This is still a child. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna, no, it means you are pitiful. Uchiha Izuna, do you think your Rinnegan is strong? Tiandao Pain. Tiandao Pain. Izuna's remarks made Pain utterly confused. Because Rinnegan is not strong? To know that having a Rinnegan, for him, is having the power of a god. And isn't this power really strong? Heavenly Pain, I think you still don't know what the power of God is. The first description of Rinnegan was in the era of Sage of 6 Paths, Tiandao Pain, and in 1,000 years, no one can awaken except me. Tiandao Pain, isn't this the power of the first ancestor? I am the second Sage of 6 Paths Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku. Shining Shisui. Even the mild-mannered Shisui didn't know how to reply. Because I'm still talking about Sage of 6 Paths here. 20 minutes ago, they saw Bai-chan driving 6 Paths Madara to beat Sage of 6 Paths back with their own eyes. And now Pain is still proud of Sage of 6 Paths. It's really pathetic. Now everyone has some understanding. Madara said before that he took Hashirama's cells, and then sat down for decades to drive Rinnegan. But the old Madara in the small group and the current young Madara's soul body do not have Rinnegan, which means that Madara's Rinnegan is given to others. So, Pain, your Rinnegan is actually Madara's. But you don't know anything, Tien Dao Pain. Pain wondered why the atmosphere in the group had suddenly changed. And this time, Pain noticed that Bai Chen in the center of the courtyard suddenly opened his eyes. The changes in his eyes were strange. Beautiful pupils like black pearls in the beginning, but the next second, it turned into a scarlet jade Sharinan. A hooked jade? Not even Mangekyo? No. When Pain was just thinking about it, he found that Bai Chen's Sharinan became a 2-go jade, a 3-go jade, and quickly evolved into Mangekyo. But it didn't stop. All the scarlet colors are condensed at one point and then spread out. And at this moment of dispersal, purple circles were entangled. And this eye Pain was all too familiar, because it was Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Bai Chen evolved into Rinnegan. Uchiha Fugaku, is that true? Uchiha 4 heroes, although I don't want to admit it, but Bai Chen is really Rinnegan. Uchiha 4 heroes, after all, the me behind Mangekyo has become a 6 paths level, so is it too much for his deity to take a Rinnegan? Uchiha Izuna, not too much. Uchiha Izuna, but no matter how you look at it, I think Uchiha is the best. Uchiha Izuna, for thousands of years, the only one who can go back to Sage of 6 Paths is my eldest brother, and now it is Bai Chen. Uchiha Izuna, then the big brother behind Bai Chen also reached the level of 6 Paths Uchiha Izuna. I didn't even know big brother could evolve again. Uchiha 4 heroes, Madara almost didn't know how to answer this. It's not very honorable to be regarded by Bai Chen as the spirit behind him, but he couldn't refute what Izuna said, because the 6 Paths Madara created by Bai Chen allowed him to see the possibility of going up again. It's just Rinnegan, it really isn't his limit. He is Uchiha Madara and he is the strongest. But they were having a heated discussion. For Pain? Tien Dao Pain, what does this mean? Tien Dao Pain, why does Bai Chen also have Rinnegan? Heavenly Pain, Rinnegan, isn't mine exclusive? Exclusive? Uchiha Fugaku, Shining Shisui, Uchiha Izuna, big brother? Izuna guessed that Pain's Rinnegan source was Uchiha Madara, but Pain really doesn't look very smart. Uchiha 4 heroes, I am also a little doubtful about my choice now. Madara complained. So, Obito, I don't remember asking you to breed Nagato like this. Obito, did you betray him? After Bai Chen got Rinnegan and 6 Paths Madara, he passed the day in peace. The time for Chinin's exam is getting closer and closer, and now as soon as he enters the village, he can find that there are really many strangers in the village. And third generation looks very busy. Because this time for the Chunin exam, not only Kaze Cage of San Shinobi Village was present, but even the current Mizu Cage of Kirigakure was present, arguably more grand than ever. Looks like Uchiha can perform. Suzuki was very interested. Or, Suzuki is now full of confidence. Uchiha has been silent for too long. Come from other shinobi villages. The more people come, the more powerful Uchiha can be seen, and now is the time to revive Uchiha. But I hope I can complete the third exam in front of you. Right now I only hope for that, Suzuki said. Although Suzuki didn't get stronger, he could feel that the calmer Bai Chen was. Wouldn't that mean the other party had improved again? So even though he's also Uchiha, Suzuki's only thought is, never play after Bai Chen. Otherwise, there is no chance for him to perform. You haven't even started the exam yet. You're thinking about entering the third exam, which is a little too slack, Bai Chen said. He was thinking of the first exam in the original book, and Suzuki didn't know a single question. Ha ha dash Suzuki laughed. I'm the chief of graduates this time. Even if I'm not as strong as you, I'm not bad in other aspects. I've completed your quest for 3,000 detonators, Suzuki said. Oh, it turns out that Suzuki is still honestly making a detonator. Then it's really worth complimenting. And his current chakra has probably reached the level of Jonin strength, which is indeed not bad for his age. Thinking like this, Bai Chen noticed that the 8th class was approaching. They are both students of the ninja school. Bai Chen and the others are the 7th class, and the 8th class are Hinata, Inazukaya and Abarame Shino. In the past we were all classmates, so it is not unfamiliar. But, go. Suzuki nudged Bai Chen with his elbow, because he saw that Hinata in the 8th class seemed to have something to say. See you later. Bai Chen also found out. Hinata seems to be in a low mood. I met her 2 days ago, but she didn't find him, and then she was in a low mood. And if we don't talk to each other again today, then maybe we can only meet at the Chunin exam. So Bai Chen and Suzuki greeted and stopped little Hinata, who gradually fell behind, although the 8th class was out with 3 people. Today's share of Uchiha's Road to Revival opens. Live broadcast of today's share starts. Uchiha Fugaku, Shenchi Shisui, Patriarch Fugaku, why are you sighing as soon as you appear today? Uchiha Fugaku, I'm a little worried. Uchiha Fugaku, because of Itachi, Suzuki has always felt that he has to revive Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku, but he seems to be not interested in girls in these aspects. Uchiha Izuna, to revitalize Uchiha, does it mean to increase the number of descendants? Uchiha Fugaku, yes, we think so. Uchiha Fugaku, but the number of Uchiha clan is getting smaller and smaller. Uchiha Fugaku, and now it's not just my generation, even young children don't want to get married. Uchiha Fugaku, and Suzuki is like this now, and he still ignores girls, which makes me very worried. Uchiha Izuna, shining Shisui. Shisui couldn't answer this question, because he is single. However, for Uchiha's revitalization, he does not feel that it can be revitalized by relying on the increase of descendants. What matters is cohesion, and, unquestionably, unparalleled strength. Then you can shout out, that's the power of Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku, but there is one more thing to report to you. Tiandeo Pain is online. Tiandeo Pain, it really came again. Heavenly Pain, it seems that it is neither an illusion nor a dream. Uchiha Izuna, okay, Pain, I know you're here, so stay on the side. Tiandeo Pain, you people really don't think of me as a god. Completely incapable of feeling the pain. Uchiha Izuna, okay, I don't want to argue with you now. And if you want to talk, you can win by Chen. Heavenly Pain. Pain is not an idiot. By Chen is now in Konoha, and he has also awakened Rinnegan, or, directly awakened by Uchiha's bloodline Mangekyo. And by Chen is just a child, who knows how much potential he has. Pain didn't want to hit it hard right away. And Pain felt the group had an advantage. That is, Bai Chen will be broadcast live, and then Bai Chen will sometimes be with Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Correct. Pain controlled by Nagato also has ideals. They want to reshape the order of the ninja world and bring absolute peace through absolute power. And what is absolute power? That is to catch all the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts are scattered in different villages and have been reduced to tailed beast weapons in the past. And the 5 major ninja villages have tailed beasts, but no one obeyed, and then the war began. Rain Shinobi Village, where Nagato is located, suffered the most. Parents were also killed by Konoha's ninjas. So, after experiencing heavy rain, they hate rain. If that's the case, then don't rain. That's why I thought of creating an absolutely powerful tailed beast weapon to intimidate everyone. Use fear to make peace. And that requires tailed beasts. And some of the tailed beasts were wild, released, and some were sealed, so Jinchuriki's information was needed. And join this group. It took less than 10 minutes to discover the information of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Yes, because Naruto beside Bai Chen was using the power of Nine Tails and summoned Nine Tails, so let Pain know about Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It takes no effort to get Leihao. And watching Pain stop talking, Fugaku continued. Uchiha Fugaku, actually, I was called by 3rd generation in the morning. Shining Shisui, 3rd generation. Shisui was a little disappointed with 3rd generation. Because when he first reported on Uchiha's rebellion, he decided to solve Uchiha's problems alone, and 3rd generation assured him that changes would be made. We'll definitely avoid another Uchiha rebellion. But, not only did he lose an eye in a sneak attack by Danzo, but Uchiha loved him so much that he chose to commit suicide to save his clan and the village. Result, the 3rd generation project really didn't do anything. Then there was the repeat of Itaki. It's just that Itaki is different from him. Itaki chose to deal with Uchiha once and for all, so that there is no problem with Uchiha. In fact, Shisui was stunned when he learned of Itaki's solution. Does this work too? Sure enough, he didn't teach good Itaki well before. The village is very important to him, but the family is equally important. 1,007, you know that you made this choice, but fortunately you have failed now, and after success, what kind of torment you must feel in your heart. And Suzuki will probably hate you too. Shisui envies the Itaki family's affection, so he wants to protect them no matter what. But if it was abandoned by Itaki himself, he would rather not entrust the family to Itaki. Uchiha Fugaku, yes, this time not only Kazuki but also Mizukage came to the village. Woman who craved Uchiha's body, yes, here I am. Woman who is greedy for Uchiha's body, if it's not for face, I'll go see Bai Chen now. Uchiha Fugaku, okay, got it. Everyone already knew that Mizukage-sama had given up on himself. But I also know that Mizukage is very clear that the only strong person in Konoha is Bai Chen now, so her Kirigakure wants to survive, and it must be right to hug Bai Chen's thigh. Uchiha Fugaku, then 3rd generation told me. Uchiha Fugaku, after this Chunin exam, he will consider passing the Hokage position to Uchiha's side. Uchiha Fugaku, he wants me to choose a person. Uchiha Fugaku, he hopes that after his death, the position can be passed to Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha 4 heroes? Uchiha Fugaku, yes, surprised. Uchiha Fugaku, I was surprised too, but it doesn't seem to be incomprehensible. Uchiha Fugaku, because Nine Tails Jinchuriki has been staying in Uchiha for a while, and then our family has been eager to move. Uchiha Fugaku 3rd generation is blind. Uchiha Fugaku. Also, there is one thing to pay attention to. Uchiha Fugaku, the members of the root organization led by Shimura Danzo are already empty. Uchiha Fugaku, his house is empty. Shining Shisui Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku, thinking about hiding. Uchiha Izuna, good guy, so 3rd generation is a coward? These Konoha high-level officials are finally cowardly? Did you finally choose to give us the position of Hokage back to Uchiha? Uchiha Izuna, Hokage, this is what it takes to be good at fire style. Uchiha Izuna, so the 1st generation Hokage should be my eldest brother. Uchiha Izuna, the 3rd generation. Uchiha Fugaku, the 3rd generation should have retired a long time ago. Although it is not good for me to say that, it was really bad that he led the village. Tick. And right now, in view of the small number of members in the group, a random person related to Uchiha is invited to come in. Uchiha Izuna, are you coming to Uchiha again? Uchiha Izuna, well, my Uchiha's Mangekyo is so much. Uchiha Izuna, the Uchiha family is full of talents. Tick. Randomly invited members are 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He invented 56 kinds of ninjutsu for Uchiha, negatively correlated with Uchiha, at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, what is this place? Senju Tobirama, huh? Uchiha born evil little devils, y'all? Road to revival of Uchiha? Everyone stared blankly at the new members. The new member is also a soul body, and his appearance is very conspicuous. A handsome white-faced guy with silver white hair. His facial features are neat, with some red camouflage painted on his face, while his eyes are slender and sharp. It belongs to the kind of appearance that is not angry and arrogant, and at the same time is extremely intelligent. And this is the soul body of Konoha's 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. And after Konoha's 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama's soul body entered, not only he felt stunned, but the other members as well. Because this is Uchiha, and the one who is related to Uchiha is also chosen, but it is 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama who came in. There is his head on the Hokage rock, and he is also a talented Hokage. Not only did he create the Chunin exam, but in order to consolidate the relationship between the 5 great ninja villages, he also divided the holding of the Chunin exam among the 5 great ninja villages. Then for his own village, he established a ninja school, donated the Konoha library, cultivated a new fire for the village, and then established Umbu's direct Hokage, and then established a garrison for Uchiha. It can be said that Tobirama has always been considered powerful by Fugaku Shisui and his juniors. But Shisui's brows furrowed. Shenshi Shisui, 2nd generation, has actually developed 56 forbidden techniques for Uchiha. Shenshi Shisui, this makes me even less hopeful for 3rd Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku, this is what made me come, and I don't know how to answer it. At first I also thought Nidain was great. Uchiha Fugaku, but if this sentence suggested by the system is true, then Uchiha, maybe I really should rebel earlier. Uchiha Fugaku, is it true that I, Uchiha, have been deceived all the time? Uchiha Fugaku, I always thought that Nidain treats us equally 343, but it turned out that Uchiha specially developed 56 kinds of forbidden technique for us. Tobirama. As soon as he joined the group, Senju Tobirama felt that the atmosphere was not very good. Woman who craved Uchiha's body, 2nd Hokage, that is to say, is the person who can't use fire style at all, but relies on water style to become Hokage? Woman who is greedy for Uchiha's body, his water style is even good for our Kirigakure's Mizukage. Senju Tobirama, what are you talking about? Senju Tobirama, although I am called Hokage, Hokage is just a title after all, it does not mean that fire style is necessary. Senju Tobirama. Konoha is the largest village and needs to have a big mind. Only in this way can we continuously cultivate talents. Senju Tobirama, then. Although Tobirama tried his best to quibble, it was not right, he explained it, and then he found that there seemed to be some acquaintances around. Because what he saw at a glance was the young Uchiha Madara. Then I saw Uchiha Izuna, the one I hated the most. Not only that, judging from the clothes of the people around, there are people who I don't know, such as Shisui and Fugaku, who are wearing the clothes of Uchiha's family crest. So, did he come to Uchiha's lair? And there are quite a few. The most subtle thing is that the aura of the members who are far from him is very strong. And then it was like, the fish pond just exploded. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama. UB asterisk 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 D, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Uchiha Izuna, damn guy. Uchiha Izuna, when I went to the Pure Land, I kept blocking you at the entrance, but you refused to come down. Senju Tobirama, Tobirama hates Izuna the most. It's just that now is not the time to talk to Izuna, because he found that a system prompt appeared in front of his eyes. This group was born for the special ability of Mangekyo of the left eye of Uchiha by Chan. Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, has the Uchiha family added another Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku, good guy. Shenshi Shisui, yes, Naidame is no longer acting. Senju Tobirama, are you, mirror? Uchiha Kagami? Tobirama noticed Shisui, who was a little shorter but looked quite reliable. Actually Tobirama of course knew that this was not Uchiha Kagami, because Shisui had a number on his head. Instant Shisui. Apparently not the same person as his former disciple Uchiha Kagami. Shunchi Shisui, Uchiha Kagami is the ancestor of my family. Shisui is honest. Senju Tobirama, it seems that Kagami has nurtured a good junior. Has he become Hokage? Shining Shisui, huh? Senju Tobirama, you may not know, I treat my disciples equally, so I admit that I don't like Uchiha Madara and them. After all, my Senju clan have fought with them for decades. Senju Tobirama, but after becoming Hokage, I have nothing to feel sorry for Uchiha. I even took Uchiha Kagami as a disciple. Senju Tobirama, then he was also considered as the heir of the next Hokage. Shenshi Shisui, so it is. This reminds Shisui of what his grandfather said before his regretful death. At that time, my grandfather said that he was very close to Hokage's location, but because Sarutobi Hiruzen first proposed the throne, the one who was chosen was Sarutobi Hiruzen. And now, as expected, second Hokage really considered Uchiha as Hokage. But Uchiha Izuna, hold on Shisui. Uchiha Izuna, calm down, Uchiha Kagami is dead, and now Tobirama can say anything. Uchiha Izuna, I have fought with him for more than 10 years, and he will use all kinds of crooked ways. Uchiha Izuna, he suddenly appeared here, 80% of the time, he found out that Uchiha was surrounded by people. He was cowardly, so he wanted to fool you. First, pull in 1 or 2 foreign aids. Uchiha Izuna, believe in Senju's mouth, it's a liar, right, big brother? Uchiha 4 heroes, Uchiha 4 heroes, I can admit this. Uchiha 4 heroes, shame on you, Senju Tobirama, you should stop acting. Uchiha 4 masters, although the people here are basically juniors, but your scheming in various CCBJ designs are really shameful. Compared with the past, there is no change at all. Senju Tobirama, what are you talking about? Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, you are the #1 Konoha rebel, are you too embarrassed to speak? Senju Tobirama, not only did he betray the village, but he also took the opportunity to lead 9 Tails back to attack the village. If it wasn't for my eldest brother, then the village would have been destroyed by you. Tobirama was hoarse. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha's juniors. Konoha is still there, right? Uchiha Fugaku, yes. Now is the 61 year of Konoha. Senju Tobirama, 61 years, so that means Konoha persevered. Senju Tobirama, so Konoha's juniors, the one who appears in front of you now is Konoha's first rebel. Senju Tobirama, as Hokage, I start calling. Senju Tobirama, let's unite together and catch Konoha's first betrayal. Uchiha Izuna, come on you. Uchiha Izuna, now I declare that it is the Uchiha family who are here. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama, you are the betrayal. Uchiha Izuna betrayed the village, betrayed Uchiha. Even as Hein wanted to target Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna, take a good look at the description of the system yourself. Uchiha Izuna, he invented 56 kinds of ninjutsu against Uchiha, negatively correlated with Uchiha. Senju Tobirama found that after Izuna said that, Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, who seemed likely to be shaken, remained silent. It seems that to them, the Uchiha family is much more important than Konoha. That being said, even though he passed on the Hokage position, Sarutobi did not really make Konoha unite and peaceful. On Uchiha's side, the problem is still unresolved. And, he may be hostile to this second Hokage now. So, Uchiha should have been expelled from the beginning. The big brother is really so kind. Shenshi Shisui, I'm a little glad that Itaki-kun didn't come in. Shunchi Shisui, otherwise, he might actually be standing opposite us at this time. Uchiha Fugaku, yeah. Uchiha Fugaku, it seems that my son has been brainwashed and forgotten by the so-called Will of Fire. Uchiha Fugaku, a village without a family. Sorry, Naidame, maybe I used to worship you in the past, but, Uchiha Fugaku, now I am the acting head of Uchiha, and I must stand on the position of my own clan. Uchiha Fugaku, so I can't answer your call. Shunchi Shisui, me too, although my grandfather has always admired you, but, I am now Shisui of the Uchiha clan. Shunchi Shisui, I can't give up the pride of my family. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna, hahaha, I'm dying of laughter. Isn't it sad, Senju Tobirama? Uchiha Izuna, you have today too. Uchiha Izuna, my eldest brother was deceived by your eldest brother. When you murdered me, it was absolutely impossible for our two ethnic groups to live in peace. Uchiha Izuna, and it turns out that it is. Uchiha Izuna, you lied to my eldest brother, my Uchiha clan was pulled over, but 60 years later, there is not a single Hokage, and then what about us? Uchiha Izuna, for you Konoha various ninja wars are born and die. Uchiha Izuna, as a result, now I will be bewitched by you to kill each other. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama, you are so vicious. Senju Tobirama Tobirama didn't speak, he was now quickly checking the system's prompts. Oh, saw. It turned out that he was not caught in the illusion, but this virtual space or chat group is the special ability of Mangekyo of Uchiha by Chen's left eye. This ability can pull the dead now, living and even future ninjas into the group. But because Bai Chen is from Uchiha, the people who come in are basically from Uchiha. And on his side, because it was specifically targeting Uchiha, quipping was selected. And because he is the only one who specifically targets Uchiha, there is only one person on his side now. He was surrounded by Uchiha. Tobirama. Tobirama is smart, if not, he would have died in the melee of the past. And now according to the system prompt, the group members will be 7 people at one time and 13 people at the same time. In the corner there appears to be a bunch of people called 6 Paths Pain, all dead. This is weird. You must know that this is a small group, only the soul can come in, and it turns out that the corpse is also okay? And apart from this wave, everyone else is from Uchiha. Oh no, there's one that's now the 5th generation project, Mizukage. But her title is a bit dangerous, the woman who craved Uchiha's body. And here it's all Uchiha. Apparently she can't be trusted either. And at this time, boom, Tobirama noticed a crack on the screen of the system in front of him. Looking forward, Izuna's figure had already bullied him, and he was already slashing at him with Uchiha's long sword in hand. What are you trying to do? Tobirama has not read the system description completely. Of course, to avenge the original. Izuna said, my eldest brother was fooled by you and led a family to shake hands with you to make peace, and then got ripped off and missed out on Hokage. So it makes sense no matter what angle I cut you from, Izuna said. In fact, Izuna's big brother in the second half didn't become Hokage, he just casually BB. But the speaker is free, and the listener is attentive. For Tobirama, it is indeed a little guilty. Because he is a perceptual ninja, at first he found out that his eldest brother wanted to make Uchiha Madara Hokage, and then felt inappropriate. So I sensed Madara's existence and deliberately said that the village didn't want Madara to serve as Hokage or something. So, not wanting to have a conflict with Hashirama, Uchiha Madara left Konoha. And that's why the first rebel ninja of the Uchiha clan appeared. Tobirama really has a bottom line, so there is no objection. But no one at the scene responded. Madara's side also has a new hatred for Tobirama. In other words, he used to shake hands with the Senju clan to make peace with Hashirama's face. But now, there is no Hasi hot mom in the group. So, Senju Tobirama joins the group just in time for revenge on Izuna. Otherwise, Madara herself would be embarrassed. Because Izuna trusted him so much, but he not only didn't avenge him, but also cooperated with Hashirama, and in the end Uchiha was so miserable. So as soon as the current Tobirama appeared, he was the one who wanted to laugh wildly in the small group. It really is hell without a door, you can cast it yourself. So he immediately said, well, after the battle with Hashirama was over, Tobirama wanted to dismember my body. I've been thinking about it too. So add me to this battle. Izuna, this time, big brother, I support you. The young Madara appeared to be full of fighting spirit. At the moment, Madara is 2 points younger than Tobirama. And the oppression this brings is absolutely powerful. There used to be Hashirama to block, but now there is only Tobirama alone. Tobirama. Plus, the Uchiha clan do not speak of martial arts. Great fireball technique. The Uchiha brothers started fighting, although they are all soul bodies now, but who said they can't fight in virtual space? And Izuna has been holding back his anger for decades. He has been waiting for his eldest brother to avenge him. In the end, Senju Tobirama didn't even come over. So, for him, this is revenge 60 years late. Fire-style Hulwalong technique. The fire dragon rushed out and attacked Tobirama in an instant. This is the battle between Uchiha and Senju Tobirama. For Shisui and Fugaku, it's the battle of the seniors, and it has nothing to do with them. However, you can check the records of the seniors, and then increase your own experience. As for Terumi Mei, she gave up on herself long ago, so she just watched the drama. Then there's Nagato's silent attention. Because there is also a masked man in his Akatsuki organization, that is not Uchiha Madara himself, so it is related to Madara. So now it's time to test Uchiha Madara's level with Tobirama and their fight. After all, there are so many Uchihas now. Bai Chen also has Rinnegan, which makes Nagato feel less stable. So I want to see how strong Madara is. In this way, the Uchiha brothers were furious, and everyone was really happy to see it. But that's the same way, I understand, the horror of the ninjas of the past. Water style. Water dragon bomb. It was in a virtual space, but Tobirama put his hands together. For seals, a water dragon appeared in an instant with a lot of water splashes, and began to bite Izuna's fire dragon. With 2 bangs, Izuna's fire dragon and Tobirama's water dragon dissipated together. I'm afraid I'm going to cry watching Kakashi and not slashing in this scene, Fugaku said. And what he thought of was when Kakashi was cheated by Zebuzan during the previous mission of the Land of Waves, and then copied the water dragon bomb of Zebuzan's 44 seals. Yeah, I was stunned by this scene, Shisui said. Yeah, this is the sea escape. The strongest Mizukage in our Kirigakure is second Mizukage-sama, but looking at it now, second Hokage is more than enough to be a Mizukage, Terumi Mei said with a sigh. As fifth Mizukage, she feels that her strength is still good, but in front of Tobirama, her water style doesn't seem to be very good. Only, I'm Hokage, AF ********* G Mizukage. Senju Tobirama shouted, only people who can't be Hokage want to be Mizukage. Madara. Big brother, this guy's water style has not fallen completely, and my fire style has not taken advantage of him. It's time for your fire style to play, Izuna said quickly. 35 Uchiha Madara was a little lost because Tobirama couldn't be Hokage and became Mizukage, because both he and Obito actually did it. Of course, it's not that they want to be Mizukage, it's just that they have a plan in their hearts and go according to the plan. Just say so. Sure enough, obviously good at fire style and can't be Hokage, I'm very angry. At the beginning, Hashirama said that he would be Hokage, but everything was ruined by Senju Tobirama. Or if he came to be Hokage, then maybe the ninja world would not be like this now. So, actually Uchiha, no one doesn't want to be Hokage, fire style fire extinguishing. 33 Madara's hands wearing black gloves quickly nodded, and at this time, everyone really understood what fire style is, and what is Hokage. In other words, the Hokage of Konoha at the beginning is such a terrifying fire style. A few are too strong. Is that really the fire extinguished? Shisui was surprised. He is a genius, and his great fireball technique is bigger than the average Uchiha's great fireball, but now Madara's fire is extinguished, which is a weaker ninjutsu than the great fireball technique. The result was the effect of a large wall of fire. This is S-level difficulty. This is Lord Ancestor's fire style, 5. It's so scary. Fugaku was also surprised because Madara 6 Paths Madara, the peak behind by Chen, was too fierce, but he didn't expect Madara to be so high. For flowers, in other words, the people of Uchiha, the people with great talent, are really terrifying to the point of rage. Even ordinary ninjutsu can become a hell level in their hands. Water style water barrier. And Tobirama's side didn't have the opportunity to do more testing, and could only do defense first. Originally, his water style has an advantage over fire style, but this is Uchiha Madara's fire style. Compared with Izuna's, it is heaven and earth. The younger brother is so weak, but the elder brother is so strong. And did the eldest brother fight against such a terrifying guy? When Tobirama fought with the Uchiha brothers in the past, it was him against Izuna, then big brother against big brother. But it was only now that he realized that his eldest brother was too strong. I've been be ********** G hard with such a pervert guy all the time. It's just that Tobirama is feeling a lot of pressure now. In other words, he felt that he was at a disadvantage, and he didn't know the strength of the Uchiha brothers at first, so he wanted to use the water style that he was good at to test. Result: the water barrier made by his water style has become thinner and thinner, and he sees a large fire rushing towards it. Will be annihilated. Water barrier, .0. Tobirama's hands clasped tightly together, betting on the determination of the water style expert. The water barrier he made collided directly with the wall made by Madara's raging fire boom. The two water waves and the firewolf began to splicing each other, but they were only slightly closer, and everyone who was obviously only a soul body felt that they would be involved in it. One can imagine the pressure on both sides of the battle. Water Dragon Bomb. X2 Tobirama quickly used the Water Dragon Bomb. Can add 2 more water dragons to the water barrier. It was a 3-pronged approach, and with a bang, it finally completely covered a large sea of fire. Smoke came out, and Tobirama's soul body was already sweating on his forehead. Are you out of the game? Madara's voice came through the smoke. Madara seems to have not fully contributed. After all, what he used just now was just a fire to extinguish it. Let's not talk about the use of the